Wonderful to be here at Atlantic 10 Men's Basketball Media Day. The Field of 68 is proud to partner with the Atlantic 10 this season. A brand new podcast coming with these guys, Rob Dauster and Jeff Goodman. I'm John Fanta, and it's only fitting that we begin A-10 Media Day with a legend who is coming into this league more than familiar with the Philadelphia area, the head coach of LaSalle. Fran Dunphy is back in college basketball. And Fran, welcome to the show.
Thanks, John. Happy to be here with you three fine gentlemen talking about Atlantic 10 basketball, a little bit about LaSalle, and thank you.
Well, I'll start with this. What's the energy level for you and the reinvigoration for you to get back on the sidelines here this season? And why did you decide to come back to college basketball during such an interesting time in the sport?
We have about an hour. It was my alma mater. Asking me to come back is really what it was. It wasn't something I campaigned for. It wasn't how this went down. But when the opportunity was presented to me, at first I didn't want to do this, but then I started thinking a little bit, and I'm appreciative of my alma mater asking me to do this, and the people at LaSalle and the administration, and then really the kids, and that's what it's all about. And so they've been great to me. They've taken good care of me over the first number of months, and now that we're on the practice floor, they're continuing to take care of me. I'm trying to do push-ups with them on a regular basis.
Don't get hurt, Fran.
They need to lift me up off the floor many times, but all's good. All's good. It's been fun, and anytime you can get out there and teach and watch their successes and not so much successes and help them along is great.
I want to know what your buddy, Coach K, he goes out and you come back in. What did he call you when you told him? What names did he call you when you said you were doing this?
Well, everybody wanted to check my temperature right away, and I understand, totally understand. But it's again an opportunity to give something back to an institution that gave me so much so many years ago, and then gave me 2 other stints as an assistant coach as well. So LaSalle means a lot to me. But again, the reason why you do it is you get 13, 14, 15 kids that are expecting your best effort every day. And that's what we need to think about. And I was lucky enough, you and I have talked about Joe Mihalik and having him come back with me as an assistant to the head coach. And believe me, he's doing a lot of the work, and I trust him so much. And we have that relationship that I think is really terrific for the team and for the institution, and certainly for me. And so I'm grateful for that.
You mentioned off air before we started going live that part of the reason why you're excited about this is that there were 3 or 4 possessions that could have changed this from a 5-12 team in the A-10 to a team that was above 500. So now that you have your hands on it, now that you're working with these guys, what are you expecting? What do you see?
Well, I appreciate the question, Rob. And when I said that about this particular team, there was 3 other guys that played a lot of minutes for LaSalle that aren't there this year. So now we go out and the twins from St. Peter's decide to come to LaSalle. It's a great addition for us. They compete every possession. So they give you a chance to compete no matter who the opposition is going to be. And then we have a number of kids from international basketball lore, very young lore, but they're here and they're doing great jobs. And so we're excited by that. So it is a team that I thought Ashley did a really good job with, and if it wasn't for those couple of plays, then I'm not sitting here, and Ashley's still sitting here, and so those things are critical, I think, as you look at college basketball. But it happens to so many programs over the years, and now I'm doing this, and hopefully I can do a good job.
Jeff brings up Mike Krzyzewski, but being in the Big Five and not seeing Jay Wright there. What comes to mind with that as you come back into the Big Five and he no longer is present?
Well, I think I came back before he decided to get out, and but
you chased him out.
He did such an unbelievable job at Villanova. It's a remarkable career that he had there, and I admire him. I'm grateful for the relationship that we have, and but again, he set the mark very, very high for Philadelphia college basketball. And but I think along those same lines, I think Kyle will do a great job at Villanova, and they will still be very, very difficult to beat. And ironically enough, we're going to play them first game of the year. So,
Can we break some news here? How long is this contract? Are you going to coach for, another 5 years, or is this a 1-year deal? Or
well, it's a couple years idea in its making. And listen, I hope everybody likes the work that I'm doing, and we're putting a good product out on the court. Let's face it. The reality is we have to win games. It's what everybody wants to do. And I need those guys that are playing in our program. I need them close by me, and I want them to take care of me, take care of the old man a little bit, see if they can help me along. And they've been great so far. So that part of it, the fun part is being with them every day in the practice setting and, busting on them, having them bust on me. And it's fun.
Let's talk about your backcourt a little bit. Jameer Brickus, Khalil Brantley. What do you see in that duo? What's possible for them this season?
Again, appreciate the question, John. I think they can play a lot together. I think they have a knowledge of the game that is very good. They both bring different aspects to the game. Khalil he's an electric guy. He can push the ball very quickly. He can get himself to the basket. He's making shots. Jameer he plays with pace, and so that they work off of one another very well. Similar size, so we've got to be tough, smart, and very nasty on the defensive end if we're going to go that small. But I think they can play a lot of minutes together.
I have a critical follow-up. Did you honestly think when you were coming back to college basketball, was this part of the allure factor of sitting next to Jeff Goodman?
No, that may have swayed me the other way had I known.
He tried to duck me.
Fran, run for the hills.
He tried to duck me on the new coaches deal that we did. Remember?
Don't feel special with that.
Remember?
I try to duck everybody. It's not my game.
You
my
didn't.
game is sitting there talking with you and you guys on a situation like this. But I'm not out there too much.
I don't think people understand how this man is looked upon within college basketball. I don't think he gets enough credit for the respect that he has. And I know he doesn't like me doing this right now, but it's true. Throughout the industry, I'm not sure there's anybody who's had more respect throughout their peers and their colleagues than you. And to me, what does that mean for you to get back in and continue to, again, impact kids? Because you were an AD. You were an interim AD. Was that the official? It's not the same. Your impact can't be the same from up there.
Well, it's different, so now as an athletic director, in my mind, you get a chance to associate with 12, 14, 16 teams and players, and you see their highs and lows, which is part of the blast of all of this. You see these young people grow and get better and understand what life is really all about. But I appreciate your comments about the relationships that I have. I think they're great. It's a phenomenal profession. The business of it is interesting these days, and so we have to pay attention to that. But the profession is great, and I'm grateful for the relationships that I do have. A Coach K, a Jay Wright, and all these guys that have been very successful, but also other guys that I coached and I worked with, a la Joe Mihalik. And so I'm grateful for all of these things. And I think hopefully I've done a good job of making sure that I touched enough bases and paid attention to the fact that we all have value.
I have one follow-up to that. So part of an AD's job is to go to every event of every sporting event on the campus.
You try.
How was that?
Yeah.
I've seen it in Indiana. Yeah. I'm there now. My daughter's there, and I see their AD, Scott Dolson, is at every women's soccer game. And if you go to the women's soccer game, you better go to the men's soccer game. Was that you? Were you running around?
I love that part of it. That was the great fun part of it. There are other things that the business of athletics is changing every single day, still is. But the one constant that never changes is how hard these coaches work, how hard the student athletes work. And they're working at their craft. They want to be good at it. And so you watch the successes and you watch the failures, and you're there when they really need you. They don't need you when they're winning all the time. They need you when things aren't going so well.
So what was your favorite sport to watch? Favorite sport to go to?
I like them all.
What a politically
all.
correct answer there.
Not the AD anymore.
I got nothing controversial.
If you didn't coach basketball, what could you have seen yourself coaching?
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, so I would go to, when I was coaching, I would say, when I get finished this, I want to go to a small little private school somewhere, and I'll be a dorm counselor. I'll coach the JV basketball, the defensive backs in football, the infielders in baseball. And over the summer, I'll play golf. So that was my one fantasy I allowed myself. So it didn't happen exactly that way, but I love every sport that's out there. It's fun to watch. And there's some that I have no idea how it all works, like fencing.
Fencing.
We had a fencing coach at Temple who taught me many things about life and about her
They
students.
didn't get you out there? They didn't get you?
No.
Now that I would pay to see.
Right. Fran and Jay Wright fencing against each other, right?
Big 5 halftime show.
It would be great, right? Can we do this?
Better than Calvin Murphy on his twirling at
That's
halftime.
right. That's true.
I
Very
will-
pretty impressive.
I got to ask you this question because at the Field of 68, we cover things all over the country. Where does the Palestra rank?
Well, it's at the top, right at the top. Now, it's talked about the same way that Fog Allen Arena is certainly in the East. People want. That's an interesting story in that I was coaching at Penn and I got a call from Roy Williams, who was coaching at Kansas at the time, and he said, "Listen, you want to play home and home?" I said, "Yeah, it'd be pretty nice." He said, "And we're coming to you first." I said, "What, you lost your mind or what?" That never happens. But he had 2 radio guys that bugged the hell out of him about coming to Philadelphia to do a game at the Palestra. So we put it together and we had a really good game. We lost at the buzzer at the home. We got dusted pretty good out there when we went to Fog Allen. But that experience going to those places, whether it's Cameron Indoor or the Palestra, Fog Allen, it's like Fenway and Wrigley. You think of it in the same terms.
Well, Fran, we wish you the best of luck here this season
Thanks, John.
at back at your alma mater, and then good luck here with the Explorers.
I
Thanks for
appreciate
taking the
it very
time. And
much.
you've set the tone for the morning.
That's right.
Mhm.
That's right.
Is that right? Because I'm the
Friends.
first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first guy.
Because you're the youngest.
Yeah,
too.
absolutely.
You are. Yeah, like a
Thanks.
fine
No, we
wine.
love having you back.
Appreciate it.
Really, we mean
Thank
that. Like it's great to have you back and stay for as long as you want.
I
All right.
appreciate that.
You might outlast him.
That's right. You probably
Goodman?
will. You
I don't know
probably
about
will.
Goodman keeps up with it. I'm going to run him out of here pretty quickly. So
Good to be with you guys.
You
Thanks,
too.
Fran.
Thanks, Fred.
That's
Appreciate
Fran
it.
Dunphy, the head coach at LaSalle. The Explorers will open up at Villanova. That of the opening night slate, Jeff Goodman.
Oh,
that's one of the marquees.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we came out with a bang a little bit harder here than we are this year because Champions Classic is a week later. But yeah, that LaSalle Villanova game will be terrific. I mean, anytime you get the Big Five together and you get Fran Dunphy, Kyle Neptune first game, it'll be fun.
So we are back together in person at an event,
Yes,
all of us for the
yes.
first time since New Orleans, and I have to.
Are you having visions?
Well,
right now,
the
in your
fact
head?
that I'm between you,
yeah,
that
yeah,
I think
you
that
might
was
be
strategically
peacemaker.
done by Dagan Hughes.
yeah, you might be peacemaker.
yeah. Well, Dagan actually said we need to switch seats. So
We do.
yeah, we do.
Okay. Well, but this is my better angle.
Perfect time.
So we're
Wow,
switching
look
seats.
at
Okay.
this. Why?
Wait, why are we switching?
I'll-
You're going to tell us later?
No, so what happened is we have the people at home are going to learn something real quick about production. Is
Okay.
that Fanta moves a lot when he's sitting, and we
Yeah.
had the camera zoomed in on the person in this seat. So
Got it.
that's what
Got
it
it.
was. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah.
We're ready.
So we're moving coaches in. Rob, tell us what Atlantic 10 fans can expect from the Field of 68 this year.
So throughout the year, we are going to have an episode of this going once a week. The idea is to be able to get not just coaches and not just administrators, but also some of the people that cover the sport in the league, some of the beat writers that cover the sport, some of the even the people that do podcasts, the people that run some of the bigger blogs on the Atlantic 10. We want to be able to get as many people involved that love the league on the show as possible. So it's going to be out once a week. We're going to have players. We're going to have coaches. It's going to be. I'm heading down to DC to sit with Chris Caputo and Kim English. You're going to be able to go connect with Archie Miller and Frank Martin because that's a little bit more your area up in the Northeast. But it's more than anything else. I do think that the Atlantic 10 is a conference where there is high level basketball being played here. I think that they can get 3, 4, maybe 5 at-large teams.
There he is.
Who do we got here?
And
Travis
speaking of
Ford.
potential at-large teams, we have Travis Ford on. What's going on, man?
Good to see you,
Yeah.
Travis.
Yep, Travis, we are live. The mic is hot, so whenever you're
I'm
Al-
on
Always
it.
be careful what you say.
Yeah, there
That's
you
right.
go.
That's right.
Well,
No
we-
commercials here.
Yeah,
We don't
this
do
is the
commercials.
A-team
That's
here.
right.
Yeah.
We had Fran Dunphy set the tone to the morning, and it sounds like he's never going to get out now. He's back in college
Fran and I
basketball.
are 2 old guys, so
No, we were talking about that. I mean, the turnover in the league this year, coaching wise, is
7 new
crazy,
coaches.
right?
yeah, 7 new coaches. Kind of like me, like Archie, Fran coming back
Yeah.
to the league. Obviously Frank, I can go on and on. So, I think it's exciting for our league to, get some great coaches and coaches with, names that are
Yeah,
coming in.
yeah.
It's
With
pretty,
some pop.
yeah,
Yeah.
no doubt.
To come off a 23-win season and to have what you have back, what's the excitement level in practice every day working with this group? And what's something that you think this year's team will expand upon from what last year's team did?
Well, we thought we did overachieve a little bit last year after losing Perkins in an exhibition game, preseason player of the year. And it goes down in in an exhibition game. That's 19 points gone very fast. And really proud of our team last year. Yuri Collins, Gibson, Jimerson, these guys really stepped up for us. Francis Okoro came on at the end of the year. And it's the same question I'm proposing to my own team, John. I'm asking them, why are we better? What's going to make us? Yeah, we got Perkins back. We've added some really good transfers, and Javon Pickett, who averaged 12 points a game at Mizzou, and a really big surprise has been Jake Forster for us. He's been trying. I mean, sometimes you get some guys on their last year, they're really like, all right, I'm out to prove something.
Sure.
Jake's gotten in the best shape of his life, and he's more than pushing Francis Okoro in practice every day. And, that's 2 6'10" guys, just old 6'10" guys. They're not young. Feel that, really big, and they're competing. But hopefully depth, hopefully adding these transfers, a couple of these transfers. Javon Pickett, we have a relatively quiet team, but Javon Pickett never shuts up. We needed that. He is just constantly talking. Great leader. You don't find many leaders just step in on a team for a year, just has brought what we needed. He's a dog every day, just as far as just beating on guys. We went to Europe. He led us in rebounding when we went to Europe. Those 2 transfers are going to really add to us. But what we've tried to focus on, if you look at just stats from last year, our rebounding wasn't where it needed to be. We were a really good 3-point shooting team. We led our league in scoring last year, and we've only added offense to our team. But we've got to get that. My teams traditionally have been great rebounding teams, physical, tough. We kind of got away from that a little bit. We got to find that mix of being able to still score 80, 85 points, but also, all right, we're going to try to dominate the glass as well.
It's funny that you mentioned Javon Pickett never shuts up, and that's a good thing. He never shuts up. And it drives me crazy.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but
not the best. I do want to ask you this because you have, I'd say there's probably 5 or 6 guys that can be classified as guards or smaller players. Is it going to be kind of a 4-round-1 look this year? I feel like that's something a little bit new for you.
No,
This is what Travis loves.
It will be 4. It will be 4 guys that can score out there and can run up and down the court. Now, we think we have the best point guard in America. I think there's a lot of people have said that. Some people agree, some people may not agree, but he led the country in assists. We averaged 80 points a game last year. He shot 36% from 3. And then now we put Gibson Jimerson on one wing, averaged 17 a game last year. Javonte Perkins, who averaged 18, 19 on one wing. You got Javon Pickett. You got Fred Thatch, who averaged 10 points a game last year. You got TJ Hargrove, who's playing as well as he's ever played. He's a 4-year player for us. He's really amazing when you bring other guys, how it makes other guys who've been in the program like, wait a second, I might need to step my game up here a little bit. So, yeah, we're going to let them run up and down those 4. And then we've got some 5s that can really score in the post, but can screen, that can defend. Okoro, was great to see Okoro get a little publicity as far as his first team all defense, things like that. And it was great to be able to see that for him. But we're going to play 4 guard. We're going to, and Sincere Parker, we took a kid, a young man from Moberly Junior College who led junior college in scoring last year. He averaged about 28 points a game, more scoring. And boy, can he score. Now, he can't guard that water right there, but he can score with the best of them. He can score. We stat every practice, every single practice, every drill. We grade it every day, and he's leading us in scoring.
Really?
Not even close, to be honest with you. Percentages are ridiculous.
So he's going to get on the floor.
He'll get. Oh, he has to. I mean, now we're going to have to figure out some type of defense to play, but no, he's coming along every day.
Defense is overrated.
That's right. Who needs
Travis, come on. When you played, you know.
Come on, I was a lockdown defender.
I want to
try to hide me as best they could on defense.
Right.
I want to ask you about Fred Thatch and the importance of having a guy that's an upperclassman. You know, he might not start this year, and having a guy that's going to accept the role. You know, he's senior, fourth year senior, right?
Fifth year senior with 2 years to
2
go.
years. I see he's a junior on the roster.
He's in his second master's program. True story. He graduated. Not only does he have 3 years left of eligibility or 2 year, he graduated college in 3, and now he's literally like in his second master's. But
Is he smarter than you?
they're all smarter than me. That's not hard. That's not setting the bar very high.
You were Kentucky.
Okay.
High honors.
Yeah. Okay.
So Yuri Collins goes into the portal.
Yeah.
How much are you sweating?
Oh, I was sweating. There's no question. I was sweating. There's no doubt. There was a few phone calls made, to say the least.
And then, and I don't know how much you will or can talk about this, but then NIL comes into play, doesn't it?
Oh,
Right?
no question.
Because
no
other
question.
teams are coming and they're throwing their
NIL's
best
a great
NIL.
thing if it's used the way it's supposed to be used.
Yeah.
You know, not to lure play, not to do that type stuff. But for your own team, for guys who can capitalize in their own city, for their name, image, and likeness, absolutely go for it. But use it as a supposed legal way to go get that. That's just not what it's used for. That's not what it's supposed to be used for.
Right.
But going back to your Fred Thatch question, Fred Thatch is hopefully what makes our team successful this year. We're going to need it. Fred Thatch knows he's probably not going to start right now. He is a starter, no question. But he'll play 30 minutes a game at every position except the 5. Right now, he's our backup point. He's our backup point behind Yuri. Then he'll come in at the 4, the 3, the 2. It doesn't matter. Playing his best basketball. I think the guys we've been since practice started 10 days ago, he's might been the most consistent player that we've had so far. He and probably Pickett as far as on a daily basis. You know, but it takes those guys for us to have a chance to be successful.
Yeah.
Guys that
Absolutely
don't care to get, you know, we know Yuri's going to get some publicity and Gibson and Javante and different guys, but you got to have those other guys who are everyday guys that are going to help you win. If you don't have those, it's a struggle every day.
Let's talk about this league. Just how refreshing is it to know that you step into this season and it's on the table for you to make the NCAA tournament, but you want to win the league, but you don't have to, because there's real potential here for 3, if not 4 teams to make it to the big dance. That's on the table in the Atlantic 10.
Yeah, you know, it is. And you look at our preseason schedule, and I saw a poll the other day, took all the A-10 schools, all the Big East, and all the Power 5s. That's 7 leagues. We had the 4th toughest non-conference schedule out of all of them. We did it on purpose. It's going to be a grind. But I think it's good that it doesn't put you pressure that you have to win every single game. That's the approach that you want to have. But our league is, and the way they've set it up, we're going to play all these great teams twice, which I was for when we started talking about it. I was for that. I think we need that. And then, you know, we start the year we had to go to St. Joe's to start the year, and then to UMass back to back. I mean, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a difficult league. But we need that. We all need it. We want this league to continue to climb. We want this league to, every team does. You know, we need it to be great in order to get more teams in the tournament. And I think we're on our way.
maximizing those matchups between the big programs is going to be what kind of rising tide lifts all ships, right? I want to ask you, end the season, Dayton on a Friday night, like what kind of exposure to these Friday night national games, ESPN, nothing else is going on. Like that's going to be a big game at the end of the season. Hopefully, look, I am hoping that is for the regular season title. Look, maybe you want to have it locked up.
I'll take it. We'll see. I hope in that position.
I hope in that
position. I think we both, Anthony and I both would take that right now. But I think you make a good point. That Friday night has been great. And I hear it from our recruits. Yeah. You put it out there, hey, watch this Friday night, and you hear it, the buzz you get from it. I think it's great. When the schedule came out and we finished the year, Dayton, VCU, and all of us, that they did this. I think it's smart. I love it. I think it's great. I hope we're in position that we're fighting for that spot. But the Friday night ESPN, those are great for our league, and they've got us a lot of exposure. And I hear it out on the recruiting trail.
I'm going to take you back here a little. We're going to go back in time because I want to feel what your mentality was back to 2005 when you're at EKU and you guys win your league and you play Kentucky in the first round of the NCAA tournament. What was that week like?
I can barely remember yesterday, but
we're old, man.
We are old.
Well, Fran Dunphy is young.
Yeah,
I mean, he just
showed.
I just want to know what was going through, like what that week was like.
When we won the league, the OVC is always first. That's usually we were like 2 weeks ahead of the other conference tournaments. So we had 2 weeks to enjoy just being on top of the world for us. I was going around making code pizza at the time, rent the ESPN and all that stuff. And but I kept telling everybody, if you go back, I kept telling them, we're going to play Kentucky. I guarantee it. We're going to play Kentucky. We're 10 miles apart. I played at Kentucky and all this. I said, I guarantee it. I told everybody we're going to play. I guarantee we. And here we're sitting there in the, selection show party and all this, and Kentucky comes out. I was like, I told y'all, I knew it was going to happen. But with 3 minutes to go in the game, 3-point game, and we go for a steal, miss it, and I can't remember who dunks it, and it was all downhill from there. But we gave him a good fight.
Is this your best team since you've been here? Is this?
Oh, for sure.
You have depth. You have you look at it, and if I said to you, what, again, defense aside, what don't you have that you would want?
No, I think we got a lot of good. That's a good point. We got a lot of good pieces. We do. I like our team. We have veterans. We got experience. Got a great point guard. We got shooters. We got some good big guys inside. We hope we continue to get that leadership to grow. When we went to the NCAA tournament 2-3 years ago, Javon Best was one of the best leaders I've ever coached. And that meant a lot. Everybody understood their role. We won it with 6 guys. That's all we had. 6 guys. Everybody else was hurt. We didn't have anybody else. That leadership with Yuri Collins, with Gibson Jimmers, Javante, Fred Thatch, all these guys, it has to show. We can't just talk. It has to show itself. If that happens, continues to happen, because they're doing a good job, then I think we have a chance to be a pretty good basketball team. I really do.
I want to get your opinion on this because you've been on multiple sides of it. NCAA tournament expansion. Where do you fall?
Oh, he's going to say, 256 teams.
Just
come on.
57. But no, absolutely. I would love more teams. But everybody has their reasons for not wanting it or wanting it. Everybody's got their own agenda. And I get that. Everybody has reasons they want it. We would love to get more teams. It might save more jobs. It might do. I'm for that on this side. I know there's other sides that say, no, but they have their own agenda. That's a different agenda than we have. Yeah. And if we could get, going to the NCAA tournament is an event for our players. I tell them all the time, as we get closer, this is not just about a game. This is an event. This is something you'll never forget. If we could have more kids experience that every year rather than 68, maybe you get 90 teams. So that's 400 more kids that get to experience that might have never experienced it, who put in every day 3-hour practices, 2-hour practices, because it's hard to get there. It is hard. It's not an easy thing to do.
Here's the one thing I will say to that. If they are going to expand, I think that there should be a priority on making sure that mid-major programs like Eastern Kentucky,
right?
If you win your league, you get an automatic bid. If you win the tournament, you get an automatic bid. If you win both, then you don't have to play a playing game. You don't have to play on that Tuesday. You go straight to the Thursday, right? Allow more of a chance for some of these smaller programs to get in. And there's still going to be time, like you'll be able to get extra teams in the A-10, extra teams in the American, but give more of an opportunity to the little guys.
I think that's the better argument. I've always said it's hard to win a regular season, and you're not necessarily rewarded for it. You are, but you aren't.
And then you still get the drama of championship.
I think that's a great argument for it. But absolutely, I'm for the expansion, and just to give everybody more of an opportunity. I do get the other side of it where they say, I do understand it.
I understand it from a coach's perspective. I just think, and I think 64 was the magic number that worked. It was clean. It made it something where it was just difficult to get in. So I don't know.
The bracket was on one page.
Here's my point. Here's
It
my
is.
point.
It's such
It was
a,
on one page.
you know, from our, it is such an emphasis from fan base. It's a do or die if you don't get, you know, and I get that. Fans want you to get in. Nobody wants to get in the tournament more than we do.
Right.
You know, and there's such an emphasis on that and how hard it, because we do play 33 other games. And, you know, no different when I was at Oklahoma State. We went to the NCAA tournament a lot.
Yep.
We just didn't do much when we got there. We didn't do much, but we went there a whole lot, but didn't do much when we got there. But it's such an emphasis, and I get that. I understand it. And
Sure.
but there are other parts of the season that there could be successes that maybe are quickly forgotten because of one game or two games.
Well, that's what we were sitting in New Orleans at the Final Four, and we're talking about the coaching carousel, which, as you well know, was active as all get out.
Oh, sure.
Even before the Final Four this time,
Yeah.
a lot of the moves were already made. Like that dynamic, Travis, of you make it to the tournament, and if you're in a mid-major conference, let's just say you make the tournament, that's your ticket to getting the power conference job. By the same, on the other side of the road, the power conference coach who it's hard to get into the tournament, they're one step away or one link away. That could be the reason why they end up getting fired. You talked about it, the coaching carousel.
Guy coming up after you.
And
Archie
that's just the
Miller.
reality of that's the reality of
right.
our business.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. I think we all get it. And
At least
Yeah.
you're not making the same paycheck you made at Eastern Kentucky. At
No.
least it's a little bit
Yeah.
easier to deal with now, right?
yeah, it is. It is.
I don't know what that was, but
you know, it wasn't much. It wasn't much.
Oh man. I mean, what I look at with your program, and I'm not doing this at Atlantic 10 Media Day, but on Twitter all year long, you know the current times in college sports, people talking about realignment. And without question, whatever it might be, when it comes to basketball, people will say St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, because they have the assets, they have the market. You're in it every day. What's the value of the St. Louis Billikens in this league and in college basketball? How do you see this, your job and the program?
Well, we do have an incredible market, and great arena, and things like great fan support. And I think, you know, with the transfer portal, with the NIL, the train is moving. I think college basketball is going to look different 3, 4, 5 years, whatever that's going to. I have no idea. I think we have a great brand here at the A-10. Great market. St. Louis, Chicago, New York, D.C., Pittsburgh, Richmond. You go down the line. We got a great market here. I think we could continue to grow, whatever that is. But I think in general, you're going to see college basketball change, whether it's realignments, whatever it may be. But the train's rolling with this NIL stuff. Especially if they don't get it under control a little bit and get a little bit more regulation on it, and so we all kind of understand what you can and can't do and things like that. I think it's going to really look different. Whatever, I'm not sure what it's going to look like, but it's going to look different.
yeah, I mean, listen, again, it's so much so quickly.
Mhm.
That was the problem. It wasn't like it was spaced out. And again, I think we're all for kids making money. But like you said, if kids are going in the portal and it's become a bidding war and people are persuading them to hit the portal,
Yep.
that's the hard
Well,
part.
Jeff, you know, and y'all hear it. I talk to coaches every single day. We're talking about practice. We start talking about NIL. And it's amazing how many everybody's interpreting rules so differently. They're like, yeah, you can do this. I'm like, no, you can't do that. Like, yeah, and they really think they can.
And
Like,
some
well,
can.
then I
Some
find out that
states-
we actually could be doing this and that. And we're like,
That's the mess
that's
of it.
crazy.
That's
We all
right. There's no uniformity, right?
exactly right. And that causes for sometimes the things to take off the way they shouldn't have.
Travis Ford, best of luck here this season. It's all on the table with the Billikens. We look forward to watching you guys play.
Well, I'm glad you guys were here today.
It's been great.
Really has been a difference maker for us. And appreciate everything y'all do for college basketball. Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
Travis.
Great to
Thanks.
see you,
There he is.
as
Thank you.
always.
Travis
Enjoyed
Ford,
it.
Great to see you, man.
Billikens.
Thanks, guys.
Our pick to finish second in the Atlantic 10. Like you said, that is such a sexy matchup between St. Louis and
It's
Dayton.
going to be great.
On the last,
Oh, it's going to be great. And I do think that matchups like that. Yeah, and we got
Good luck.
Yep.
Good luck.
Coach Lange, what's going on? Good to see you.
St.
You are live
Joe's.
and the mic is
St.
hot.
Joe's. Yeah, the mic is hot. We'll
The mic
tell you
is
that.
hot,
We have
so-
no commercials here
No
on the field of
commercials, it's
68.
just jumping
all right?
on. We're going
All right.
straight into it.
And we can hear right now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Everybody can hear you, so you can tell your favorite Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons story if you'd like.
I'm not going to do that. Preserve those relationships.
Very good. Very smart. Very smart.
Let's talk about your team
Yeah.
here. What exactly has been the off season at St. Joe's, and how do you improve here in
Yeah.
2022-23?
Well, we've been improving, so we just got to keep that trajectory going. But the off season has been about a brand new team that's very, very young. We'll play a lot of freshmen and sophomores, those are taboo words in college basketball right now. That used to be the thing that was exciting about it. And so the off season has been about learning them a lot, teaching them like just basic things that they need to do to exist in college basketball. And, as you're learning them, like, what do you refine? What do you take out? What do you take in? You put in, but I love the group. They're a great group of people. Their intentions are awesome, but they're brand new and very young.
How long does that take when you get a new group of guys in? Does it depend on the group? Does it depend on the players? Does it depend on which spot you have a little bit of a veteran presence? Like, how do you?
Yeah, I mean, everything you just said, it factors into that. The person, obviously, and their willingness to learn and how quickly they can learn and what their background has been from college basketball, the maturity it takes to understand that it's day to day, the leadership that you've had in place. But like, we've had so much transition that there's not a lot of people that can say, hey, we do it like that. You could say, okay, well, you got Edge Obina and he's in his 6th year, but he's only in his 2nd year at St. Joe's. And that's not to diminish that he has had 4 additional years at Vanderbilt. It's just, he's still figuring some things out. And Cam Brown's been in like a really solid, stable role, but he's still trying to find his voice as a guy that's got a little bit more responsibility this year. So honestly, and this sounds cliche, I just focus on the becoming, not the arriving. The arriving is going to take place when it does.
Looking at some of the impact players, you just alluded to it with Obima. Eric Reynolds II is someone that I point to with this team that looks the part of somebody that could take even a bigger leap here off and off season. What do you expect from Eric?
Well, the history of St. Joseph's, for every coach that has been here, every great era or team, with respect to 2 of my former Sixer co-workers and Dwayne Jones and John Bryan, who are both 6'10", the program's built on the history of their great guards. And so that's how you win. And that's how you're going to win at St. Joseph's. So Eric Reynolds, I think, is in that level of great guard. I'm not saying he's Rashid Bey or Jameer Nelson. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's at that type of level that he could continue to get better and be there. So he's got to go from a guy that was, hey, he's not Jordan Hall, he's not Taylor Funk. Maybe we can put this guy on him but really in the last month of the season, he was arguably our best player. Now he's going to have to know that people will be gunning for him. And he's a terrific kid though, man. What a great guy.
So you mentioned you're a guard school, right? I'm
Yeah.
going to read you a quote. I have the almanac right here, guys. You
Go
can
for
buy
it.
in the description below. This is a quote from you in the almanac. Christian Wimborne can be one of the greatest players ever to play here. That's high praise for a
It
freshman
is.
coming in.
It is.
Wow.
He has, first of all, let me just talk about him as a person. So he goes to the Gilman School, which is like an elite academic school right outside of Baltimore. He was not only the student of the year or the athlete of the year, he was the person of the year at the entire school, like the human being. And what do I do, Jeff, to deserve a guy like that?
I don't
He
know.
only knew who I was.
What's it like to be around good people? Because I work with him.
Oh,
every day.
Jeff is one of the better guys in our business.
Billy and I had many
he's one of the better guys. He's
many
one
a
of the-
meeting
he's-
when he would come into Boston.
He's one of
with
the
the
better
Sixers.
guys. So Christian, so with all that being said, he has the typical cutthroat mentality that you would expect from a guard out of the city of Baltimore, which they've developed just really, really big time competitors. And so when I say something like that, it's like he's not going to fear any moment. Now, his first shot could literally go through the backboard in Annapolis. It could really happen. But he's just got everything it takes to take a big shot, make a big shot. There's a lot of times on the sideline as your coach, you're like, why can't we have a guy that can make that play? He's one of those guys that can make that play. And I just think between his character and his competitiveness and his skill set, he has a chance to be an all-timer.
Who's he like? What type of player is he?
He is Isaiah Cannon meets Langston Galloway. That's how I would describe him. He's just a rocket ship.
That's the beauty of Billy, that he was in the NBA for years, so
yeah.
he can give you those comps that other people
He
can't.
reminds me of those guys. And so the challenge, and it's a great challenge, is you can't overcoach a guy like that. You don't want to just try to make him so incorporated that he fits into, this box. Like, you got to be willing to deal a little bit with him being a little wild at times, but we need that. You got to have a guy that can do it. I thought that was part of our biggest struggle towards the end of last season. We were right there in every game. Then sometimes you got to have a guy that's like, doesn't matter what play you draw up, he can just make the play. And so Christian and Eric, both those guys have a chance to do that.
So if I told you back in June, you'd have a dream.
Yeah.
Okay. Summer night.
Yeah.
Maybe you had one too many. We've all been there.
Yeah.
And you dreamt that you were facing Fran Dunphy.
Yeah.
And he's at LaSalle.
Yeah.
And then you played Villanova.
Yeah.
And you look down the sidelines and you just see Kyle Neptune holding up number one.
Yeah.
If you woke up from that dream, what would you have thought?
I needed more than one too many. I would need 5 too many. I would say, okay, Jay is obviously in Ocean City and Kyle and Dump are not. That's what I would say. And I'd be like, what happened? But nothing stays the same, and I'm thrilled for Kyle. He's going to do a great job at Villanova. And it's great to just have Coach Dunphy back on the sidelines, and he's a great coach and a great competitor. No one wants to go against him, but what he represents for his passion for the Big Five, which is something that the people that are from that area still care a great deal about. So, that would have been a kind of a nightmare. But if it's after one too many, there's no really bad dreams after that.
Were you shocked like the rest of us on Jay? Because you've heard it every year, or at least the last few years.
I wouldn't say
Not
shocked, just because of some of the conversations that we had over the past few years. And I don't want to speak for him, but if you just look at, first off, when COVID came, he's got like basically 6 or 7 months off. And, knowing Coach, he never takes that much time. He's probably like, this is not that bad, And then, you go through Hall of Fame and you go through, the Olympics. And then the other part is like, Coach is an old school guy, man. He just really values and respects the foundation of what a college coach is all about. There's a lot of change going on. And you get to a certain point where maybe you just are like, this might not be right, but I'm sure it wasn't easy because he has such deep affection for Villanova.
All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take the leap here because I'm reading the almanac. So, Casper Classic.
Yep.
Casper Classic.
Yep.
I totally butchered that. But you know what?
Close.
And not even freaking close.
All right.
You do way better than him.
Yeah.
Look, I had to take the shot.
Yeah.
Now I know his
You
name.
have a great blazer on. You're allowed to make mistakes.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you. J.C. Penney comes through once in a blue moon.
You don't even need to tell us.
Exactly.
Kaminsky,
It's
J.C.
the
Penny at the
Really?
draft.
Is that
I
right?
think, yeah.
Wow.
I ripped on him. I won't rip on you.
But it's the man
I
that
ripped
makes
on
the
him.
jacket. It's the man that makes the
Good call.
jacket. Go ahead.
So Casper is supposed to be potentially an X factor for the Hawks. Why?
Everybody, well, I think anyone that's on a team that no one knows about has a potential to be an X factor. Both he and I'll come back to Casper and Lynn Greer. They're really freshmen to me. I mean, Lynn played 10 games at Dayton. Casper played, I think, 10 or 11 for us before he got injured. I mean, you just combine them. It's only 21 games. It's not even a full season. I think because of his athleticism, his competitiveness, his defensive mentality, he had a great reputation coming out of Europe, and he's really worked on his jump shot. I mean, he didn't make 1 3, so it can't really go any worse than that. So I think that the work that he put in with John Griffin, like, he has a chance to surprise a lot of people.
What's the biggest thing you learned going to the NBA and coming back?
Teaching. I think that, when you're in the NBA, it's just not about you, and you have to be a patient teacher. You can't just be screaming and yelling. So I think teaching would be number one. And then obviously the X's and O's, but some of that is not applicable. I think that the teaching, the development piece of it, the patience that you have to have, the respect that you have to have, I think was really helpful. We could do a whole podcast on that. There's so many other things.
When you look at the state of this league and you talk about the upward trajectory that your program's on, what do you make of being able to take that forward when Billy, that this league is very challenging and has real depth?
I mean, I say we're on an upward trajectory with all humility. I mean, we're picked 13th, but my job as the leader is to see it from within, the perspective of within. So I just look at, hey, I'm not happy with the way the games ended, but like it could have been worse, So I did a thing with our staff a week ago where I just showed them, here are the scores of all the A-10 games with 10 minutes to go. I mean, outside of 3 games over 3 years, we're like right there. And then I just was honest, like, do we have as much talent as everybody else? And the answer is no. We have to be patient in general, even with ourselves. So I'm pleased that we're more competitive. The league, back to your point, is challenging because it's not a league that I think gets enough recognition. It's trending towards a 1.7 bid league. I don't know if you can even say that, but we're not at 4. We're not at 4. And so how do you even get into the top 6 knowing where you're at right now? And I think the league is really, really hard, but I think like going through these tough games makes you grow up really fast. And so every net game is going to be a big time game for us.
Getting the bottom of the league up is important. Having teams make that jump like Fordham did, right? Where you're not a sub 250 team in all of the metrics. Now you're top 150. All of a sudden it goes from a quad 4 to a quad 3 to a quad 2. All of that stuff helps too.
It does. I mean, Fordham, a lot of it too is who do you play? Like where are the games at and at what time of the year? And so, at St. Joe's right now in college basketball, anytime there's a coaching transition, you're starting over. I just was really proud of the first one that ever went through it at the level I went through, but everybody goes through it now. It's kind of the norm. So there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can hit it with some great transfers that get it done immediately. When I say done, it just makes you more competitive than the preseason people thought. That's when I thought Fordham did a great job of that. Sometimes guys just click with a different coaching staff. I thought they did a great job with that. Then if you can't get that talent, now you're trying to grow it from youth, from within. So all these things I think factor into it. And our league just makes it really challenging because it's been top heavy, but the bottom teams are like good. There's not an easy game to play in this league.
So how do you balance the transfers and the freshmen? Because again, is it you're trying the portal and you can't maybe get some of the players you wanted, so then you go freshmen, or is it more that a lot of the coaches aren't recruiting as many freshmen, so you get better players?
See, only a guy that's been in the recruiting wars would have answered that. Like, I should have called you and asked you this question 3 years ago. A couple things. Even within the 3 seasons that I've been back in college, the portal has changed. Like the guys that we would want that, let's say, are playing at what would be considered a lower league, if they have stats, they're getting picked up by Power Fives. So then what you're doing is you're rolling the dice on someone that doesn't have any data or metrics. And every once in a while, somebody's going to find the right one. They're like, oh, why didn't St. Joe's take this guy? Or like, well, no one took that guy, right? This is the way I feel, Jeff. And you've known me for a long time. So this is honest. If I can't do this with high school guys, then St. Joe's probably will have to have another leader, because this is what I think college basketball is. And it doesn't mean like we love Edge. I love Lange. If there's another transfer that fits the profile of St. Joseph's, you do it. But if you want to be good at St. Joe's, and I do think that every steward has to understand their institution as well, we're going to have to do this with the journey and the development generally of a high school basketball player or an international basketball player, and then use strategically the transfer portal. St. Joseph's, the university's mission, the community, it's not built for a transient type of roster. And so we've had to be there a little bit, just given where we started the last couple of years, but it's not the vision at all.
But if you look at the teams that have had success at the highest level in college basketball, it's because of the development of freshmen.
Yeah.
Kansas won the title last year, right? They won it because Christian Brown went from being a 3-star guy to being an NBA player. It's because I'm blanking on it. Ochai Agbaji went from being a 3-star guy to an NBA player. It's because David McCormick went from being someone that we laughed about.
You know what's changed it for somebody like him? He can have a great high school guy. He can put average 12 a game this year, and then what's going to happen?
I'm willing to go through that. And these are all really, really good points. And so the other thing is it's part of your upbringing too. My father was a Hall of Fame high school coach in the state of New Jersey. I worked for Jay Wright. Brett Brown's all about development. Pop's all about homegrown guys. So you become the sum of the people that have sewed into you, right? And so I just think that's the way to do it for us here at St. Joe's. And I just think it's more enjoyable. The challenge is, to your point, you have to be willing to forego what could look like immediate gratification. I don't like the fans being on me. I mean, it's part of the job and I love it. I signed up for it, but your vision has to be beyond that. And so it attaches, I think, to the university and the timing. At the time we took over, we walked into a gym on April 27th. This is no exaggeration. We had 3 scholarship basketball players. 3. That's not an exaggeration. That's 3. Okay. A 4th came back because he went into the portal and couldn't find another school. So he came back. I had to take him. All right. And so there was no way to do this without taking transfers. There was no way to do it. All right. And then you go COVID and blah, blah, blah. But in the end of the day, you just look at the history of St. Joe's. They're just like what you just mentioned for Kansas. Guys start like this. Pat Carroll Look at his stats as freshman. He'll blow you away. Isaiah Miles is making tons of money overseas. Was the Atlantic 10, I think, tournament or a season MVP. Just look at his stats his first 2 years. You wouldn't even take this guy anymore. You wouldn't even take him. But I think at St. Joe's, this is the way we got to do it to be perennial.
All right, before you leave, you do have to give me one Joel Embiid story. It doesn't have to be a Joel Ben Simmons story.
Yeah.
But it's got to be your favorite Joel story.
Well, I mean, this story has been also public, so I don't feel bad saying,
All right.
but I can enjoy it.
He's not going to yell at you if you tell us some
No,
story.
I was just at his 2-year-old's birthday party, so I still think I'm in the circle
All right,
of
good,
influence.
good.
So when Joe was injured his first 2 years, I was his developmental coach, which became more of a relational thing at that point because he couldn't do a lot. So he comes over to the house. We live in Newtown Square. He takes a car service. He comes over. He walks into the house. He's got like this suitcase. I'm like, what is he staying over? Like, what are we doing, right? So he first off, my wife is making him Shirley Temples. We're making pancakes with Nutella. We're doing the whole bit. And he unlocks the suitcase, and in it, he's got his PlayStation. So now be mindful. Like, we have Xbox. It's not like I'm depriving my kids, but he will not play them unless it's his controllers.
Oh, come on.
And his gaming station. So he sets it up to the big TV. And I mean, annihilates my kids in Madden. And they're just happy to be losing 73-4. They don't even care because they're like, Joel's playing us. But when I say no mercy, kill them. No mercy. And laughing and giggling, you stink, get this out of here. I mean,
his personality.
He's actually a great guy, number one. He's insanely competitive, number two. His heart, he just has such a heart for people. You just got to get to know him. But on that day, he was ruthless as he attacked my children.
Billy, thanks for
you guys are great, man.
That's one hell of a story.
Appreciate having
Thanks so much, and good luck to the Hawks this year.
Thanks, man. Yes.
Great to see you, as always.
Thank you. Lange joining us here. Live from Atlantic 10 Media Day. John Fanta, Rob Dauster, Jeff Goodman, Dagan Hughes producing. It's great to be at a media day, and this is just the first for us. We've got more in store here in the preseason build-up, guys. And while we've got a moment talking about college basketball here, I'm interested in the last 24 hours. We have seen several commissioners decide to come out and give their public comments about the NCAA tournament. Rob, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead.
Don't do it. It's why do you need to mess with something that already works? Why do you need to mess with something that's great? Like, look, if you want to expand, now that we're doing college football stuff, and it's a little bit off topic, but if you want to expand the college football playoff to allow more than just Alabama and Clemson and Georgia and these same 4 teams, if you want to be able to create some of those storylines and some of those narratives and some of those underdogs and some of those Cinderella runs, that is a great thing for the sport. Plus, it makes everything more relevant if you have more teams involved. All of a sudden, you have 16, 17, 18 teams that have a chance to get in the playoff. That's why college basketball is so relevant in February. How much do we talk about bracketology? How much do we talk about bubble teams? So it's do not expand the NCAA tournament. Just don't do it. We don't even need to have that conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Miller time.
There he is.
It is Miller time in Brooklyn.
The guy who basically spearheaded getting this podcast done with the A-10.
Hey,
also,
we got to let him know, Archie, we are live.
We are
Mike
live.
is hot.
That's right. We are live. I think Arch was the Field of 68 national analyst of the year last year. I believe he edged out. Yes, I believe he did edge out Sean for that honor.
That was not the competition level. He wasn't the comp to win that.
Who's the cup? Prom. All right.
I don't know. Maybe Prom had Prom had that one episode where he called somebody the wrong name. Sean couldn't get over it for like 2 weeks.
Listen, by you picking Miami, I think you just won there.
You won it there.
That was it. How you doing?
Has Sean taken you out to dinner yet? Have you gotten that?
I haven't seen him.
He's ducking
Honestly,
you.
it's crazy. You go from like doing that, last year together and spending a lot of time together to 0 to 100 and never seeing him ever again. You know what I mean? It's kind of like this the way the business is.
I saw him a few weeks ago. He looks good.
He's doing well.
He does. He looks good.
He's got a good team.
He does have a good team. He's. You have a little bit of a rebuilding deal. He does not.
We never operate in the same lane like that.
Kind of did. No, you really didn't.
No, I didn't.
Well, when he took over Arizona, it was not good.
Not good at all.
He got a little bit of luck.
Now it's funny. You go back when you take over a place. You kind of go back to the places that you have been in your past and kind of in year one. And that first year at Arizona, if you really go back and study it, it was a tough takeover, so to speak.
Derek Williams saved you,
He definitely
right?
did.
He saved you.
He got me a head coaching job.
No doubt. No doubt about that. How you doing? How has it been so far? Listen, can I tell the story of me, you, and Sean in Tucson that night talking about job potentials?
Yeah, I mean,
Do you remember? I don't know if you remember. No, I don't know if you really remember. We were going through some of the jobs, me and Sean, and maybe I should. But he wasn't all in on URI at that point.
I don't think I was all in on anywhere. You know, I think that
You
was
weren't.
part
You
of the
weren't. But
point.
URI, both Sean and I were like, URI would be a great spot for you, and you were kind of torn at that point. What changed that for you?
I think, number one, our athletic director, Thor Bjorn, to me, separated himself with me a lot different than jobs. I think so much of this thing, when you really get down to it, is you ultimately are part of a team outside of your own basketball program. And that's the president, that's the athletic director. It's that sort of that alignment that goes from the top to the bottom. And if it's in check, you can have a lot of success. I've experienced that, at one point in time. And Thor, got a chance to know him early in my time at Dayton. He's been a great guy, easy to talk to, but just having an opportunity to have some conversations with him gave me the confidence that, I can work with this guy. And
I always remember you telling me that at Dayton specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You were blown away by the relationship you had with the athletic directors.
yes.
And the importance of that as you move through. Again, not to take any shots at Indiana necessarily,
No.
but when you have that and you're working together, it's such a difference.
So hard to get.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get. And I was very fortunate to get an opportunity. And University of Dayton gave me an opportunity. Tim Wobbler, President Kern at the time. And, those guys did everything in their power to support. And it wasn't great early, good early. We were working through it. But once we had, sort of become a tournament team, and sort of have gotten there a few times, it never stopped. There was always a quest to continue to help. And when Tim retired, sort of in the middle, it became Neil Sullivan, who to me is as good of an athletic director as you're going to find anywhere in the country. And it's no surprise that Anthony's going to continue to have great success. So I felt like, in my opportunity here, this next time, definitely was really more centered around people than it was where you live, where you coach, the whole deal.
Well, the Narragansett is pretty nice.
Very nice. Yeah, very nice. I didn't want to leave this morning. That's why I was late.
I'm sure
It's perfect area.
You ever going to come, or you just go to Providence?
I will come over and see
When are
you.
you coming over to
Done. Soon.
South County? 'Cause
Soon.
You never make it below.
the line.
The line.
Yeah, the
As
line.
soon as humanly possible. It's happening. And I'll
Now you
buy.
have no choice. I mean,
I plan to go over to Rhode.
called out.
I did. I got called
just
out.
got called out.
That's
He's,
all right.
he's
He's
Call
clearly
me
in the
out.
state of Rhode Island quite a bit.
he doesn't
Yeah.
go beyond Federal Hill
No.
very often, though.
Why
That's
would
the thing.
Hey, we got good
Are
restaurants.
you looking? I stopped.
We got
You gotta
better.
show
We got
me.
good restaurants.
Let's look at this program because, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in person. The fan base, the venue,
Mm.
your home building is something.
Yeah.
What did you think of Rhode Island before you started these conversations, as opposed to what you think of it now? In other words, what's possible that maybe you didn't see at the first glance that you now say, yeah, it can happen?
Well, I think watching Rhode Island over the years, you can take it as far back as you want to take it. Decades, decades, and decades. The coaches that have been there have all brought in terrific talent. From Coach Penders to Coach Herrick to Coach Skinner to Coach Barron. If you look at Coach Barron's time there, great players. And then Danny and even Dave Cox. I mean, had really good talent. It's always been a place that's attracted good basketball players. And as an opponent, you go into the Ryan Center, fans are crazy. I mean, they got a great venue. It's a beautiful place to play. And you say to yourself, why can't we win? Now, after being there, I never knew what an unbelievable area it is. to be in the community. You know, whether it's from Newport to Narragansett to up to Providence. It's a beautiful area. The school, terrific, great vibe. And, you know, to me, it's a much more attractable place than I ever imagined, just in terms of being able to sell. But like I said, everyone who's been there is sold. They've done a really good job. There's been terrific players. So to me, it really comes down to being able to be at a place where guys can see themselves going and being successful. And I think they've done that in the past.
Now that you're back in the Atlantic 10, right? You had a lot of success there when you were at Dayton. Now that you're back in the conference, what is it the change in terms of how you're kind of approaching a program versus what happens when you're at a borderline blue blood like Indiana?
Well, I think, you know, there's two different, you know, philosophies of building a program. There's the one that you want to build in your vision, and you want to be able to start it from the ground up, and you want to be able to see it through. And I think that's what we could do at Rhode Island. You know, when we went to Dayton, really good players when we first got there. Chris Johnson, Kevin Dillard, those guys were all going to graduate in a year. And in that time, you were going to bring in freshman classes, or you would get a transfer and you would sit them. And our plan was to be able to recruit, develop, get a few high major transfers. And by our third year, you know, we had a roster that at that time could really play with, you know, just about anybody, and it kind of went through. Now with the way college athletics is with the portal, with NIL, you know, I think it's a much different way to build a program now than it ever has been before. And I think the speed at which people want you to be good is maybe a little bit more realistic than it was 4 or 5 years ago when you said, hey, let's go in year 1 and year 2 and let's develop. You know, to me, you can build quicker. I think you can build quicker. I think you can build, you know, if you want to do it with all transfers, you can do it with all transfers. If you don't want to do it with all transfers, fine. But you have to be able to sprinkle balance that your roster can jump quicker, maybe than in years past. So I think we want to be about development. We want to be about a style that we stay with, that people get better in. But I also think you have an added dimension, and nowadays that the attractable impact players that you can get on a yearly basis are a lot different than they have been.
Well, let me ask you this. You talk about building a team, building a roster, right? When I think about your Dayton teams, what I think about are those kind of like tweener, big wing, combo four, like whatever you want to call them. Those like 6'6" guys that can play 3 different positions, make threes, score on the post. Who's going to be the guy you are? Who's that guy?
I think Brandon Weston and Malik Martin are both in that same mold of those guys that we had, 6'5", 6'6", you know, physical, can defend both positions. Brandon being younger than Malik, and, you know, really is a true freshman in basketball experience, but talented. So I think you have some of that versatility there. Jalen Carey is another guy that, like, he looks and feels like the guys that I've had in the past that have had success with the way that we've played offensively and defensively. But without question, if you look at the success we had at Dayton with Devin Oliver, Pierre, Pollard, you could have all 3 of those guys on the floor at the same time. That's what made us unique. I think we have to find a way to get there. And in particular, as we move past this season, that's going to be the change that we'll have to do it. But it's that type of style that we covet.
What are realistic expectations for this team in year 1? Have you thought about that?
Not really. You know, I really feel like from a quickness standpoint, it's one of the quickest teams I've been around. It's one of the quickest teams I've been around from top to bottom. We have a quickness about us where I do think that we can excel if we buy in on defense. And I think that quickness can go from defense to offense in a good way. I think that could be something that actually this team can really hang its hat on. And, you know, to me, that if you're good on defense and your defense to offense is good with that type of speed, you know, it can help you.
How do you defend free throws, Arch? How do you defend free throws?
Can you believe that?
Sean will every time. He thinks it's the greatest stat ever. I mean, for those not watching,
explain what it is. Explain what it is.
Archie's teams, and this was brought to our attention, I think, by Sean. We never would have known this. This is a
Well,
Ken Palm
only
stat.
he and Ken would be on the phone talking about
Right.
that.
He and Ken Palm talking about the fact that Archie Miller's teams over the course of his career have the best opposing free throw percentage.
You're kidding.
Swear to God. That's true.
What
That's
storm
true.
cloud follows you?
A lot of them. They were following
Holy
me this
hell.
morning.
Man,
They were following
That's the
me this
greatest
morning.
stat. You got to admit that stat is
It's gonna flip.
elite level.
We're gonna flip. We're gonna flip the numbers. We're gonna flip the numbers, and we're gonna go in a different direction this time with that.
What did you learn? What did you learn, or what was your highlight from working with John Fanta on Field of
Was it when
68
he fell out of
last
the
year?
chair?
Fell out of the
There were a
chair.
few, right?
Fell out of the chair.
Because you guys,
When I got the video of him falling out of the chair, I fell out of the chair. I could not stop laughing at
can
that video.
I tell you the first time, because I think I did the first show with you guys, maybe. Well, he did the first one at Champions, and then I did the first couple. And I was like, all right, you got to be careful. If you don't know these guys, you got to be a little careful how you're going to deal with them. So I called him the day of the show. I said, Fanta, listen.
multiple times.
Listen, I just want to make sure you're aware who you're working with here.
I was
all
in my
right?
boxers in my bedroom, and he's
and
calling
I
me.
was all worried. I was all worried
Right.
how you guys were you get done with the show, man. You're like, both of you. You're like, we want to work with Fanta every time now, every night. Put us on with
You're
them.
looking for when you're looking for a little bit of action. You're looking for a little energy. There's a twist to the boring, nightly
That's right.
news, so to speak. It's him.
My favorite part of that was that we were like, Fanta, look, it's the Millers, man. Don't like it's not. Don't go full Fanta. Give us like 60% Fanta. And of course, at the end of the first show, he leaves the stream. He walks over, he grabs a beer, and he's like, guys, it's Miller time.
and he chugged it.
He chugged it.
Well,
He did.
I had one Miller Lite in the refrigerator, and I was looking at it the day that I'm doing the show with you
Great
guys.
idea.
And I'm sitting there like, when else am I going to drink this? This makes too much sense. And then I started doing the show with you two, and I thought, will I have enough time to get my ass from the chair to the refrigerator and back? And then I listened to one of Sean's responses. I thought, I got 10 minutes. I could go to the bathroom. I could go to the bathroom.
That was a great
Probably
idea.
call my
Inherit that from
fiance
Sean.
and then come back, and Sean would still be talking
Oh,
about
my
10 pounds.
Yeah.
Adjusted
At
defensive
that time,
efficiency.
at that time of the year too, he was still doing his best to try to act as if he was a Pac-12
Oh,
guy.
man.
That
Brutal.
was out like after the
Finally,
second day of the
right.
season, right? There was
You
no
He
shut
gave
that
up.
down.
Yeah, he gave
There's
up
no
at that
Pac-12.
point. At
Let's
that
talk about Mr. Freeman, because you have been on record in the Almanac saying he's as
Whoa.
talented as any guard
He
that
is.
you've had in your program. Why?
He's one of those guys that loves to play and like could play all day, night, outside, inside. You name the game, he'll show up. He's that old school guy that like if there's a pickup game, he's going to be there. Loves to play. It's very competitive, but he is a live wire in terms of his ability to get where he wants to get to. Very few guards have the ability to get where they want to get to at any point in time. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's ugly, but he's going to get there. And if you watch him in games, especially as a freshman at GW, he didn't play like that. He played very uncontrolled, which kind of like gives you the impression that like he's gonna be a guy that can morph into the guy you need at times. But very similar player to Kevin Dillard back at Dayton in a couple of years that I had him. Can do it with the ball, can score, can pass, can play off the ball. To me, he has a chance to be a very good player with what we're going to do. He's got to change his system like every other guy, man. It's difficult, but to me, he's a potential all-conference type player.
All right. How much are you looking forward to PC, URI, PC,
Look at him. Look
the
at him.
battle?
He's like sweating over
Field
here.
of-
He's so excited.
Field of 68 is contemplating a live show from outside the Ryan Center
You
on
should do a
game
live
day.
show.
On game
You
day.
should.
What's the date?
December 3rd, I think. It's usually the
Might
first
work.
Saturday
Might work.
in December.
All right. All access.
All access. It's a 5 o'clock game.
Place will be.
Place will be
It will
jumping.
be.
Lubricated.
It will be.
Place will be jumping. I think.
Are you and Cooley gonna act like you hate each other?
No. Ed is one of the few guys that as you come up the ranks and you go through this thing, he's one of a kind guy. The job he's done there has been
Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
And they're going to have a new team this year. Just in talking, to him, like everybody, he's got another new roster, a lot of different faces. But that game, I remember talking to Ed when I wasn't at URI. He would always tell me, Oh, it's the hardest game of the year. Oh, it's the hardest game of the year. The hardest game of the year. When I go in there and then you talk to the URI people going to the dunk, it's like, oh, we got to go to the dunk. You know, so it's one of those games that I think to be a part of is going to be great. The fact that Ed's on the other side is a good
You've
thing.
been in a lot of rivalry games. Have you been in one where you're actually good friends with the other coach on the other side?
Yeah, I think
it's a weird dynamic, right?
It is. I really knew Chris Mackwell when he was at Xavier Dayton early before the Big East merger and all that.
True,
That was weird. That was very uncomfortable. Weird. Dayton Xavier's a very unique at that time, still very unique rivalry.
I wish it came back.
I don't think it'll come back.
It won't.
I don't think
It won't come back. But I wish it did.
It was. I'll be honest with you. If you've ever been in that Dayton Xavier game at UD Arena or Cintas, I mean, it's as good as it's going to get. But I think, the Atlantic 10 Big East in state, Providence, Ed having his program where he is, it'd be a great environment for us this year, obviously, to be a part of. And, it's something that I think we look forward to.
What's the biggest thing you learned last year sitting out?
Well, I tell you, I mean, you can take that a lot of different ways and say you learned a lot of different things. I think really, to be honest with you, the thing that I learned probably the most about being out is you got to have some balance. And you have to, with that balance, you have to, not just look at that balance as you need balance as the coach. Your program needs balance. Your program can't just be about practice 100 miles an hour every day. You can't just be about the games every day. There has to be a balance to how you interact with your team. There has to be a balance with how your team feels when they come in the gym. There has to be a balance to your place that has, some perspective that, it's a long year. It's a long 12 months every year. And to me, you have to put the brakes on at times and, to be honest with you, ease back. And I think just how you communicate with your players every day, how you want to play the game of basketball, how you want to teach it, you learn a lot of different things over the course of the year. But I would say this, that like balance as a coach, sometimes everyone says coaches need balance. Programs need balance. I mean, you can't like kind of operate as a person one way and then run your program as another one. Like you got to have that, to me, that what you kind of say is what you mean, what you believe is what you are. And I think your players and your staff, to me are going to be a reflection of you. So I want our program, especially here moving forward, to have a lot of balance with what we're doing.
Doing a year of media, essentially, did it change the way that you kind of view the job? Does it change the way that you do things?
100%.
It better have changed the way you view the media.
100%. 100%. Well, first of all, the media is hard. I mean, it's a hard gig.
He realizes it now. You remember that first night?
It's a hard gig.
First night.
It's a lot of work. I mean, it's like anything. If you want to be really good, it's a lot of work. Like the job that you guys do to put that on in year one, to get that up and running, that's a 24/7 deal. So you got to you're changing on a dime. You're trying the game. You're live. You got a lot of stuff going on. You got to really work at it if you want to be good. And but I also think just enjoying talking to the coaches and listening to the players throughout the course of the year and kind of interacting with them and just kind of seeing that, like, this has to be a positive at any point in time in your coaching career as you move forward. The media has to be a positive. It just does. It has to be a positive. Even if you hate.
Do you regret?
No, I just think
how you operated with the media before, because you weren't bad, but you weren't touchy feely. That wasn't you.
I think that's probably it's not me. I think you have to be yourself.
Yeah.
And I do think sometimes you look at it as a necessary evil.
Thanks. We appreciate that.
I don't really look at it as a necessary evil anymore.
Yeah.
And I think I look at it much more along the lines of something that you have to be able to generate positive momentum. And the one thing I will tell you, if you ask me that question one more time after you keep talking to me, what did you learn in year out? You have to control narrative.
Right. Yes. You can't let it control you.
And you can't sit idly by at times and say to yourself, I don't care. It's not me. It's not about what it's about. No, it is what it's about. You have to be able to control narrative. And I think that just being with you guys over the last course of the year, watching games, talking to coaches, seeing how much fun you can have with it, give me a different perspective.
Well, it was a pleasure to work with you. I mean, greatly
we had a
enjoyed
blast.
it.
I was hoping that the
It was-
microphone that I set Dauster would have been dipped in like bronze. And it would have been like a gift.
We'll work on that. We'll work on that.
I was setting it in a UPS.
Never to be used again. That's right. We'll
I know you
retire
didn't
it.
get, I know
right?
you didn't get Sean's back. I know you didn't
I
get
think he
Sean's.
probably did.
No, he did.
He probably did.
Wow.
Yeah. His wife. It wasn't Sean.
No, there was no way.
There's no way Sean put that back in
Back in the
mail.
box?
No chance. Right?
He didn't put it back in the box.
Well, listen,
The
it's
best was when Prom sent it back. He took everything apart. Like every single screw was undone. Everything was apart, and he just wrapped everything in bubble wrap and threw it all in a box.
good
Like,
for
the
him.
box was
Good. Hey,
huge.
you got it all
I
right.
got it all
You
back.
got it all.
I had to reassemble
Nice.
everything. But
Listen, it's good to see you here.
It's good to see you guys.
You know that.
Hey, I think,
And,
you know, the partnership too.
yeah. Yeah.
Partnership with the Atlantic 10 is a great thing.
you got it done. Listen, you should get a little commission from Dauster.
I was
Off
late
this
this
thing.
morning, so they probably
yeah, I wiped
you
it
know,
off.
They're gonna be upset with you.
But I think, you know, one of the things that's very unique in college basketball, spending some time with you guys last year, you know, how many times did we sit on there and go over the Atlantic 10 games or scores or whatever? You know, from November and December, when you have exempt
Yeah.
events,
Gotta win.
everybody's on
Gotta
the
win 'em.
stage.
Mhm.
But when you get to like January, February, it's unbelievable basketball players, coaches. So I think, you know, us being able to be a part of what you guys do, it's going to give our league a lot of exposure that's needed.
Yeah, and we wouldn't be here otherwise. I mean, we would honestly, we wouldn't if it wasn't a league that we felt good about, that had so many good coaches, so many good players, and you know, again, a lot of it proximity wise is great for us too. So
Yep.
we'll get to Narragansett. We'll get there.
Oh, I'm coming.
Mhm.
You heard it. I will see you.
Fantastic.
I'm actually. I
will
told
see
my
you
wife
soon.
to already look for an Airbnb for a couple nights at the end of October. So
He
I'm
doesn't
gonna-
want you there for a couple nights.
I'm going to hit
It's
you.
like a
Well,
day
I'm
trip.
not going to see him for
Come
a
in, come
couple
in for,
nights.
come in
I'm
for
gonna-
lunch.
I
Come
got
in for
some,
lunch
I
and
got
get
some
out
air
of here.
mattresses in the garage.
There you go.
Thank
My
you
wife's
for
not
stopping.
going for that.
Thank
Yep.
you for stopping. We'll see
Thanks,
you
Archie.
soon.
Yeah.
Fellas, we'll see you guys, man. Always good to see you.
There he
Likewise.
is.
Thanks, Arch.
There he is.
Great to see you, man.
Archie
Good
Miller.
seeing you, man.
Coach. See you
Fanny,
soon.
you better come down there and see me. Stop.
Yep, I got to put on the
We'll make
blue.
it
I got to take off the black and white over
you
there,
really
and
will.
yeah, that's right.
It's going to be hard
That's
for
right.
you.
I'll be.
It's gonna,
That's right. I went a little bit Rhode themed today. I did. And we'll see if Rhode Island. I think it's fascinating to see the coaches that come into this league,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And the programs that come into this league. The newest addition to the
I know.
Atlantic 10 Loyola, Chicago. Drew Valentine is with us. And we are live, so you got a hot mic. And Drew,
Can I ask the first question?
fire away.
You're a shoe guy.
Yeah.
See that screen over there? We can see it. Show them off. What do you got on?
We got the Cactus Jacks. These are the I forgot what these are called. These are the last ones that dropped, the Travis
Like
Scotts.
The whole.
So
Mm-hmm.
big neutral guy, big fashion guy.
Yeah, looks good.
You know,
looks
neutrals.
good.
Okay, so funny story. I'll give you guys this. So I talked to my AD. So my AD, you know, Steve Watson,
Yeah.
he was the AD at Bonnie's long time. And so I asked him on Tuesday, because I don't want to wear shirt and tie. I mean, like you guys.
Me
you
either.
know.
I haven't worn a tie.
I mean, I don't want to wear a suit ever. So I'm thinking. So I asked him the other day. I'm like, "Yo, it's good if I just wear the quarter zip. Is that what do people normally wear to A-10 Media Day?" And he goes, "Yeah, no problem." So I of course don't pack one.
Really.
So I have a quarter zip. If you can see my SID, Bill Behrens, he's carrying around my quarter zip when I came in here. So I called Sean Kearney last night.
Yep.
You know, who runs obviously men's basketball for the Atlantic 10, and I'm like, Sean. Bill asked me if I brought, because he sent it an email. Obviously, I'm not looking at that right now this year. And he goes, "Do you have your suit ready to go?" And I'm like, "No." So I call Sean. Sean's like, "Hey, I got a jacket for you." And it literally matched my
No.
fit.
Seriously?
So
You
this
got
is
lucky.
Sean Kearney's jacket.
Wow, look at that.
Look at that. We're
That's
rolling with it.
impressive.
It's a little insider information.
No doubt.
Insider.
No doubt. Very nice.
That is something. And I can't believe how perfectly it fits
I
in.
know. What size? Do we know?
I mean, I'm normally like a
You look?
44 long. I don't even know what this is. It's got his name on the inside. Hey, I'm just rolling with it.
you may never give it back.
That's why I got like
Right?
I got like the polo one underneath. I mean, I'm just but we're
Looks
making
good.
it work.
You
man.
can make it work.
Man. You look good.
And it looks good to see Loyola Chicago in the Atlantic 10.
Right.
What's the excitement level coming into this league?
Yeah, I think our whole fan base is super excited about it. Our administration, obviously, is super excited about it. Our program, our players are really excited to playing a league of this caliber. I mean, you look at the teams in this league, the talented players in this league, the coaches. I mean, we didn't even know all the coaches that were going to be in here when we joined the league or said we were going to join the league last November. And so, I mean, it's a big challenge.
How'd you
for
find
us,
out?
And we're found out the day before our first game. So our first game last year was on. I forgot what we played Coppin, and my AD brought me in after practice like 6 p.m. and he goes, "Hey, this is going to be announced. I didn't want to tell you the day of the game. It got announced at 5 p.m. and we played our first game at 7 p.m. He's like, I don't want to drop this on you the day of your first game as a first-year head coach. So he told me the night before, and I was like, okay, let's roll with it. I was excited about it.
How much better do you feel about yourself right now going into year two? You don't have the same level of experience back.
Right.
So in a way, it's harder, more difficult because you have more question marks on your roster. But from your standpoint as a head coach, what did you learn? What was the biggest thing that you took away from last year?
I just feel a lot more confident in knowing what it takes as a head coach to prepare your team to win championships at a high level. Obviously, we didn't win a national championship last year, but we were able to compete for a conference championship and win a conference tournament and go to the NCAA tournament. I mean, as a first-year head coach, I think you just question a lot of, am I doing enough? Am I doing too little? Am I doing too much? Am I overloading my team? Am I communicating right? Like, everything you do is question marks. And then you kind of go through that again when you get new players. You got to relearn the best way to communicate with your new players and what stuff to run to maximize how you're how to win games and stuff. So, but I just feel more confident in being definitive in making those decisions out there on the court and every single day, recruiting, all that.
So you guys lose Lucas. You guys lose Ugwak. If I pronounced that right. And your program was one. It felt like, correct me if I'm wrong, identity was kind of defense, right? That's what you guys were. You were going to go out there. You're going to beat everyone. If it ends up being a 55-50 game, right? Like, you're going to find a way to get it done. Yep. I don't know how you can be that same level of defense when you lose two guys that are that good. So how do you navigate that? And what is the pressure going into a league as good as the Atlantic 10 is?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it all the time. Like, we think we do some good stuff scheme-wise, some tricky stuff. I mean, not zone, but man-to-man, some stuff that really puts pressure on people to try to figure out what we're doing. But I can't do that if I don't have experienced players that are completely bought into it and are good enough to execute that scheme. So we've tried to put our players now in a position where they can do some tricky stuff. And I think one thing that we've been able to do, we've gotten our players better defensively. I mean, if you looked at Ugwak, obviously he was a role player on a not as good team in 2019, his first year, but he wasn't a great defender. And then all of a sudden he turned in Tate Hall, who ended up being an elite defender for us last year. His first year, I remember when obviously I ran the defense, we'd be doing scouting and Coach Moser we'd be like, man, who can we hide Tate on? And so I think we help our players get better individually, smarter, but they're all tough. They all have high IQ. We recruit a certain profile of kid. And when you're tough and got high IQ, I think you got a chance to grow and become a better defender. So we've been trying to challenge them. It was beneficial for us to play our foreign tour that we played in France, for us to get some in-game action. So now going into the season, we're trying to do some more tricky stuff in practice with them.
You talk about recruiting a profile of a kid, certain things that you look for. How do Sheldon Edwards and Bryce Golden, Edwards from Valpo, Golden from Butler, how do they fit that profile, and what are they going to do for you this season?
Well, they both wanted to be here for the right reasons. I think in the transfer portal, it can get a little tricky because a lot of players go somewhere where they want to coach. I want to go somewhere where I want to play my game, or it was just really they are leaving for a certain reason, and then they're going to a certain school because they feel like it's all about them. That's what we've seen with the money figures that are getting thrown out. It's very individualized and very just about them. Those two guys came here for the right reasons. Sheldon Edwards came to Loyola, okay, because he played against us for 2 years at Valpo, and he had two amazing games versus us past year. Scored over 20 points, or last year scored over 20 points, and it was all ISO. And he's 6'4", athletic. He can obviously score with the best of them. Was all bench team, was all freshman team, and wanted to be at Loyola because of our defense because of how tough it was to do that. And he knows that he's got to get better at that if he wants to play at the highest level. And so he came here for the right reasons. Bryce Golden came here because he saw what his brother was able to do at Richmond. He saw the culture that those guys had, Gilliard and his brother, and just all the different people that they had, the culture, the way they did it, and the style of play that they played in, and the league, that they played in. So those guys came here for the right reasons. And so you can coach guys hard when they come for the right reasons because they're bought in, they're invested. And I'm really excited about those two as well as our other newcomers.
How old are you now?
31.
All right. So tell me, like, coaching, especially last year, when you took over, you move over a seat and you're coaching those same kids. Was it difficult? Because you were kind of the good guy in a sense, weren't you?
I don't know about that.
All right. You were never the good guy. Probably true.
Yeah.
Probably true.
No,
but
I know
like the dynamic, I assume that'll be easier
Yes.
this year too with new faces.
Yes. No, definitely different. Like a guy like Lucas, for example, like I was his guy, right? After every game, he knew that we were watching film. He knew that after practice, I was the guy shooting with him. And then all of a sudden it goes to him working with Patrick Wallace, one of my assistant coaches, or Amara Morgan. And so that was different for me because I think that's one of the things I had to do as a head coach is start to delegate more. I've really been trying to do that. I've been trying to let my assistants take over more in practice, especially because I had 2 new assistants that were new to the program last year. And last year, I think I tried to take on too much. This year, I'm trying to, let them do their job so they can help me help our program.
31. It's crazy.
Is it difficult? Like you're not that far removed from an age from some of the redshirt seniors yet. You got a 6-year senior, 24, 25 years old. Like
it was that way last year. I mean, when I got the job at, I was 29 when I was named head coach, and we had Tate Hall and Keith Clemens that were both 24 last year. So I'm on 5, but it helps, man.
It's got to be an advantage.
It helps, man. Like. We can chop it up about sneakers. We can chop it up about, life. We can chop it up. I got friends that are current friends that are playing in the NBA. I can talk to them about what it takes. I can bring those guys into the program. I can talk to them about, fashion. Like I said, I can talk to them about different restaurants they might want to take their girlfriend to, and some places that I might, like in the city, they're probably going to like in the city. So it just creates a good relationship with the players.
How about Drew? Drew's only been in New York, by the way, 3 times.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. How insane is that?
Insane.
Never leave Chicago.
Got
to get out.
Man.
You got to get
Best
out.
city in the country.
Well, in the warm weather months, I'll give it to you.
For sure.
All right.
Summertime shy.
That's right.
I wanted to ask you this question because being 31 years of age, like early in your career, everybody asks, what's your 5-year plan? What's your 10-year plan? I'm like,
we hit Fanta with that all the time.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing in 5 days. Just be good at what you're doing, and then you see what happens. Like, what would you say to the coach who's 25 at the end of a bench or at a mid-major, whatever it might be, that's thinking like, yeah, I want to be Drew Valentine, but his time could come whether he's 31. It might come at 39. It's not an insult on his ability, but it's just sometimes how the industry works. What are your thoughts on that whole situation?
I mean, you said exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. I mean, be present and be great where you're at. Just like in whatever role you're in, like crush it. When I was a GA at Michigan State, I tried to be the best. There's some people on their staff that might say I was one of the better ones to come out of there. So many impressive ones that, the tree is ridiculous, but I tried to be the best. Or when I was an assistant, I tried to be the best assistant coach I could be. And like you said, just crush that role and then never take a job for money either. You guys all know that. Don't make that be the reason.
This one with us.
Exactly.
I took it for money. That's it. Why else would I be here?
Exactly. But just be present and don't worry about that because everything will fall into place if you're, doing what you're supposed to do and treating people the right way.
How good can this team be this year? I mean, is it I don't know, rebuilding is the right word. You never want to say rebuilding, especially at Loyola Chicago, where you guys have been so good lately. But do fans need to have a little patience this year?
I think it might take a little while for us to get to where we need to get to be a championship level program. I mean, last year we were, in the top 25 in December. Last year and the year before that, we were a top 10 team in the country. And so because of the experience that we had, because of the returners that we had. I think this year is a lot similar to how we were in 1920, where we had 6 newcomers, but we had Cam Krutwig and Lucas Williamson, kind of as the returners, but we had to recruit Keith Clemens and Braden Norris and Tate Hall and Ahir Ugwak. Like those guys kind of all grew and ended up being great players within our program. And we recruited Marquise Kennedy that year as well. And so I think this year is similar to that. And also that year we ended up winning 21 games. It was the COVID year. We won 21 games, and we were playing for the conference championship. Northern Iowa had to beat Drake at Drake for them to, so we came in second in the league that year, but it wasn't pretty at first. We lost at home to Coppin State. We went on the road to Furman and lost by 20 at the beginning. Not saying I think this team will do that, but I think
there might be a few.
Yeah, we gotta remain healthy, and we gotta just stay with the process. And then I think what we do will eventually start to be seen out there on the floor.
What is the role of? I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off, but real quick, going along those lines, Braden Norris has been around forever, right? what is the value in having a guy that's going to be playing that position on a team that is going into all of these new? It's a new league. You got new people at different positions on the floor. What's the value that he brings?
He's got another year too, by the way.
Everybody's got another year.
But I mean, you guys know, man, guard play, that's what wins in March. That's what wins in college basketball. And that's why I think this team has a chance to be really good, because our backcourt, Braden's 51-13 in 2 years, and Marquise Kennedy 72-24. Those guys are winners, man. They know what it takes. They've not only won in a league. I think there's some programs around the country that win a lot of games in their league, but these guys have done it in the postseason. These guys have done it against, we've had 6 Power 5 wins in the past 2 years, pretty much. So these guys have done it at a high level. They know what it takes, and so we're going to rely on them heavily. And Braden, he's so tough. I can't describe to you just how much his leadership every single day. Like, I literally don't have to coach him because I have to pull him back from being so hard on himself. He's like the hardest working kid. He's about the team. He doesn't care about getting the glory. But he gets the glory because of his mentality, his approach, and I'm blessed to coach him, man. I'm happy I get him for this year and next year.
Here's my question about coming into this league. Give us a peek behind the curtain, because you talk about delegating things to your staff. How have you gone about over the summer watching tape of these programs, and how many hours would you say, or how many minutes have you watched of each of these teams that you're now going to see potentially multiple times a year and all that?
I haven't spent any.
I expected that. I actually, because of the turnover.
That's why that was the
it's
reason.
Like you're wasting time, right?
Yeah, that was the main reason.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see the turnover in coaching and with the rosters, just to see now I will.
You got to get the secret scrimmage.
Oh,
tape.
no.
That's what you got to get.
Maybe I'll.
I don't give the tape. I just give who they're playing.
But I'll as the games are on TV or as they're on streaming or whatever.
Right.
Like, I'm not gonna. Last year I started doing that. I watched a lot of A-10 games. The different networks and the different days. I know the Friday ESPN. I know it. So. I've been trying to stay tuned to it and
look, you've got Chicago, you've got now the pedigree of the program, the deep March runs. In other words, any kid you talk to knows Loyola, Chicago.
Man, Fanta.
It's true.
It's true.
It is.
It's true.
You're good, bro.
It's true.
It means you better get players. That's what that means.
Well,
there's
how
a
do you
little
do
pressure
that?
on you.
Pressure, man.
Otherwise,
Pressure.
Sister Jean's going to be coming after you.
For sure, man. For sure.
And then does this league just add another?
It does.
Topping?
So what this league really does for us, it really helps us. I think we are already. If you look at who we've been recruiting and the way that it's kind of went up and who we're going against in recruiting battles. It's easy with you guys as partner verbal commits to track and see who people are getting recruited by and offered by. So I think we've been recruiting at a A-10 a championship level. We got to get better and continue to grow and get better, but we put ourselves in position. That's why I think we've had success postseason play. But what it allows us to do is East Coast wise. I think we've really been able to tap in with, Boston area kids or DC area kids or New York, or we've really been hitting the East Coast hard. And so,
that means you better call me when you get to Boston. All right.
I should.
And as you can tell, the traffic around here.
Oh man, it's a beast.
Yeah.
It's a
Not
beast.
good.
I'm used to that though.
Chicago that bad?
Yes.
Not like New York.
Not
No
like
way,
New York.
No
though.
way.
We got
Nothing's like
Lakeshore.
New York.
We got Lakeshore that's always moving pretty much.
But you know what? Not like this. This is the worst.
Thin or deep dish?
I like deep, man. I'm a deep dish guy. I mean, there's a ton of different. I mean, so many different spots, but
Man, it will just whatever.
You know
it
it's
doesn't
not-
matter.
you know it's not
Thin,
pizza,
deep,
right?
New York,
yeah,
Chicago.
I agree. What do you
right?
like? What do you think?
It's
It's
like
That's
it's like
right.
tomato and cheese casserole.
yes,
It's delicious.
Yes.
But it's not pizza. If you can't pick it up
Here we
and
go.
fold it in half,
here
it's not
this so
pizza.
but you
much.
can though.
who-
If it's hot,
It's good. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I will
You
eat an
can't talk
entire
about culinary
deep dish.
with him.
Oh, my
I mean,
goodness.
no
Entire
feel.
deep dish.
No feel. You have
so
no feel.
what are you? So what are you? So what are you?
Thin crust.
Thin?
Thin crust. Yeah.
I am too. I am
Yeah.
too. I mean, you grew up in
Whatever.
Boston. You got
Okay.
like that's all we got.
It's like in
So
college,
basically you
I
guys
gotta
are
ask my
biased.
favorite beer,
We are
whatever's
biased.
on the table, whatever's in the fridge, whatever they put on the table.
The cold ones.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Chicago, you can't
Can
go
you
wrong.
can you give us your favorite Tom Izzo story from
Oh.
when he absolutely laid into you as a GA?
There was a time. I'll give one. There was a time where, so I used to obviously when I was a GA. My first year there. It was when we were number one or number two preseason. It was Kentucky, and then Jabari Parker and Wiggins played right after. But we played Kentucky number one versus number two. They had Randall, Harrison twins, and all that. So I met a bunch of NBA people that year. So then going into my second year, we weren't as highly touted. It was the year my brother's junior year. We went to Final Four with Travis Trice when he led him to the Final Four. But so we had Brandon Dawson was one of the seniors that year, but I was cool. I was getting cool with a lot of NBA people. And so after one of our fall practices, like at this time of the year, I was having a conversation with one of them, and I literally didn't tell anybody. But somehow Coach Izzo found out that I was talking to him and that the guy told me some stuff about one of the players. And Coach Izzo asked me in front of the whole team, he brings it up and asked me to repeat, get the message across in another way. And I was trying to, because as a coach, when you're an assistant coach, you want to be on the same page as your head coach. But I didn't talk to coach ahead of time. So I was trying to think about what the scout told me. So he asked me, and it was like quick. He's like, Drew, what did he say about him? And I was like,
What am I
he's
supposed to say here?
Shooting it great. And he's like, no, he did it. And then got mad at me because I just didn't. But coach is the best, man. I'm texting with him right now as we speak because I'm trying to just figure out how to be a better coach. Anything that I do, any issues that I have, any situation that comes up, I call. He's one of the first people I call. And literally, I'll show you this text that he sent me.
He was watching the field of 68, and what he said was,
he
make
literally
sure you bring
sent
your
me.
own blazer.
Look at what. So he had media day yesterday. Look at how long this text is with Coach Izzo. I mean, he's literally the best.
When
And
we
he's-
went
so-
out, when I took my daughter out to visit Michigan State, you know how long he sat with us for? An
Probably
hour
2
and
hours.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Just and never talked about basketball to me. He was legitimately recruiting my daughter to go there the entire hour and 15 minutes. No, there's nobody like Izzo. Nobody like him.
I mean, just he'll give anybody his time. He's so blue. He's so down to earth. He's the same dude, man. I wouldn't be here. My family wouldn't be where we're at without him.
That's just it, Drew. Yesterday at Big Ten Media Day, he sits at that table. And Tom, anytime he sees the media, here's what you can say about Tom Izzo. He is always going to tell you how he feels about a situation.
Maybe too much.
And that's a welcome sight, though, in a world where so many coaches put up a guard.
Right.
And we're human, too. We're human, too. If you have success, we're happy for you. Like that, at the end of the day, it's the truth. And I just think there's not enough guys like Tom. So it's really
But as
cool.
they get
that
older, that's the difference. So Tom's ahead of the game in terms of he's done it at a younger age. Usually it took some of these guys, Patino, Calhoun was great. Boeheim. It takes him maybe a little bit longer. Tom's been like that really forever.
Yeah.
He's been comfortable in his own skin. Now you gotta dance around the NIL thing a little bit now. Like I'm sure he does. He can't be completely honest what he wants to say.
Right.
If he did, he would never get another recruit. So he's got to be a little bit careful there. But anyway,
but not to give anything away, and not that I'm looking for it, but he said at media day, he has no plans to go anywhere. And you're texting with him right now. Like in the midst of all these other coaches who are saying, I'm out, What would you say about Izzo? It sounds like he has no
Nah.
plans.
Where's it going to go?
Everybody-
Right, where's it going to
Yeah,
go?
everybody asks me all the time, man, he's going to do it until he absolutely can't. The energy, I mean, you guys have been in practice with him. I mean, he's on it, the way that he commands the room, the way that he holds everybody. This is awareness, his recruiting energy level. You see what they're doing on the recruiting trail. He's crushing it, and lucky to be a part of the family.
Last one. Who's someone we have not talked about here that could end up being a big factor in what you do?
I think St. Thomas. He's a guy that was a highly touted, highly recruited guy that has really grown over the past year. He's really matured the right way. I think he'll have like a Lucas Williamson type jump. We've had a lot of different personnel coming through Chicago. That's a benefit to being there, and people have been really impressed with his play. I mean, he's a big wing, 6'7", 6'8", really shoots it. He's really gotten better defensively. His mentality and approach, he's so bought in. My dad actually came to practice last week. And my dad was like, man, Saint's totally bought in. And, from a coach, from, the way that my dad has done things, I think that's a great compliment to him. So Saint, I think he's going to have a big role for us. And he's talented enough to be a starter level on a championship level team.
Heck of a name, too.
St. Thomas. Hey, actually, Zach Levine named his son St. Thomas Levine, too.
Did he really?
How about that?
Wow.
There you go.
Through
Well, listen,
Valentine. Best of luck.
Yeah,
this
thanks
season.
for stopping by. Appreciate it. Good
Thank you,
to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And next time, bring your own blazer.
Oh, yeah, I will. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Drew.
Yeah.
Great to see you. There he is, Drew Valentine, the head coach of the Loyola Chicago Ramblers. Your thoughts on them entering this league?
Yeah, I mean, listen, great addition for the league. Bringing a Loyola Chicago with a young, up-and-coming star of a coach, and Drew Val. I mean, I've known him since he was a GA, and he's got all the makings to be a star in this league or wherever. Probably, honestly, you could look at Drew Valentine in 10 years and say, this guy could be the head coach of a top 10-ish program in the country in 10 years.
I mean,
Wouldn't surprise me.
He's got the personality, he's got the charisma, and he's won.
Yeah.
He's won.
Yes.
He's won.
Yes. Well, and again, 31, you know how to deal with. I mean, this guy's, how old are you now? 34. He's not 31.
Can't make much.
He's the grizzled veteran now.
Sir. Live mic, we are streaming.
That's right.
So
All right.
don't say anything dumb.
Don't rip on Dauster too much right away. You can wait. Build up to that. This is. Well, yes. Yeah. Look at how big it is. You think you read all this?
So when you buy it, does it come in print form? Or
It does not. I had to do it myself and then get it bound at Staples the other day.
Wow.
I can get you a copy if you want.
All right,
It'll only be $79.99.
we're in.
Something like that. I don't know. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah.
Doing well. Excited to be here. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, it's great to be
Doing
here.
this. This is
Great
awesome.
to be here.
It's
You
great
know,
to have you.
I've known Kimmy going back. Kim, how old were you when I first met you?
Maybe 17.
17, Notre Dame prep. This kid was,
Years ago.
nobody knew he would be the player, right? I mean,
Yeah,
You might have. You might have.
I didn't have high,
Right.
high recruitment for the most part until prep school.
nobody did at Notre Dame prep, right?
I mean,
Few guys. Their character might have.
yeah, I mean, Mike Beasley's pretty good.
Mike Beasley
Paul
is
Harris
good.
is solid.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It was a tough place, though. When did you think you would ever get into coaching, Kim?
No, I knew
Because I
I
didn't-
always wanted to be a coach. It was a foregone conclusion when I was playing in high school, college. I knew I was going to be a coach, NBA or college. I just thought it would be after a much longer career playing.
Yeah.
In the NBA, I had no desire really to play abroad. So the moment I got, out of the NBA, I started really, pursuing this coaching thing. And it took 2 years. And I played pro 2 years overseas. But over those 2 years, I really was intentional about preparing myself to take the leap in getting into coaching.
I noticed when you were talking in the off season about what the goal was here heading into this campaign, depth. Depth was the priority to acquire. How do you feel about the options that you possess?
Yeah, I love our group, and I'm generally pretty optimistic always about every team I've ever coached. But I devalued. I used to always say depth is overrated in games, underrated in practice. I played on a 30-5 team my senior year. We played 7 guys. But when you're building a program, depth is incredibly important from a standpoint of being able to hold guys accountable. And you can hold them accountable by taking them out. you know, and I had to let a lot of things that fell beneath our standard go last year just because our best players are on top 5 or 6. So I do think we address the depth issue, and, you know, hopefully it shows in how hard we play and how hard we consistently play to our standard.
So you mentioned that 30-5 Missouri team with Frank Haith. The thing that made that team so interesting was 4 guards, right? You were probably a shooting guard by nature. You're playing power forward on that team.
Love to say that.
Yeah, I love to say that. But you were.
Yeah.
You were basically playing the 4 for that group,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You look at
I
this,
still don't.
group you
Did he
have.
rebound like a 4?
No, I boxed out though.
Yeah.
I boxed out.
But so this team that you have now, you play 4 guards. Josh
Yeah.
can step out and make a 3. How much did that impact the way the success you had with that group? Did that impact the way that you view basketball? Or
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think obviously Jay Wright in about 04, what he did with that Nova team, Foy, Nardi, Ray, Lowry, I think was a big impact. And honestly, I think the next team was that Missouri team, what Coach Haith did. I think it impacted what Self did with Wiggins at the 4, that Notre Dame team with Pat Connaughton and Grant at the 4. I think it really did, you know, change a bit of the way the game was played in college. Yeah, we play a Devontae Gaines at the 4, you know, a lot. It gives us great spacing because those guys can shoot on the perimeter, and it also gives Josh Oduro space inside a lot, like it did Ricardo Ratliff on that 12 Missouri team. Yeah.
Looking further at your group, somebody that is identified as a potential spring ahead guy is Victor Bailey.
Yeah.
What have you seen from him in his offseason, and how much of a leap could he take?
Yeah, he's been great. He's my first ever recruit in coaching. He was a sophomore from McNeil in Austin, Texas. I was at Tulsa. We lost out to Oregon to get him. I ended up coaching him to coach against him for 2 years when he was at Oregon. I was at Colorado, and then I got to coach him at Tennessee for 2 of his 3 seasons there. Just really excited to get him back to who he was in that what year was that? The 21 season.
Yeah.
You know, he averaged 10 or 11 in the SEC. He's great for our culture. He's an incredibly hard worker, a great teammate, a good person. I think he's really going to return to form this year.
Fills a void with Schwartz leaving, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you can pretty much plug him in that role. Obviously, Deshaun is a lot bigger. I mean, he averaged 17 a game in the A-10 last year. Don't know if VJ will average that, but he can shoot it and he can score.
Oduro, what will be the difference from him a year ago to this? Everybody loves him in the league. Like every coach I talk to is like, he's the guy. He's got the highest upside. He produces and he's got potential. How does he make that jump?
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, as good as he's been, I've always said he's still just scratching the surface. You know, he's incredibly efficient. He's unselfish, and it's just a natural progression, right? It's the taking the jump again. Like it's almost one thing to do from what he did. He went from 10 points his sophomore year to 19 last year, led the league in scoring. But now, what are you going to do when you're being game plan for game 1? You're not sneaking up on nobody. We know this what it is. You know, so he had
got to make your teammates better.
A great
right?
off season, which he will do. You know, hopefully he'll take care of the ball better. I think he'll shoot even better from 3 this year. Got him some help inside. You know, we rode him. You know, like a third. I mean, I hate to use hyperbole, but we rode him. You know, and it's a physical league. You know, Davidson's bigs, Dayton's bigs, St. Louis's bigs, VCU, they send them in waves. I mean, I honestly, I could not tell you the 3-5 minute ahead. I'm coming. Ward and Deloach, and they just get so many of them, and couldn't tell them apart. You know, so getting Geneko Giacco from Virginia Tech, the continued development of Malik Henry. It gives us depth inside at the 5, which will be able to match up with the brute of the league, we think.
Kim, how do you balance that dynamic of you want to make sure you're bringing in transfers and you brought in power conference players that are now coming to George Mason versus what you're telling freshmen, how you be real with every piece that you've got without ending up in the hole of you made a promise to a freshman, but sometimes promises can't always be fulfilled in a college basketball marathon.
Yeah, it's not promise. It's just honesty of what it is. You're going to have an opportunity to come in and compete and be mentored by really good guys. I mean, it's no secrets. The roster that we're building, there is no, like, I will sit a fifth-year transfer for a freshman if the freshman is outplaying said transfer. A freshman won't play if the fifth year. It's not about any of that
About
stuff.
winning games.
It's about the best guys are going to play the most minutes, and everyone will develop. We wanted to address needs with transfers right away and start to build the program a lot like Dayton now, with young guys that are going to be giving us headaches for a long time.
He's done one hell of a job,
I
hasn't he?
thought he was the coach of the year last year.
No.
What he did with
Ridiculous.
the youngest team in the country.
Yeah, nobody saw that coming.
Kimmy, let me ask you this. So you kind of put your program on the map last year. You went into Maryland. You beat them in their own building, right? And then throughout the rest of the season, we got it right here. You finished under 500. You finished under 500 in the Atlantic 10. How do you go from being a team that obviously has those highs, right, to having the lows be better? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And again, these last however many seasons it's been with COVID, the last 3 years, it's like you honestly, well, the last two for sure, you take them with a grain of salt. We finished below 500. We didn't get to play Duquesne and Rhode Island because of COVID. Game against Coppin State gets canceled. We go and play at Kansas. So you're just trying to get games at that point, and good games as much as you can. But yeah, we had some great moments, and I think it attributed to the talent we have and what we were building. Beating really good teams like Dayton and Bonnie's and Richmond, and really good wins, Maryland. But still building the program, still building our program standards that are to answer the second part of your question. When you have those standards, it's enough for some of those games you're supposed to win, they say. So it's what you have when you're building it with talent and you don't have the depth, to play at that level consistently.
How much is NIL filtered down to the A-10 level, to George Mason specifically? I mean, we hear about it at your previous place.
It's
quite
good.
a bit, Tennessee.
It's been great. I mean, I think Josh Aduro, may have had a vehicle the day after NIL legislation passed. We have a group, the Patriot Nation Collective, that's doing a great job with our guys. Solidifying them deals with companies. George Mason does a ton. George Mason basically fuels the economic engine that is DC and Northern Virginia. We have 39,000 students, so it's kicking out a ton of alum every year, and it's been paying off with deals and money for our group.
As a former player who's now a young coach, are you conflicted?
No, I'm not conflicted at all. We can't be a country that thrives on capitalism and then say a whole faction of the population can't benefit from their name. But I just say that, Appalachian State went and kicked Texas A&M's butt in football. Right? Marshall went and beat Notre Dame. So as you're getting this money, as you're getting this NIL, you better make sure your focus is the same. I'm on record with our guys saying that I was incredibly hungry to make the NBA. And when I did, I let my foot off the gas a little bit, and was that because of some money? Did I get a little comfortable? Right? What if I had that money in college? Would I have still worked as hard? You don't know. So just make sure that they understand that there's still something to be done on the court. You don't want to, trip over dollars to get pennies right now.
It's a great point. No, that's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
Are these kids, it's great that they're getting money, but are they as focused? Are they making the right decisions, maybe coming out of high school?
That's on us. That's on us. That's on us.
A lot of that is, it's about the leadership and the people around them, the people that are advising them, right? It's one thing. It's great to have couple $1,000s in your bank account. That's not something that's going to get you more than, beer money when you're in college, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to retire off that.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
To kind of wrap things up on your team, what do you think ends up determining just how far your group goes? What are you guys looking at day by day that might be that swing factor for how far you can go?
Well, I don't know if this is a cliche, but defense and rebounding. How well we consistently guard, rebound, and take care of the ball. We were a solid offensive team last season, but turnovers hurt us. We want to get the ball inside more, but most importantly is us guarding and rebounding. And I think it goes to a point I made maybe somewhere else, but the collective camaraderie of the team is really important in this day and age with all these new players.
Yeah, better be.
How well the team is connected is really important. And I think you see that on the defensive end most.
So wait a minute. When did you first meet this guy?
2007.
That's when you were at Notre Dame Prep.
2007, 2010, this guy.
2010, you?
Yeah.
When we did our road trip back in the day, 10 years ago, Kimmy was the SID at Missouri. We couldn't get anyone.
He was everything.
He was
Kimmy
everything.
was not just he was.
He got us in.
Player, SID, coach.
Really?
Oh no, this guy was just so mature beyond his years in so many different avenues.
All right, I got to leave now. This is part
No,
of
but it's true. It is true. I mean, you're all dressed up. You look good.
Thanks.
Are you mad that Drew's now the youngest coach in the league?
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad.
He's got you. He looks a lot younger too.
No, I
by
love
the way.
it. I love it.
You know that?
I love it. Oh, he is younger. I am. I gotta. It's time to.
You got to coach him up a little. He didn't bring a blazer. He's wearing somebody else's blazer.
Sean Carney.
You like that, huh?
Former colleague
It's
at
pretty good.
Colorado. He looks. I knew I recognized that blazer. I sat on the bench next to that blazer. Colorado, UCLA, Sean Carney. So
Classic.
Kim, thanks so much
Thank you
for coming
guys.
by. Good luck this season.
Great seeing you.
Thanks,
Great
guys.
seeing you.
See you, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There he is, Kim English. George Mason, Patriots. Going to be interesting to see how these new additions come in. They did a nice job in the portal.
Yeah.
And they really did. Bailey from Tennessee, Ojiaku from Virginia Tech. And when they beat Maryland early in the season, I remember we were in our early days of After Dark.
Oh yeah,
and it was
The mic
fun.
is
And
hot,
now we
so
welcome
be
in.
careful what you say, okay? We don't need anything. I interrupt these guys all the time. I'm old.
he wasn't saying anything important.
Right.
Can I introduce him?
How old is he? I mean,
Am I allowed to introduce him?
go right ahead. Green
Right.
light.
I always introduce him. He's not Frank Martin, in the words of the late great Pedro Gomez. Francisco Martin. That's what he. I don't have the accent down, but that's what Pedro would always say to me. And you actually connected us.
Pedro's unbelievable. It's
Yeah.
I actually just texted with his wife 2 days ago. We're all on the board that she created for his foundation, and last year they called it the Pedro Palooza. It's an unbelievable event at the end of January out in Arizona, and it's raising money for scholarships for Hispanic journalists. And Pedro, you guys,
great.
you were his peer at
Yeah.
the company you used to work at,
Yep.
along with him, and it's unbelievable how respected he was within that company and in the industry of baseball. So it's
Think about it. How do you go through at that level? I always say this and not piss somebody off. Pedro did that, like literally went through and you never heard a bad word about it.
I've heard a lot of bad words about you.
Yeah.
half of them from me, probably.
That's very true.
We might get to those later in the
How about
interview.
Frank Martin at A-10 Media Day? Like, who would have thought Frank Martin at UMass? And I still haven't gotten an invitation. I haven't got my red carpet. Nothing in Amherst. I've got nothing. And he's given everybody free Antonio's pizza, but I've got nothing. Zero.
Hey, Rob, I've had guys come to watch practice already. I'm not even going to get into details.
Seth Greenberg.
I can tell you who one of them has not been.
Him.
Goodman.
Yeah, of course not.
And he's right down the block.
Listen, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to follow the words of wisdom of Seth Greenberg. It's going to be hard.
All right,
Oh,
let's take a right here and let's talk about the Minutemen. I am fascinated. I think it's one of the most fascinating storylines because UMass basketball having an upward trajectory would be a lot of fun because we know there's a fan base. We know that there can be a buzz. What is something you knew a lot about the institution, you knew a lot about the program. Now being inside the building every day, what's something else that you have found out, Frank?
Did you find out where your wife's dorm was?
Wow. No, I tried to avoid those stories. I've tried to make sure that we don't speak about those.
You don't need to hear that.
She don't need to know about my stories in Miami. I don't need to know about the stories back in college. From the outside, I remember watching. I'm a high school coach in Miami, and I remember watching UMass basketball in the 90s, and you can see a certain passion, not from the players and not from Calipari, from the building. Like, wow, like those people care about their basketball. But I'd never been in it, and now that I'm there, there's no doubt that folks are dying for it to be good again. There's a hunger for college basketball to be relevant in the state of Massachusetts. There's a hunger for a product that can have success and it's played a certain way. And here's something that people don't know because everyone talks about the Calipari years, rightfully so. Think about this. They won the A-10 regular season and conference title 5 consecutive years, both the regular season and the conference championship, the conference tournament, that is. But if you go back to the Jack Lehman days, they were unbelievably good. But back then, the NCAA tournament only had 16 teams and then eventually 32. So they were always in the NIT Final Four, NIT championship. It was hard to get into the NCAA tournament. And so there's a history there of that program being relevant. And I'm excited. I like building things. I wasn't probably cut to be the head coach at a blue blood, but I like building. I like showing up somewhere and working and having the world say that I'm stupid for doing the job and being bullheaded enough to believe that we can do this and trying to make it special. I don't know if it can happen, but it's happened before. And here's the biggest part. And I say this in all seriousness. For the last 18 years, I've been chasing Kansas and Kentucky as a coach. Those are the 2 schools that I've been chasing. I didn't want to go somewhere and be void of that opportunity. Our administration wants to try and make it that way again. And they convinced me that it was the right job, and I'm excited. And that all was going down on a certain night that, unfortunately,
the night.
Unfortunately, I'm good.
Did you know this?
See, Dauster and I
was on that night. Was it?
It was me, you, and Mike Boynton.
Right.
I was watching.
You were watching.
Yes.
So we were in.
Your
I was
Twitter
in a
was
hotel. Yeah, where was I? In a hotel in Buffalo for the NCAA tournament.
Yes.
We got you on. It was
the
hard.
second
We had to pay a lot of money to secure you that night. A lot of money.
Unemployed, I'm sure. I was begging, hey, check me out.
Frank had nothing to do. Nothing to do. And so we locked them in like probably a week and a half in advance. We're all set. And all of a sudden, this stuff starts happening with UMass. And I'm texting Rob. I'm like, well, we're not in a Frank tonight. There's no way in hell he's going to be on. Sure enough, I text you. You're like, I'm in. I'm like, what do you mean you're in? You're going to take the job. You're going to sign this deal tonight. What do you mean you're going to be in? You're like, no, I'm in. And then you can speak to this. The one thing you asked me beforehand.
Yeah, that's the only thing I said because it was very sensitive inside my home for my family. I needed to.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by
my
that?
daughter's was going into her senior year in high school, and I needed to make sure that she was at peace with me pursuing a job that would require her to be uprooted, and my wife, even though everyone says it's her alma mater, the whole deal. That's awesome. Our kids were raised in Columbia, South Carolina. We've been there how many guys stay in one place for 10 years?
Not a lot in this business.
And so my wife, I was asking her to uproot too. And they gave me permission, and it's the truth. I'd asked for the permission to speak. And then when Bamford convinced me, Ryan Bamford, my boss, when he convinced me, like, you're the guy and this is how we want to do it. So once my feelings were like, okay, and it's all this is happening right before we go on air. And I'm like, I'm good talking to Rob at 11 o'clock at night because we
I was gonna say, I don't-
both have shared a previous job that we engage in conversations at that time of night. But talking to this guy at 11
He,
o'clock,
he didn't know what I'd be capable
Oh
of.
my God!
But
You don't know where the conversation could go during the day.
no, it's
You're alone at
no,
midnight.
but I got to say this, and we joke around with each other a lot. And all due respect, the credibility that these guys knew what I was going through, and they never brought the topic up live. Because I've been with journalists that I trust. That when I've been live with them, they put me on the spot, and I've kind of looked at them like, really, man. We talked about this off air, and they respected that.
You got to have trust.
That
You gotta
meant a
have
lot
trust.
to me and my family. That moment was not breached.
Frank, we would do something on those shows where we would have Q&As from like the live chat on the YouTube chat. People could ask us questions. And the entire time, I don't even know if you knew this, the entire time, it was nothing but UMass fans be like, ask them about UMass, ask them about UMass. You're like, all right, I guess we're not asking any questions tonight.
Hey, the truth of the story is I got fired. I had nothing to do, and I didn't even know if I wanted to coach yet when they asked me to be on the show. So you get scarred. So you don't know if you want to get back in the saddle right away. When you get fired, there's a lot of people, players, coaches, assistant coaches, GAs that you let down. And now you have to worry about their families and their lives. And everyone thinks it's about the check that the school owes you. That's irrelevant. There's a lot of lives that are get ready to change when the head coach gets fired, and you got to manage that. And so I didn't know what I was going to do. And then, they asked, I said, of course I'll do it. Heck, Sean and Archie had done the show with them, and they both got jobs. I said, that's a good stage to be on. And Steve.
Yes.
I'm like, I'm in. I get
And
to
we
hang
count
out.
you. Even though you only made one appearance, we do use you to recruit.
Yeah.
All right. So just so you know, that one appearance, it's enough. It's like 5.5 innings in baseball.
All right. I want to ask you about this UMass team that you have
Yeah.
specifically. So you play a certain style, right? You coach a certain way. And when you bring players in that you've recruited that are know what they're signing up for, that's one thing. You're taking over a program with pieces in it that maybe didn't realize that they were going to go play for Frank Martin. So how do you navigate that? Is it a little bit of you kind of let them see a little bit? Have you gone full Frank Martin on them yet, or is it kind of you're in? This is what we're going to be doing. This is the way that we do it.
Don't scare me.
That sounds
It's
like
not Halloween. It's not Halloween yet.
That sounds like a late night show on HBO.
No, nobody needs that.
That's what I used the spring for when I got there, was to really, really spend time with those returning players. It's the new life of portal and transferring and immediate eligibility. It doesn't mean I said, let's go on the court. Let me yell at everybody so they can leave. No, it was about being honest with them. I was working them out and recruiting them at the same time. And the guys that decided to stay, I'm really proud of, and they've been great. And the new guys, the transfers we took, for the most part, are guys that we recruited out of high school. So I already had relationships with them and their families. So it was lucky. It was kind of with the transfers, there was an aligning of the stars. That they were leaving schools, and it's all guys that I finished in, just like when I got married. I was always in second place with my wife until the day she made the mistake of saying, all right, let's go out. And then she got stuck. That's the same way we
Poor Anya. Poor Anya.
Rasul Diggins, you mentioned transferred. He was Philly Player of the Year, I believe, his senior year in high school.
Yeah.
4-star guy, went to UConn, didn't really work out. What have you seen from him? Because at least from my perspective, there's a lot of expectation there, and I'm pretty excited about seeing him have that opportunity in the A-10.
Yeah, I think Rasul's a really good player. He kind of lived the difficulties that all highly touted freshmen live when they sign with an established program. RJ Cole would rip your heart out. Well, that's who he had to compete with to get on the court, and RJ's earned that job for 3 years. He wasn't giving that up. And, and these freshmen walk in and they think that, well, you guys recruited me and I was ranked 50 and I'm really good. And you told me how good I was. And what's going on? Well, you get left behind. And Rasul was very understanding of the unfortunate dynamic that he was part of. That's what and I knew him in high school, and his high school coach is a dear friend of many years. So I knew that Rasul had ownership in his wrongdoings at his time at UConn. And Danny's good. I mean, Danny's like me. He's and never once in the recruitment that Rasul said, man, Danny's crazy, man. I'm not. Because if he would have, I wouldn't have recruited Rasul because I'm the same way. But on the contrary, he was embracing of his part in the responsibility, and he learned a lot. And he's been really good. I'm really happy with Rasul. I think he's going to be a good player.
There's a ton of pop right now at UMass, you know, from the players you've gotten, your hire, everything like that. Is it too much too soon? Like, can you tell right now how good you guys can be? I mean, obviously, you've done a hell of a job so far in the portal with some of these freshmen. Do you have a feel for how good you can be this year?
I think we can be good. We're not there, and we're not close to being there. Think about my first year as a head coach. I have Michael Beasley and Bill Walker. Talk about expectations in a circus now. That was my introduction, and you dealing with Kansas and Texas and all them schools over there. And so I'm all for expectations. You know, Jeff, I was waiting to get here with you guys. I'm looking around all the banners, the school logos and all that. There's 4 schools that have been to the Elite Final Four. There's an additional different 4 that have been to the Elite 8. That means 8 programs in the Atlantic 10 are Elite 8 or better in the last 20 years. That's powerful, man. This league is so anytime, because I've been on social media again, I gotten off of it.
No, you've been on social media? I couldn't have possibly seen you on social media.
Trying to have some fun, man. You know, I'd been off of it for a couple of years, and social media to me.
The poor people that go at you on social media. That's all I got to say. Those poor people, you got to hunt them down.
It's better that than back in the day at 2:30 in the morning. That would have been bad for both of us.
No doubt.
Me and them.
We should have rules, right?
No
player rule. What's a player rule? Do you have one? Can't tweet after a certain hour, or no?
It's part of their life, man.
No, but
here's a short story.
I gotta have one for my daughter.
Well, I'm gonna give you a cliff notes. This is where I embrace social media. I terminated at K-State social media. I walked in the locker and said, nobody ever, I don't know it, I'm not on it. Yeah. If anyone puts anything on social media, you're done. I had a 5-star guy. Start Google Gaga crying, dinosaur tears, snot.
Come on.
Because I wouldn't let him go on social media. Quit the next day. And that at that moment, I realized social media is a powerful part of these kids' lives.
That's right.
So instead of acting like an old crusty, you know what? I got to understand it so I can help them manage it.
Right.
I don't want to lose good players because I'm an old crusty dude. And, by the way, I'm getting old. I've always been crusty, but I'm getting old. Oh, God.
How they go hand in hand.
Who do you think, when you look inside your building right now, who is not getting enough traction nationally that we at the Field of 68 can be aware of here today?
Wildens Levesque. It's not even close. Not even close. I mean, he's been with me for 3 years at South Carolina. His freshman year, he became a starter. If you go by stats, you're like, well, his stats. That team won 18 overall games, won 11 games in the SEC with him as a true freshman starting at center. COVID year is crazy. I'm not even going to go there. Last year, again, 18 more wins, 99 league play, playing his best basketball at the end of the season. He's a developmental guy that lost the end of his freshman year, that spring, that summer. The COVID year, we were like destroyed. We lost more practice time than any Power 5 school in the country. So for a developmental guy to not get the practices, it stunted his growth. He's taken a huge step forward because there's been consistency now for a year and a half with basketball.
And what's he mean defensively?
Oh, he's my rock. He understands. Like you hear coaches all the time say, good teams have players led and all that. Well, what that means is that when I walk in and I go full frontal, is that what he said? Full Frank Martin. When I walk in and go full, that's the show that I thought of when he said full Frank.
I don't want to know.
So when I walk in, I go full Frank Martin.
Tuesdays on HBO.
Full frontal.
Yo, no one's laughed in the last 2 years. Don't we have to laugh? Isn't that part? Everyone thinks I'm this crusty, nasty, miserable human
Could
being.
he play for you?
No, I wish he could. I wish he could.
That's a bit. That's a bit. We're going to come up to all access at UMass. You're going to have to go through a Frank Martin practice.
Yes. I'll be dead.
He hurt his knee playing first base.
I can't move right now.
Playing first base. How do you hurt your knee? I was a first baseman. How do you hurt your knee?
I'm
Did it
sliding in
happen?
the third. I'm trying to leg
Oh.
out an extra base hit. Something you never knew.
So he
Dude,
would
no,
make
that's true about that.
you were base. Hey, you were base to base.
I was Rusty Staub. That's
Hey, I want to know, before you took the job at UMass, what did Calipari say? Did you call him?
Yeah,
Did he give you his blessing? Did you
No.
need his blessing?
no, I didn't
Like
need
that
no,
mafia guy?
no.
Like
he thought I needed his blessing. He actually was awesome. He called right before I went on the show with you guys, and he called and said, "You doing this?" And I said, "Cal, I got to deal with my family." He says, "You need to do it." And I said, "Oh, well, I take the job in the middle of the night." Calls me early in the morning. He goes, "I'm so happy." He says, and this is the truth. He says, "You're going to walk in there and you're going to get pissed right away." I'm like, "Cal, I'm not you. I'm not trying to fight everybody, man. I just want to have a job and coach ball." He said, No, I'm serious. I said, "Why?" He says, "Because you're going to walk in and you're going to see that practice facility they have, the Champion Center, and
So
you're going to
nice.
say, I've been a head coach for 15 years in Power 5 schools, and I didn't have anything like this." And it's the truth. I walked in and I started looking around. I was like, "Holy cow. So this is what you call having a nice practice facility." And he's not, but yes. And then when I hired DK,
Oh, you call him again?
No, I called him first to let
Okay.
him know. And he goes, I know, you better do it.
That hire, listen, that one surprised me.
He's big. You know DK.
I know, and I know he's UMass, and
he's
I know
big
everything.
time.
I listen. I love it. I was just surprised by it. That's all. I was surprised that after being fired by UMass, by the AD who fired you, you were going to go back and be an assistant.
But that's who he is. When Cal built UMass, everyone spoke about Marcus Camby, about Dante Bright, about Padilla, Travieso.
DK.
He built it on the shoulders of
Mike Williams.
DK's selflessness. It's who he is as the point guard, and Lou Rowe's toughness. Those are the two guys that program was built around. Those two qualities, and that's who DK is. So here's a great story, and this is the truth. So when DK calls me, because we talk all the time, and he calls and he says, "What do you think about?" I thought he meant like he was moving back to Amherst because he's still on his home to come around. And he's like, no, I mean the job. I'm like, "Dude, you'd come do this?" Right. He's like, "If you want me to, man, you got me excited." So I said, "Let me call you back." So I called my boss, Manford, and I knew the deal between them two. And I said, Ryan comes to see me. He starts he giggles and he says, "I think it's a great idea." I said, "You think it's a great idea?" He says, he said to me, "If you don't have the ego to prevent you from doing it, right. I think it'd be awesome." And I said, I didn't think that was going to be the response. So when I finished with Ryan, I called DK. They met. They both called me. Says, "We're good." And that said a lot to me about both of those guys. And that's why it's an easy marriage. Yeah.
You know, I'm listening to you storytell, and Jeff is taking a victory lap for you being on the field of 68 and then being officially announced. Could one twist it and say you did one freaking show on the field of 68 and said, "I'm not going back into media. I'm going to UMass. I'm not working with Goodman for a year."
Done.
What you guys are doing is awesome. It's what you guys.
It's a blast, and the sport needed it.
But you guys there's run of the mill guys, and then there's guys. That's why I said the story earlier about that moment I was in. And then there's credible college basketball people, and what you guys are doing to start this function from scratch, built it during the difficult time of COVID, and now to partner up with our league to give this league needs a public identity. Yeah. It's too good to not have one. All the Power 5 leagues have. I said this the other day. I've been in the Power 5 because of television contracts and football. For the most part, all those Power 5 schools have a national identity. Then you got the Big East, rightfully so. I'm not here to criticize others. They have their identity. Our product is just as good as every one of them, top to bottom. We have to create an identity publicly, and you guys doing that means because it's credible.
Listen,
it means a lot.
I'm not sure we would have done it if it weren't for you coaches. You know, for you, for Arch, all these guys up and down. I mean, it's honestly, it is great young, old dudes, crusty old dudes like you, and young guys like Drew and Kim.
Fran Dunphy
You
is
probably
not-
recruited him.
Fran Dunphy is one of the nicest
Ever.
human beings
Like
of all
ever.
time.
Ever.
How can you call him old and crusty?
No.
like you can't.
I
do
actually
that to
called him
Dunphy.
young. I did call him
did.
young.
He
I
looks.
did.
He looks awesome.
It's so good to have him back.
Oh,
And
right?
the
he's
take-
good for young people.
Yes.
He's good
That's
for
right.
young people.
You are too. I hate to admit it, but you are too.
The take from Dunphy was that he might outlast him.
Yeah, yeah. He might. If I keep diving and sliding,
Can-
who knows?
Can I say something here
You can say
in defense of you two?
Yes.
It's on digital. So
When's the last time he lasted for more than one contract anywhere? So-
I think I did
so-
two with
Two?
ESPN.
So can we keep him around? Can I negotiate his second contract?
When they
for
sent
the
me to
68?
Lithuania, that was
That-
I'd had it. I'd had it. That
It's-
was it.
it's
LeVar
not,
in Lithuania, I'm out.
it's not you negotiating.
man.
Greenberg's going to negotiate
Oh,
your
yeah,
second
there you
deal.
go. There you
You
go.
know,
Let
that'll-
me know next time he comes to Amherst. Me, you, and
I just
Greenberg
walked,
at
I walked
Antonio's.
myself into that
Yeah,
one.
you really did. You really did. Yes.
Frank, good luck this year.
Appreciate you
Great
guys.
to
Frank.
have you
Thank
at
you so
UMass.
much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah, man.
Get that red carpet ready.
I'll have a slice of pizza for
All
you.
right, all right. Make sure it's warm. See ya.
Thanks, Frank.
Minutemen, there's a lot of promise.
Yeah, I mean, look at the new guys we've already brought in. Oh, another new guy.
new
Look
guy.
at
There
this.
Hey,
New guy after new guy.
Hey,
Yes.
yo, we got the lighting.
What's that? The ball guy. That's
Yo,
right.
we got
That's
the
right.
lighting
Ball guy.
situated.
Some of us don't have that issue.
How's the young guy in the league look like the crusty old bastard?
We use gel.
Are we
Oh,
powdering
man.
these heads before we get started or no?
What is going on? Yeah.
Well, let's jump right in. I mean, coming into this league, we just talked with.
Are you going to intro him?
yeah,
Who is? Tell the world who he is.
Wait, no
All
one,
right.
you don't
I mean,
know?
Not everybody.
Not
knows.
everybody
Mike
knows.
but he needs a Fanta
Joined by
intro.
a big
time.
welcome
Yes.
to the head coach at George Washington, Chris Caputo.
There we go.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
Good
Chris,
job.
thank you for joining us. And Robin, you were talking earlier this morning, jumping into this league, coming into this league. It's obviously a building job at GW.
Yeah.
How do you approach it? How do you attack it?
Well, I think what I've told people is, GW's had these pockets of success. And my job is to try to, recreate that, but then make it more sustainable, where it lasts for longer. Been in the Sweet 16, been in the top 10 in the country, been at large number of times, won the NIT. Can I get that back to where we're doing that over time, over years? And I think in my experience at both George Mason and Miami, where we were able to sustain success over 10 years period, both times, I think hopefully prepares me for that.
So you're in a city and you're in an area that has a ton of basketball talent, right? Like,
Yes.
How do you tap into that at GW? How do you make GW be the cool place to go when you're competing against the likes of Georgetown, the likes of Maryland, and the likes of VCU and George Mason, who are probably going after similar players? Like, how do you get GW to be that program kids are interested in going to?
Well, I think again, my experience, we're at George Mason. We had 5 starters from the state of Maryland when we go to the Final Four.
Mhm.
I don't have to introduce myself to anybody in the area. People have known for 20 years. And yet, this is a competitive area, right? I mean, you go to the high school open, summer camps in late June, and I'm at the Matha, and you're looking around and like, I think every school in the country is here watching these guys, right? And so, you're going to recruit those guys locally because they're going to understand the value of what a GW education is, right? They're going to understand the location and the proximity to home, right? But then, there's another piece to this in the world of the transfer portal where, hey, you're going to get some of those guys on the return. GW's done that in the past, whether it be Isaiah Armwood from Baltimore or Maurice Creek, guys like that are local that came back, and guys on my team now, Ricky Lindo and Brendan Adams, James Bishop. So there's going to be some of that. You hope to do some sort of blend, but certainly GW's name in the DC area is very, very strong as an institution. And historically, again, I think it's a place we're going to be able to do that.
And it's finding kids that
And they know that you bartended at
exactly
Tonic.
Yeah,
So that's
Tonic right down the street.
That's another thing in the media guide as well.
Yeah.
Huge, absolutely
Yeah,
huge.
the value though, it's something that it's easy for you to sell, like the value of getting that education, right?
Well, we look
Getting that
at,
GW degree.
we look at, it's a top 60 school in the country academically. And the way I would tell people is if you just start cutting down, okay, who's in the top 60, who's playing Division I basketball, who's in a multi-bid league, who's a private school. You're talking about 15 schools in the country that can say they're private that level academic, and playing in a multi-bid league. And then you top that off. Oh, by the way, we're in like one of the greatest cities in the world. I think we can make a compelling case to people.
You've been in the mix for jobs before.
Yeah.
You get this one, and you kind of had to wait for this one a little bit, probably longer than you wanted to. But at the end of the day, I think maybe it helps you. You appreciate it probably a little bit more than you might have had you gotten some 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah. And I also think, having gone through what we went through in the last 4 years at Miami, I think we're at the top of the league. And then, we have some lean years for different reasons and injuries. 2 years ago, we had the most injuries in the Power Five when we thought we had it back. And then to bring it back and go to the Elite Eight last year, I think that for me personally, learning so much in that process has better prepared me to take a job. Whereas I think maybe in the first 15, 16 years when we were kind of rolling with success, you think you're ready because you're having that success. I think when you go through adversity.
Yeah, what you did with the NCAA investigation and the FBI deal. Right. You get cleared of it all. But
when you look at who you brought in, I look at a transfer from Kansas State and Max Edwards, and it jumps off the page. What are you seeing him add to the table?
Max has been great. He was hurt last year at Kansas State. He really didn't get on the court to play until probably sometime in February. And so in a lot of ways, I view him as a freshman, not a redshirt freshman who had the experience, right, but a true freshman. If I looked at him through that lens, I'd feel like we have a really good freshman. He's a guy who, averaged double figures in EYBL, right? I think if you look at the analytics and you look and say, okay, the guys that average double figures in EYBL, what level of basketball should they be playing? What type of success do they have in college? It's at a high level, right? So that's something that jumped out at us. We didn't have film on him, obviously, from college, right? And that was one of the things. One of my assistants had recruited him a little bit out of high school. But yeah, Max is going to, I think, be a very good freshman in the league. Is he going to make a lot of mistakes like most freshmen do? Yeah, because again, he didn't have that whole year to learn under Bruce Weber.
So I'm looking at the almanac right here, which you can get 1999 in the description below on YouTube. But you have a quote.
Print it out.
Yeah, print it out. Look at something that big. We weren't kidding when we said 600,000 words and 412, whatever it ends up being. But you had a quote in there, and I love this quote because I think it's kind of funny the way that you phrased it. But I want you to elaborate on it. You said, "I don't know how to win, but I know how to eliminate losing." So can you just get that? One, it's hilarious that a coach would like phrase it like that, and two, just what does that mean? Like, how do you eliminate losing? What do you?
Well, I think you have to eliminate losing first before you think about winning. I mean, obviously, let's get this straight. Winning is all about the players, right? You've got to have really good players, right? No one's ever won without great players, right? As far as coaching, once you have good players, a requisite amount of talent to win, right? Then you've got to do the things that we know we'll lose, right? You've got to take care of the ball. Like if you don't take care of the ball, I know that'll lose, right? If you don't defend, if you don't get back in transition, right? If you don't rebound your position, if you don't share the ball, those are the things I think we can guarantee we'll lose if we do those if we do those things. So you try to start with eliminate losing, and then you build from there. And I think that's a football. That's like you hear about Belichick and people like that. That's a football term, but I think it's really true. It's Coach Knight. You say right. It's a mistake game, right? Whoever makes the least amount of mistakes. And so you try to eliminate those. I thought we did a really good job of that throughout the years, and we'll try to do it at GW as well.
In terms of who spearheads your backcourt, it's pretty apparent that James Bishop and Brendan Adams can be those guys.
Yes.
What do you see on a day-by-day basis that we just don't necessarily see?
Yeah, I would say as a new coach taking a job, you have some trepidation about what you're walking into. Who are the people there? Forget about their stats and everything like that. But like, what are they all about? And are they going to be receptive to my staff? And I couldn't really ask for a better group. I mean, I think James Bishop and Brendan Adams, I've coached a number of guys from Baltimore throughout the years. I think they represent all those characteristics. They're tough. They love basketball. They're in the gym all the time. They're both really high character guys. I couldn't have asked for a better, two guys to sort of lead us in that sense because they've been so receptive to everything we've tried to do. And it's going to allow us to then coach all the guys. If you can coach those guys, you can coach all the other guys. So they've been great. I mean, James Bishop loves basketball about as much as anybody. Brendan Adams, obviously his brother played in the NBA. His dad's a trainer. He's in the gym all the time. They love it. And those guys have played for a number of different coaches now, haven't been transfers, right? So I think the stability, hopefully, we can provide will be good for them. as
Is
well.
there, when you get these guys that are transfers that are I don't want to say like second chance players,
Yeah.
but when you get these guys that are coming in that have already gone through the recruitment phase, that already understand, hey, look, when you get to college, it's not going to be what it was when you were there on your official visit, right?
Right.
So when you get a chance to coach these transfers, is there, I don't want to say that they appreciate it more, but is it more like they get there and it's like, okay, now it's time to go to work. Now we got to find a way to win. Now we got to find a way to actually make basketball be the thing. This isn't going to be all official visits, fun, and whatever it is.
Yeah, I think there's a humility that comes with guys who are, transferring and they've done it for whatever reason they've done it. And now there's a focus, and they get older too, right? That's the other thing. Like we all know what we think the world should look like when you're 18 versus when you're now 21 or 22 and your priorities and how important the game is to you. I think, and again, for those guys, it's been good. They've been super receptive and there is a level of humility. I think if you're humble, then you can get better.
You're going to have to get a coat now. I mean, you haven't had to deal with like a jacket, anything you've been kind of soft.
100%.
Right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
now, it's not Boston cold.
DC
but,
doesn't get that cold.
Well, it's still
DC
colder than Miami. I mean, come on.
I think it hit 49 one time in my 11 years at Miami. So I'm not only do I have to buy a coat because I literally do not own a coat. I bought a Patagonia coat the other day, but also I don't have any clothes to wear outside of
just short,
the gear, right? So if you're going to go get something to eat or just walking around on a Sunday, I don't have a sweater. I do have jeans, but so one of the things
don't ask Dauster to pick out your wardrobe.
No, I've been
whatever you do.
No, you look good. I've been watching other people when they're walking around the mall or whatever. That's interesting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're sort of scouting that's a Henley. Okay, that's a zip up sweater.
running around taking pictures of people at the mall.
I have no idea. We went to we took the kids to a farm, pumpkin patch. I was kind of looking around some of the guys hey, what do you wear to this?
That is incredible. When you're in Miami, you wore the same thing every day.
Same thing every day.
What?
And you could go to the.
He went to the clubs.
No, you can picture. Well, we went to Lincoln Road. We beat Carolina by 27, and then we took Jeff with a bunch of people. Went to Lincoln Road. Yeah, Sushi Samba. It's not there anymore, but it was good.
The question I have for you, because we always love these types of stories, is what's something that you can share about Jim Larrañaga?
I mean, there's a lot, when you're with him for as long as I have been.
How many years?
I think it was 19 years or 20. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's incredible.
What don't people appreciate about him? What do people not know?
Well, I think, people see an older, established, maybe reserved coach, right? And they don't understand, he's such a great players coach. I mean, he was a great player himself at Providence, obviously. It's incredible his ability to get the guys to play for him. And it sounds, I don't maybe necessarily understand what that means, but the guys really believe that he's in it for them. And that I think you've seen his teams throughout the years, forge comebacks or, 2 losses and then, rattle off 5 wins. Or this year we lose by 30 to Alabama and then go win 9 straight. And I think his ability to keep the guys focused, keep them coming back is because I think there's not one day that any of those guys ever think it's about him. I think they always think, hey, he's about helping me. And in our business, that's not always the case, right? So he's just got a unique ability to connect with players, even at his age,
Yeah, you could see it last year during the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You got to talk into a microphone. You have this for a
We're
reason.
in preseason.
Yeah, we are. We really are.
You don't have any bartender stories, do you? Or
no, I mean,
yeah.
I have some good bartenders.
If this thing doesn't work out, can we get him back at Tyler? That would be great.
That's something I'd be willing to watch out. That's a good feature piece. Chris Caputo, good luck here in year 1 at the helm, and thanks for taking the time.
Great seeing you.
Yeah.
You too.
Coach of the Colonials.
Thank you.
And for George Washington, we talked about Max Edwards, and you look at what they brought in, Keegan Harvey, E.J. Clark as well. A guy who definitely has earned it.
What's up? How are you? Good to see you again.
Coach John Fanta.
Live mic. Throw it on.
Welcome in, Coach Grant.
We don't do commercials here. So.
To talk
How are you?
Dayton.
I heard you got in a little late. You don't know the New York traffic?
No, I think we got in on time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, just didn't.
They were saying that,
Yeah,
New York traffic
yeah,
or
the
something.
Traffic got us a little bit.
It'll get you. Then we don't have that in Dayton.
No, not like
Right?
that.
No, not like that.
Anthony Grant with us, the head coach of the Dayton Flyers, and the Dayton Flyers. What
We're
a
learning.
season!
We got an intro on this one.
What a season!
Forgot the intro on Caputo.
I did, but you
forgot it.
I know I didn't. You didn't hear me because you were hugging him. He's a great
This is
listener.
what you deal
Anthony.
with here. Yeah.
He's- we've talked with other coaches around the league, and they said how much they admired the job that you did last year with such a young team. What is it about that group that made you believe that they could propel the way they did, that you now look at this year to take it to another level?
Well, I appreciate that. Looking back on last year, it didn't seem like they admired us very much when the games were going on. It was highly competitive. But no, I think we had a group that, just kind of grew together. They were so young going through that. For a lot of them, it was their first experience with college basketball. And then for the others, it was really, considering COVID and no fans and the environment was different. For most of our guys, it was truly their first experience with college basketball. So we had to go through some things. We had to grow up. We had to learn. And I thought they did that. The thing I'm proud of last year is that, when the adversity hit, they stayed together. They stayed true to each other. They stayed true to our staff. Our staff did a great job of growing young guys to get to the point where we had a chance, to compete for a conference championship, a chance to be in the conversation for postseason opportunity. So that's what you want to see out of a young group.
So you said that you guys stayed together through adversity. I think you lost 3 of your first 4 games, and then you went to, I forget which event it was.
Orlando.
You went to Orlando and you knocked off Kansas. You knocked off. You ended up winning that thing. Yeah,
turnarounds.
Wild turnaround. But when you're doing that with freshmen, right? Like, how do you keep? Because it's not like you have a bunch of juniors and seniors that have been together for 3 or 4 years. These are guys that 3-4 months at that point that have been together. A bunch of freshmen. How do you develop it that quickly?
Well, I think, like I said, I think it's a testament to who they are as people, the job our staff did. And I think, honestly, we had to figure out what the best style of play, the best way to play with the group that we had to help them maximize their talents. We knew we were talented. It was just what's going to allow us to play together as a unit. To the best of our abilities, and it took a while to figure that out.
Mm-hmm. So you're picked first, I think. I haven't even seen the official poll, but we've been rolling through people here. But knowing you, my guess is you're probably not even happy about being picked first. And this is something maybe you'll address with your team a little bit and try to temper it. How do you handle this with these kids?
If I'm being honest with you, I'm really indifferent about the preseason stuff. It really has no meaning whatsoever. I think we have a team that I think, and again, anytime you're dealing with young people, it's fluid, right? So I think, but they understand, that at the end of the day, it's the work that we put in. I think it's certainly a blessing to be considered, one of the best teams in this league. A league that to me is full of a lot of really talented players, a lot of really good coaches. So we appreciate that. But at the end of the day, I think we all know that
doesn't mean anything.
Not a lot of meaning in what happens, before the season starts in October. Right? You don't know, what your roster will look like on day one, let alone, what everybody else will.
I do think there is a little bit of a difference, though, in the mindset that you have of a team where you go from being the hunter to being the team that you're going to get everybody's best games. Right, no matter where you go, it's going to be like that's Dayton coming in. They had all the success last season. They were predicted to be number 1. So does that change the way that you approach the season, approach the game, knowing that there is a level of you kind of have a target on your back, right?
Well, I think you can look at it like that, certainly. But I think the one thing, just if you know the history of Dayton's been a program that's had success for a long time. Been a lot of really good program teams and coaches that have come through. So, and then the environment that we have is pretty unique. So I think, that's something that, is not unique to this season for us in terms of understanding, what we represent every time we put that jersey on. So maybe the conversation will be different a little bit once we get to that point. But I think our guys have kind of experienced that and they understand that, and I think they relish, those
That's why you go to
opportunities
Dayton,
and those
right?
challenges. Yeah.
Anthony, what is a story or maybe a thing that comes to mind when I say Malachi Smith and what he means to your program? I'm not sure if it's work ethic behind the scenes, if it's your first encounter with him, like what makes him tick?
Yeah, well, I'd say probably my first encounter with him. So when I took over, his brother Scoochie Smith had just finished a great career at Dayton, and so I got on campus as he was leaving, and as he was, I think his family had come to pick him up, and there's young Malachi in the gym getting up shots, and I remember Scoochie introducing him, and I went over and said hello to him, and you could tell his eyes, he had a competitiveness about him, like he wanted to be a really good player, and that was my first encounter with him. And then I'd say, having him on campus, probably just the competitive fire that he plays with. And that was evident from the first week he was on campus. He was just a guy that was he wears his emotions and his heart on his sleeve. He competes. And those are the things that I think of when I think of him.
How long have you known Frank Martin?
Oh, since I was 13, 14 years old.
Is that right?
I'm an old guy now.
So is he.
Yeah.
You're not as old as him. We'll get through that.
A few days.
Right. Give me your favorite Frank Martin story. I mean, he is a riot. Like, I assume you have
I guess,
tons.
yeah, I've got a lot of them. Probably the thing that comes to mind is when he was the JV coach at our alma mater, Miami Senior, and I was assistant on the varsity at the time. So Frank would coach the JV games, and then he was the assistant on the varsity. But so myself and our head coach, Shaky Rodriguez, and Artie Cabrera, we all would come early to watch the JV games. And we wouldn't tell Frank this, but it's kind of secretly, we hoped that his players wouldn't play with great intensity in the first half, and so it made for an entertaining halftime speech. So there were several times that we snuck in early, went to the locker room, left the door open just to hear the just the barking.
No chairs being thrown?
No chairs, but just the barking that would go on, at halftime. And then, sure enough, anytime that happened, his team would come out and they win by 40 in the second half.
Is it cool to have him in the league, like going against them at this point in both of your coaching careers?
Well, I'll say this, I don't enjoy competing against Frank just because of our relationship as friends, but I think it's a great coup for the league to get someone of his, not only as a coach, but just as an ambassador for the game. Just I think the impact he's had on college basketball and what it means to him and the way he can articulate his views and what he's all about, I think is really great for the A-10.
What determines if this Dayton team can reach a deep March run and make a lot of the things that we're talking about a reality here this season, which would be a lot of fun because we've seen it. You've got the fan base. You've got the buzz. Dayton basketball speaks for itself. What determines if that all comes to fruition in money time?
I mean, I like our group. I think we got great kids. I think, the continuity of our staff is important. So I think, at the end of the day, can we continue to move the needle, here in the preseason, to move the needle once we do get outside competition and we found out more about ourselves? Can we continue to get better and continue to progress? I think, we have a very challenging non-conference schedule, a lot of great opportunities in the non-conference to put ourselves in position where we can be in the conversation for an at-large bid. And then once we get into conference play, I think it'll be a great competition, for, however long that run will be throughout the course of conference play. But I think if we just continue to worry about getting better every day and growing every day as a team, I think we'll have an opportunity.
When you were recruiting Duran, did you realize the kind of impact that he could have as a freshman? Did you realize just how good he could end up being? I mean, we have him as the preseason player of the year in the league. We have him as the preseason defensive player of the year in the league.
Yeah, well, I was really, really excited to get him. Obviously, the accolades in terms of what he'd accomplished, in his prep career, they were what they were. But just developing a relationship with him, talking to him over the phone at the time, we were in the height of COVID, so his whole recruitment was done on Zoom. And so just Zoom and Facebook, just spending time with him. He's probably one of my favorite kids in terms of just who he is as a person, what he's all about. You ever get a chance to meet him, you'll realize it's genuine. It's genuine. He's got a lot of really good qualities about him. One of which is he's a really, really talented basketball player, but I think who he is as a person supersedes that.
Yes, just seems like a sweet, kind of quiet kid, right?
Yeah,
not about himself at all.
Yeah, he's all about the team.
Yeah.
He's all about just just great character, great makeup.
Chemistry is important as anything with this group right now for this year.
I think I said this earlier. We had a really, really talented group in that 1920 season. And I'm not comparing from a talent standpoint, but the one thing I will compare is I felt like going into the season, that group had great chemistry, great camaraderie. They really enjoyed each other's company. And I see a lot of similarities with this group in terms of the way they get along, the way they spend time with each other, the way they compete, but also respect each other.
Anthony, best of luck this season with this group. We look forward to watching you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anthony Grant.
Again.
Great seeing you, Coach, head coach of the Dayton Flyers. And big expectations for Dayton. They are the preseason favorite in the Atlantic 10. And I'll tell you what, guys.
The job he's done there. Because, again, everybody thought, all right, they might have lost it, right? They had their window, and they didn't have a chance to play in the NCAA tournament, maybe get to a Final Four with Obi. And
I am
to
glad
bounce back that quick
for that
crazy.
fan base and that staff. It's
Yes.
nice that they're going to be able to have a chance to be able
How's
to
everything?
have a team that is that good once again.
Head coach at Duquesne, Keith Dambrot with us. Keith,
How are
thank you for coming on.
My pleasure.
How's everything?
Good. No
Yeah?
complaints. For
How
an
many
old
how
guy.
many A-10 media days has this been for you? Been a few, right?
This is my 6th year,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, you got a few.
we got a few under our belt, although we haven't had them
I
really.
know.
so.
Well, that's a nice part. I mean, now, honestly, just seeing people in person now and it feeling normal again. Like you feel like finally for the first time in 3 years now, you go in feeling like, all right, you know what? You don't have to kind of worry about what's around that corner, what's next, what could be next.
I think the biggest thing for us is we not only went through the COVID thing, but we were out of the arena for 2 years.
Right.
So you multiply that effect, and then with the year we had last year, it was like we were beating our head against the wall for about 3 years.
When I look at what you did in the offseason, Tevin Brewer, Day Grant, Joe Reese, there's some just new, fresh talent that you were able to acquire in the offseason. What was the vision with what you brought in, and just how much better do you think this Duquesne team can be?
Well, I have a business background. I don't know if you guys knew that. I actually sold stocks and bonds and have a master's in business. So at some point when you analyze your business and it didn't go very well, we had to make some changes. And we knew about, at least 2/3 of the way through that we weren't very good. So we went out and we told our assistant coaches, don't come to any games.
Just
And so we try to, get a jump on things, and we really try to fix it, threefold. First, we want to get older in the backcourt because we played with those freshman guards last year. And then we wanted to have better depth in the front court because we had the injuries in the front court last year and we couldn't survive it. And then the third thing was we wanted to get better passing the ball because our assist totals were you can't get any worse. And then we wanted to shoot the ball better. So we pretty much, fixed all of those problems. We got really old in the backcourt with, Tevin Brewer and Day Grant. And then we also got Trey Clark, who had been at VCU. So we feel like we really fixed a lot of those problems and also fixed our assist totals because Grant and Brewer combined had more assists than our whole team did last year. And then in the front court, we got guys back, number one, in Rotrop and RJ Gunn. But we also got Joe Reese, who had played 1 million games at Old Dominion and Bowling Green. And then we signed 2 big young ones too. So we have 7 guys over 6'7". So we're much bigger and stronger. So we feel like we fixed our problem. I don't know if I answered your question. We're old, but we're new. So that's going to probably be the biggest adjustment that we're going to have to make.
As you're working through all of these new pieces, how long is it taking for them to kind of figure out what you and your staff are looking for out of players and out of the team?
Probably the biggest issue that we've run into really is that, Brewer had the appendectomy recently. So now we've had to make some, which is a good and a bad thing. It's a bad thing for our short-term development, but it's a good thing for a long-term development because we've had to get some other guys ready to play that spot. But that's going to be the biggest thing is how quickly we can get them to understand what we want to do. And, it's not rocket science for us. We had success in this league when we beat people up inside. And, we feel like we're moving Trey Williams the other direction a little bit. So Marcus Weathers had a lot of success at the 4 spot in this league. And so we're going to use the same formula that was successful for us.
When does Brewer, what's the timeline?
I think his body will be the guide. So it was not an easy operation. It wasn't, like the arthroscopic type of one. So we don't know, but he's a kid that's been in good condition.
So you're hoping,
what's
optimistic?
Optimistically, we get him back for the first game. And, if not, we'll go with what we have to do. And hopefully we get him back for the league.
Keith, we don't know each other very well, but when I was growing up, you were a legend to me.
He's a Cleveland guy.
Because I grew up on the west side of Cleveland. I went to Ignatius for high school.
Good high school.
Good high school. Guys like Sean O'Toole, Eric Flannery, all those guys in the Cleveland, Northeast Ohio area, and so much fun high school hoops between Shaker and obviously about St. Vincent St. Mary. But I'm curious just because that area, I'm in Jersey now. It means a lot to me. Like, what is it that makes the Northeast Ohio area really special?
So really, Northeast Ohio isn't much different from Pittsburgh. The people are very, very similar. Pittsburgh's considering it the East, but really it's the Midwest. I'm from Akron, obviously, that. So, rubber was big in Akron and steel was big in Pittsburgh and Cleveland was the auto industry. My dad worked for Ford, so, they've all had their struggles because, the industry has moved out. So we still recruit heavily into Northeast Ohio because that's where we're from, and so I think what makes Cleveland, Akron special is just the people.
And along those lines, when you talk about the fact that it's kind of that toughness, that edge that, your dad, he worked for Ford. Like last year, you've been a part of a lot of success. What does a year like last year kind of teach you or how much do you have to go back to your roots to say, I'm going to get past this?
It's a great question. Like, it was a miserable year for me. I hadn't had a losing season since 1994, so like that's a tough deal. Like when you're not used to it, and, you get to think that you start to think that you're invincible and it can't happen to you. But like, you realize all along that it's about the players and if you don't, it doesn't matter if you're a good coach or not. Like if your talent level is not where it needs to be, or you have injuries, it can happen to anybody. And you don't think it can happen to you, but it can. And so again, it just teaches you to go back to your roots. And that is, look, I wasn't a high major assistant. I came up the hard way. Like I was an NAIA coach where there was no gym. We played at the YMCA. We had one building. I was a Division II coach. I was never a high major assistant. I was an assistant coach at Eastern Michigan with Ben Braun, who was an unbelievable coach, but I had to do it pretty much on my own. So like, I'm going to do it on my own again. Like look, if we lose, it's on me. And if we win, it's on me.
Do you feel a little bit reinvigorated when that happens? Obviously no one wants to have, I think you lost like your last, whatever it was. Do you feel
our last 100 games?
Yeah, last 100 games about that. So do you feel reinvigorated by it? Is it something where it's like, all right, I guess we got to build this thing back up? Or
yeah, I mean, you're prideful. I mean, like again, like I'm the worst male athlete in my family. My dad was a starter on Duquesne's national runner-up team. My uncle was the #1 draft pick of the Knicks and was MVP of the NCAA tournament. My son's a professional soccer player. I got all my mom's genes, which are good genes, but they're pretty bad for for sports. You know, I had to let 19 balls hit me for, you know, to even be able to play baseball at Akron, you know, and probably I coach now because one of them hit me
You
in the
guys
head.
didn't realize he was this good, did you?
No.
You had no idea. Yes.
Look, probably one of them hit me in the head. That's how I ended up in
So
coaching.
good.
But like, you know, and so like I've been hit in the mouth before. I had to bring my career all the way back, you know. So yeah, does it reinvigorate me? It motivates me, you know. It scares me because I don't want to go through it again. I don't know if I have to go through it again, I don't know what I'm going to do. So by the same token, you know, people ask me all the time, well, they picked you 15th. Do you use that as motivation with your guys? I said, not necessarily with my guys, but for me, you know, I'm going to use it to motivate me. And so, look, I'm used to it. I'm not scared of it. I just don't want to go through it again.
Are you guys a Nike school?
We are. We better be LeBron.
Well, that's what I was.
you know,
That's where I was going with this. You got any shot?
I hired Drew
You
Joyce.
did,
So
that's
like,
right. Well, okay,
we
so you
better be a
hired
Nike-
Drew Joyce.
yeah.
You got you. Like, why aren't you in Bronny's, you know, top 5 or whatever? I know he doesn't publicly come out with anything, but come on.
First
You
off,
can't get him.
look,
You
and
can't even get a visit out of him.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for LeBron. So I certainly don't ask him for much. You know, LeBron and Drew and those guys. I wouldn't be coaching at the level I'm coaching if it wasn't for those guys. So, you know, I'm not asking for Bronny. I might ask for Bryce, but not Bronny.
Well, like, I mean, when you hear about this, though, because it's interesting to me that LeBron's made it kind of public that he wants to play with his son, right? That he wants to play with Bronny. Have you seen Bronny?
You know what? I purposely have not watched Bronny play very
Really?
much, but I've done my homework on him, so I know
he's
I know a
really
lot about
good.
him.
He's
Right.
gotten so much better, and in a lot of ways, he's got like the poise and everything of LeBron. Obviously, he doesn't have the body or the athleticism or some of those things, but knows how to play and just, you know, so he's so impressive how he conducts himself.
That surprises you?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. But in this day and age, it kind of does. Like, would LeBron have been LeBron if he had gone through it now in social media? Like you were with him.
Listen,
in social media.
There's nothing, Jeff, that's getting in the way of LeBron. LeBron is a genius.
Yeah.
So everybody thinks physically LeBron's this and that, and he is. Like he's great physically, but he's even better mentally.
Right.
And even as a person, like he's an old soul. Like his commitment to people that has helped him.
Yep.
So again, like I know Savannah as well. Like when you have parents like that, you're going to end up. And grandma's.
Oh, I love
Listen,
her.
like-
I said
like
extra
people,
pizza.
people could take their
She's
shots
tough.
at grandma, but grandma is unbelievable.
Grandma was there. Listen, Bronny wasn't even playing, and Grandma's sitting there. Gloria's watching Bronny's friends play, and her, I guess, her friends' kids play. I'm like, why are you here? Bronny's gone. She's still sitting.
Gloria's the most.
Yeah.
She's the best person I've ever been around.
Really?
Like she may have this or that or
Yeah.
the other, but her level of commitment to people that have been good,
Yeah.
she's an unbelievable. So no, like I haven't really seen Bronny much, but it doesn't surprise me. Like LeBron is an unbelievable human being.
Yeah.
Keith, was being a genius a naturally born thing inside of LeBron James? Or, I mean, how did that click? Or did you know it right away?
I think, you know, when I analyzed LeBron, so I had already had 3 NBA guys when I had LeBron. I had obviously the Thomas twins who worked on my staff, and then Grant Long played 15 years in the league. So I kind of knew what like a pro looked like, but he do
You thought you knew what a pro looked like, right?
I called the twins up, and they get mad when I say this, but I called them up when I had LeBron as a freshman. I said, look, I got a guy that's you know, he's 14 years old and he's better than you right now. Right. And they said, and really he wasn't, but
Right,
but he was going to be, right. And just instinctively, his instincts are phenomenal, but then his learning ability is phenomenal as well. And then his ability to take coaching, you know, like I laugh sometimes when people say, well, he's hard to coach or whatever. He wasn't hard to coach for me. Now, if he thinks you know what you're doing, he's going to listen, and if he doesn't think you know what you're doing, he's not going to listen. But he's just a freak. Like you don't make people like that. Like
I'm with you. Like still to this day, I go up to him at the PTM and, you know, sit there and talk to me for 5 or 10 minutes, and he doesn't know me. He knows me because I've been around, right, at whatever levels, and Yeah, no, it's impressive.
And you talk about a guy that's
just for the record was for Goodman to be able to come up and say, yeah, one time I talked to LeBron. At this was
he was self-promoting.
He just wanted to be able to say.
Keith, in hour 3, we were able to get that.
Look, man, I use LeBron to self-promote too.
There you go.
Got to do what you got to do. Right?
Keith Dambrot, thanks for joining us.
No,
And
thanks
good
for having me.
luck
I
this year.
appreciate you guys.
Yeah, appreciate everything. That was one of the best conversations we've had today here.
I told
Keith,
you.
thanks
Like,
so much. Thank
told you.
Westlake. And now Drew's son, Cam, is the head coach at St. Ignatius at my alma mater.
Yeah, that's
Cam
right.
Joyce.
That's right.
His
Yes,
dad
he
is a
sure
legend.
is. Great seeing you, kid.
Thanks, Keith. I'll tell you, that was one of the best conversations.
Because you
we've done
weren't expecting it either.
I
You didn't know
expect
him. You didn't expect it. Right?
That's true. That's true. We're
Keith's
learning. new
great.
things.
I love talking to Keith Dambrot. I'm telling you, this league, like,
Has good.
it's why I get excited to be here.
Yeah.
It's why I get
Great
everyone.
personality- great
And we're not even-
personalities in the coaching ranks.
Yeah.
Great coaches.
And we got some really good ones coming up. Like
We have good ones coming
listen,
up.
we still got Matt McKillop, Mike Rhoades, Keith Urgo, Mark Schmidt, Chris Mooney.
And I have
Pretty good.
a quick break. I have to take 10 minutes. So
bathroom
you're
break?
I have to take a quick break.
All right,
But
all
I
right.
think we've got Coach Urgo.
You got it.
We've
Let's
got
do it.
Keith
How you
Urgo.
doing? Keith, come on
So
in.
I'll be back.
The mic is hot. How are you?
All right. I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Everything is good.
Yeah,
Can't
man.
complain. It's a good day here. And, like
Every day's a great day to be around, Jeff.
Yes,
Every day, baby.
no doubt. No doubt. So how has the transition been so far? I mean, this was kind of and we'll get I want to hear from you about that day.
Yep. Yep.
But how has the transition been from you moving? You've worked for this for a while.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
this
know
is
what?
kind of a dream for you to some degree.
Oh no, not to some degree. It's without a doubt a dream come true. I've been in between Gonzaga High School and DC for 4 years, and Villanova and Penn State. It's almost 20 years, and I've been working towards this. So for my wife and for my family, it's obviously no question a dream come true. But the transition's a lot easier than someone who's starting a program for the first time, right? So last year I had a year under our belt. I'm not just coming in to brand new coaching staff, brand new university, brand new team. Having that year to get acclimated, have almost the same staff intact, a bunch of veterans come back. We don't have to spend much time on that culture or standard, as we like to call it, which has obviously been a much easier transition for me. But the reception has been fantastic, right?
Is it
A lot of
going? I asked Drew Valentine this earlier because he did the similar thing last year, right? Moving
Yeah.
over, and you go from being like good guy to bad guy
Yeah.
a little bit, good cop to bad cop. Was that your role as an assistant?
100%. You're
So
right.
now-
So, but last year I was able, I've been doing it long enough that I could also be the bad cop. But, as long as you have the relationships with the kids, there really is no good cop, bad cop. It's like, this is who I am. And you got to do this, where else, I love you. Right. So we call them carefritations, right? I care about you. I love you, but here's what you got to do, man. So, there is definitely a little element to, on the court, being you don't want to be negative, but the bad cop situation, you gotta be coaching constantly. So you just gotta mix in the good with the bad.
So you mentioned the staff is mostly intact. One of the additions that you made, Dave Paulson, has been in this league before.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw some stats at you. Okay. Fordham last year ended up being a top 35 team in defensive efficiency. That's where your jump was. You started guarding people. It's been 6 straight years that you've been outside the top 300 at Fordham in offensive efficiency, and now you're bringing in a guy who knows how to run offense. What kind of impact is Dave Paulson going to have on this program?
He's already had a phenomenal impact, not just on the court, but off the court. For a guy who's been a head coach for over 27 years and a new head coach, he's been a tremendous resource for me every day. But specifically on the offensive end, believe me, we've had many ad nausea talks about committing a little bit more time in practice. I could show you a text this morning, but we've got to hang our hat on that defensive end and rebounding. We're not gonna change that. But he has brought a level of detail and organization on the offensive end. And obviously you need players, right? So fortunately this year we have a lot more depth, a lot more speed and athleticism, a little bit easier to coach. Last year we had some injuries, some departures in the heart of the season, which really changed the style of play. We wanted to play fast. We wanted to play up tempo. In the non-conference, we turned the ball over a little bit too much, but we started to get better. Then we had some injuries, and we lost our starting backcourt. We lost Juba Williams for 3. So we needed to completely change the way we played. Credit to Coach Neptune in developing that. We won our last 7 out of 10 by slowing the game down. But this year we have enough depth that, barring no, injury or not, I think we want to play one way, a little bit faster, a little bit more exciting.
All right, so go back to that day, and I don't know if it was that day or the day before. And
No, it was that day.
It was that day.
Yeah,
You
it was that
literally had no idea.
No idea.
Waking up that morning,
No idea. I was in
it
Orlando.
was like going to be a whirlwind.
I was in Orlando recruiting Angel Montez, who's actually on our roster now, with Ronald Ramon. We got a call from I got the call from Coach Neptune, literally mid-afternoon, saying, "Keith, where you at?" I'm like, "Down in Orlando, recruiting Angel." He's like, "Oh, Jesus!" And naturally, he might have forgotten that.
Probably did.
Because
With everything that was going on.
I had no idea that he was on campus in Villanova, and certainly I don't think he knew that during his interview he would be offered the job. So it happened right then and there. Right. He called me about an hour after that on his way back to New York and said, "Look, who are you around?" I said, "I'm with Ron." He's like, "Well, I got to tell you something." I'm like, "What?" And he's like, I just became the next head coach at Villanova. We're going to have an emergency press conference. We got to have a Zoom." I'm like, "Wait, what?" I started laughing. I'm like, and then he's like, "No, I'm not kidding. This is going to get out there in the next couple of hours. We got to get with our team. We got to do this, this. I'm like, I was literally stunned. I got 4 children. So the move in general was tough. Now to have to go home and be like, "Well, look, I don't know what's going to happen."
Right.
It was pretty intense for a little while, but credit to Kyle. He's like, "Look, we got to do whatever it takes to get you this job." So he had just accepted the head coaching position at Villanova, but now all of his focus was on, we got to do whatever it takes to keep everybody intact, because he was thinking about the staff, thinking about me, thinking about what he built. And honestly, I think that's one of the main reasons why we had success last year, because of Kyle Neptune's humility.
So you found out that day, right? It was the
Wednesday
day
afternoon. Yeah.
So everything just
Incredible.
changed. Yeah.
Everything
changed in the span of 2 hours.
And how
for
many
everyone.
days- how many days was it in between? How many days was it in between until you got hired?
I believe that happened on a Wednesday or third, and I was hired Monday night late, so really
About
Tuesday. So about 5
5
days.
days.
Yeah, fortunately,
Sweating it out.
I was more than that. Are you kidding me? More than that, right?
Going
So,
through,
yeah, we had just finally gotten acclimated in our community, and then I had to go home. But one of the cool things was, maybe it was God's plan, I'm not sure, but it was the day of my birthday. So I got announced. I was called. My interview was that day. That night, I got a call, telling me I was the next head coach, and I accepted. And it was one of the coolest moments I'll ever remember. I dropped to the knees in my kitchen with my wife, and we just cried together. It's hard to be a coach's wife, man, and to be moving and to do what I've been doing for 20 years, for her to stick by my side. It was the coolest moment of our professional careers.
Fordham is a job that a lot of people characterize as a tough job, right? A job, you hear it in the industry. Can't win at Fordham. Can't win. Nobody's won at Fordham.
I've heard that since I got to Penn State. So we're good, right? Yeah.
Right. No, you've dealt with it at Penn State, where again, nobody can win at Penn State.
Yeah.
Look at what, obviously you guys did. How do you change that at Fordham? You started already last year. That was like a hell of a first step in year one. How do you now kind of make that progression?
Well, I'll tell you what, with NIL, with the transfer portal, we're in the greatest city in the world, right? So that's why we're here right now. We are in the greatest city in the world. We have one of the strongest alumni bases in the entire league, if not the strongest, right? So we just need to kind of be smart and creative on how we use our resources, which we were last year. Unbelievable leadership and Ed Cole and the new president, who is getting actually inaugurated tomorrow. So there's just an incredible amount of young energy, young enthusiasm around the campus, around the athletic department, a number of different initiatives going into the athletic department, facility changes, the resources, so
but you needed some of that.
Oh,
right?
100%.
The facility, listen, we've been in there, you needed it.
Yeah, there's no question, but there is an allure. It is a home court advantage. We were just talking with Mark with Coach Schmidt and Chris Mooney about how when you come to Fordham, it's a logistic nightmare.
Yeah.
And now we filled it last year, and it was a home court advantage. And the energy that we have with the student body, we got to take advantage of that, continue to build on what we did last year. But again, top 50 academic institution in the country, one of the best at basketball conferences in the country. So if we do what we're supposed to do, we can continue to build on the success that we've had. It kind of takes care of itself. New York City is somewhere that kids want to go after, especially with NIL.
So you're a coach, right? Kind of means you're a teacher.
Yeah.
You've already learned that when you're doing these podcasts, you got to hold the microphone right here.
Yeah,
Can you
I know.
teach Goodman to hold the
I
microphone right here when he's got to
Yeah,
talk?
yeah.
You think he
Sometimes I forget.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah, you know what? Well, he's been doing it a long time, so his
long
voice is
time.
heard. He doesn't need a microphone,
Too
right?
There you go.
Yeah, I need a
There you
microphone.
go.
Nobody
What
knows who I
about
am.
with this team? What has to happen for you to take
Yeah.
an X factor? Who's looked really good so far
Yeah.
that maybe's made a jump from last year?
Well, I'll tell you what, first and foremost, I think the leadership aspect last year, we were building something. So we were a really top down organization. This year with the leadership of Darius Quisenberry, who was player of the week last year, at least once, dropped 36 on, I think it was Davidson at home or Richmond. He's healthy now. He missed the last 6 out of 7. So he's dynamic guard. So his leadership from within the locker room, kid like Khalid Moore coming from Georgia Tech, I think will be one of the most dynamic and versatile players in this league, can score from all 3 levels. But we just have a lot of depth. Our freshman class, one of the best in the history of Fordham, again, brings some size, some athleticism, some speed. So I don't think Fordham's used to the amount of depth that we have. We have the ability to play big. We have the ability to play small. And then we have the ability to play traditional. So for us, it's just continuing to get better every single day. But I think the biggest difference this year is the leadership aspect. We got some guys that have been in the program for, like you said, a year. They're used to the culture. They're excited about being at Fordham. They chose to stay. And I think as a result, it's brought them a lot closer. We had a foreign tour in August, which helped us out a lot. So we got to see a little bit more out of our freshmen than we probably would have. And we're very excited about the future.
You more energetic than Kyle as a head coach. Kyle seems, and I don't know him like super well, but he seems more even key. Am I wrong or no? Do I just not see the side of Kyle?
Man, you must not have been at our practice.
All right.
No. We're very similar. So we've known each other a long time. We worked together at Villanova, but very similar, passionate, energetic, fiery, but drive you on the court, but love you off the court type deal. But that's I'm a little guy, right? So I had nothing but energy and enthusiasm when I played. I got to continue that trend.
You going to get Jay to your games?
What's that?
You're going to get Jay to your games?
Well, his son, Colin, is a Fordham alum. So
there you go.
So he's a New Yorker.
Why don't you just ask him for some NIL?
I'm in.
Donate to the collective.
You know what? You want to say?
Right?
Look at the canvas.
Donate.
Talk
Not
to him
just to
specifically.
Villanova. I mean, spread it around here,
I don't
right?
think I haven't asked.
Well, listen, we really appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, man.
And congrats.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me.
Very good to see you.
Thanks, man.
Well deserved.
Appreciate you guys.
Best of luck this season, man.
Thanks, kids. All right, there he is, Fordham head coach. And now we bring in another newcomer. I think our last newcomer of the day.
I think so.
Matt McKillop. How are you?
Matt, what's up, man? Rob Dauster. Good to meet you.
There you go. Mike is live.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm great.
Did you know you were going to be sitting here today? Like if I told you this last February and said, who's going to be here at A-10 Media Day? Is it going to be you or your father?
Well,
did you know?
There's still a part of me that's like, I still don't believe that he's not the head coach of Davidson. No, there was, this was a decision that's kind of several years in the making, and the conversation began, I guess, 2 springs ago. All the right things were being put into place that if ultimately my father chose to step down, that we were going in the right direction as a program, to myself having the opportunity to be the next head coach. We had a great year, and we lost to Michigan State in the NCAA tournament. I believe we should have won that game.
Yeah,
we had the game won.
You did.
And my wife and I, we go back to the hotel. It was in Greenville, so just up the road, but it was the late game. It was like I think we tipped at like 10 p.m. And my wife and I went into the hotel suite. Then my parents, my sister, brother-in-law, after the game, and you didn't sit in that room and think that was the last game that Bob McKillop ever coached. So we walked back, my wife and I walked back to our hotel room, and I'm like, I guess he's got a couple more years in him. So no, I don't know. And I still, I'm still kind of pinch myself that the opportunity is finally here for me to be in this position. And I'm very grateful for it.
I can't believe how much older you look than the first time I remember seeing you as a kid, like when I first broke in. I do. Like, It's crazy to me. I don't know. It's weird.
My
But
hair is
that's-
getting gray, and I guess it's the result of being a college basketball
Just wait.
coach.
Hey, just wait. You got a long way to go.
What has been the biggest change in terms of how people view you, right? You go from being someone that is on the staff to the son of the head coach. Now you are the guy that is running this program that has, Davidson basketball's got a certain level of pedigree, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the right answer to that would necessarily be. I would say one of the coolest things about the transition is that I'm doing everything I can to get in front of alums and to get in front of our fans and to be part of this. And everybody seems really, really excited. And even like, I don't know what, I would have been angry if this wasn't the plan in place, or if someone else would have been named head coach. So I don't think I'm really being looked at in a different way. Now, we haven't played a game yet, and we could have that first loss, and people are going to be like, "All right." But no, I think one thing that's given me confidence in the fact that I have this job and the future our team can have and the future our program can have is because the people aren't maybe necessarily looking at me any different, and people feel like this was the right decision for Davidson College, for our program. And
it was an easy
we're going in the
decision in a way.
direction,
Yeah.
and the best thing for Davidson is for me to be at the helm.
Then let me ask you this: your dad's was known for the offense that he ran and how
Yeah.
creative it was, and how much fun it was to watch, and all the different movement, emotions, and screens, and all that kind of good stuff. Are you planning on doing the same thing? Like, how much of that is going to end up changing?
Things will change every year based on personnel, but the foundation of our offense is going to be what it has been, the rules of our offense, if you will, what we teach every day. Those will not change. One of the great things my father did for myself and for our coaching staff, especially in the last few years, mainly in the last few years, was he gave us ownership of different pieces of our program. And Will Regal, who's now one of our assistants, and then Kevin Kuick, who's now working at Butler, they were essentially, and these titles were never really given. They were like the defensive coordinators, if you will. And he really allowed me to take ownership and lead different pieces of our offense. And we were able to experiment in different ways. And we had such a talented offensive unit last year that we tried some new things, tried to always be a step ahead for some of the defenses we would see. And we were really successful at it. So I think we'll continue to do that. We thought a little bit more outside the box in the way we played offensively last year. The rules were the same. You may not have noticed some of the differences. They were subtle, but they were different. So that'll kind of be hopefully the staple of our program is the way we function well offensively.
You are, as a coach, who you've worked for and who you've worked with, and obviously you spent a lot of time working with your father. So it would make sense you would have some of the same.
All right, but I would say this. All right, I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna go. All right, what's the one thing that drove you crazy that your dad did that you're like, I'm not. When I get the head job, I'm not doing
Don't
that.
worry, he's not watching this, so you can be honest.
Well, I kind of just answered that. He allowed us to go out. I say outside the box. We're not reinventing the wheel with our offense, but we were always so good because we did what we did and we did it well. And if we didn't do it well, we were going to get better at it and be very disciplined with that. Last year, we knew we were going to face some challenges from some defenses. So we kind of broke apart for that. So he used to drive me crazy because he wouldn't go beyond that. Last year, he let us do a little bit differently. And then
he knew at some point he had to, right?
And then you have Foster Lawyer in the mix. And then, I think when you have talent around you on the basketball court, you can think in a little bit different way.
Yeah, let's talk about Foster.
Yeah.
Did you expect him to have the kind of impact that he ended up having last season? Look, we watched him at Michigan State. Right. There were things that didn't necessarily work there when he was at Michigan State. He comes to Davidson. What was it? 16 points, 3 boards, 3 assists, shot at 44% from 3. Like,
he had an amazing year.
That's pretty good.
Right. Led the nation in free throw shooting. He got injured mid-February, missed 4 games. I could be wrong. You're speaking with all the other coaches today, but when he got injured, he could have been a front runner for player of the year. Maybe. I don't know. We felt that could have been the case. We recruited him in high school, and I remember watching him play at the Peach Jam. He actually, I'll never forget, he sent a picture to me driving back to wherever he was going from there, whether it was Michigan or Ohio, driving back up from Augusta from the Peach Jam. He was standing on our football field at Davidson, a little selfie, and I was like, awesome. He's on.
We're going to get him. Yeah.
Well, I don't know we were going to get him, but the fact that he's wanted to stop by Davidson and took a picture that I remember. When he transferred to Davidson, we thought he was going to be great for us. I did not expect him to fit in as quickly as he did with our team because he comes from a Power 5 school, because he comes from this great background of being a highly ranked recruit. That could be alarming to some people. That could be disarming. And guys loved him day one. He knew how to interact with everybody day one. He probably knew that he had a chance to do some special things on the court and needed some of his teammates to be okay with that. And he was voted captain. And, you know, some people
right away,
the leading scorers get voted captain. You know, we try to take pride in why players earn the role of captain, but he was voted captain after like 3 or 4 months of being on campus. It just speaks to his personality, his presence, but his ability to be a teammate and be coachable. And then you know, first game of the year, I think he had his career high, which right away it tells me if you go to the right place that fits you, this is what can happen. And that's my little recruiting pitch. But in reality, I think he went 7 for 7 from three, scored 30 points. Throughout the preseason, we didn't know he was going to do that. But then when you get in the flow of games and he starts dealing, he starts making great decisions with the ball in his hands, he starts making shots the way he did and is capable of doing, and hopefully will continue to do. We knew he had a chance to be a very special team.
I remember Champions Classic, his freshman year. He's there, and I don't remember which assistant from Michigan State said to me, they're like, that kid's going to be really, and I'm like, he looks like a walk-on.
Yeah.
He looked like I mean, I don't know how much bigger he looks now.
I'm pretty sure it was Fife, because what Fife told me was like, yeah, Foster, he's a killer.
Right.
Just wait.
And I'm like, him? I'm like, look at him. Like, he looks like the most baby-faced.
So we had a practice last year. I mentioned he was out for a few games, and he was in our gym in February, so he's not practicing. Wasn't wearing his practice uniform, had shorts and a t-shirt on, and he was standing in the corner as stretching was going on with 6 of our managers. And someone walked in, and I said, and not super familiar with our lineup, and I was like, which one of those guys do you think is the leading scorer on our team? And they're like, you got none of those guys. And I was like, well, which one have you picked? And he was like the third pick. He's like the third. And no, like that's Foster Warrior. He's a first team all conference player.
No, but like you said, it goes to show you that fit. And sometimes kids get so blown away by the level.
Yeah.
And now, and I don't know where you guys stand on NIL right now. I think no matter who you are, if you're anybody in this league right now, you better be like, I don't know, your dad, like when your dad was there and NIL started, did he kind of fight it at that point and almost like, I'm not doing this? And you, what's your take on it?
I don't know that he fought it. I think he's an old school guy.
Right.
He was going to deal with what was in front of him that day and do that as good as he could. And when the time came, he would deal with it. So I don't think it ever got to a point that
he didn't want it,
wanted or even cared to understand it to the level that it could impact college athletics. And I think now he's a step away, so he's reading about it and he's understanding it a little bit differently.
He's ecstatic that he doesn't have to deal with it.
Perhaps. But yeah, I'm sorry. I don't even know the question you're asking.
Well, are you starting to, I mean, again, is it something that because Davidson, listen, there's money at Davidson. There's probably, I don't know if there's a collective, but I feel like everybody's got a collective. And if you don't have NIL, you're not going to keep your players. No matter how much they love Davidson, the school, all that, I feel like you still need to have NIL for the potential to keep a player after
and that's going to be everybody in the whole country. That's going to be throughout every sport, really. And I think all the things are being done at Davidson to be certain that our players have a transformational experience, whether it's related to NIL or other things, for them to realize that they're at the right place and stay at the right place. I mentioned this earlier to somebody, like there's going to have to be some balance or some understanding, because for so many years when you're raising funds or when you're speaking with donors, the real ask is for things that will enhance the student athlete experience. So a new weight room, that sounds nice. And it looks nice, but like you need that weight room for our players to get the maximum, to maximize what they have. You need that to fund nutrition in a better way, to maximize what you're doing in the weight room. And you need to find that academic advisor that's going to help. So everything for all these years has been done. How can we enhance our program so they can get the most out of their experience to be a great basketball player and to get their degree and to walk away from this institution, being able to do anything in the world. And for years, that has been what all of the funds have been asked to give. How can we enhance the student athlete experience? So now you're adding to that. All right, well, does this necessarily enhance the student athlete experience, or does this enhance the student athletes checking account?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's great. It's great that they have an opportunity to do that. But how are we going to provide that and this without one of those interrupting the other?
A lot of them, you got to take a pick, right? You got to make a choice.
But ultimately, it's
changing. It's just, listen,
it's changing. But if you identify the right kids and families in the recruiting process.
Yep.
And you build a relationship with them. You believe that everything will work out, regardless of portal or NIL or.
I got one more for you quickly.
Hurry up. He's got to catch a flight.
I know. All right. You can make it quick. Coach K has said he's not going to be at John Shire's games really this year. Roy Williams was at a bunch of games.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw him everywhere.
Yeah.
Now, most of them were at casinos where he could gamble, but
yeah.
Will your dad be there?
That's a good question. We haven't really talked about it.
Really?
So we took a European trip. I've heard of a lot of coaches in our league say that today. He had been planning it for years. So he came on the trip and he was essentially our tour guide.
No way.
Which is like that's, he should retire from coaching and go lead these European
free
trips.
trip to Europe. Why wouldn't you go?
But he would, he would kind of, there wasn't always fans in attendance for these games, but even when there were or there weren't, like I would get an email that night with like a page of notes. So we had a first like inter squad scrimmage yesterday. We brought in officials and I said, hey, can you come to the game and can you give us some feedback? And he hasn't sent me anything. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Wow.
And I'm blown away because it was usually
he's waiting.
Yeah.
Wait, he's waiting till you get back.
Yeah. He's probably not trying, but
he's gonna be waiting at your
Not a
house.
good sign.
So I imagine he'll want to come to games in the town of Davidson.
And you want him there.
Game day is a big thing.
Do you want him there?
I have no hesitation about him coming. Yeah, absolutely. I would worry about people bombarding him more than anything else, but it would. I know it would mean a lot to me. It would mean a lot to our program, and I know.
I think it means a lot to him.
And oh yeah, absolutely.
That's like as a dad, like I assume he wants to be.
Yeah.
That's different. Kay and Shire, they're not related, but as your dad, like, how can he not want to be there for your first game? Like to me, I'd be there at every game.
Yeah.
Until you tell him, hey, Dad, enough's enough. Like, can you stay away? Give me a game.
I don't know what his plans are. I'm more like, well, where would he sit? That's my biggest question. When he comes to a game, which he probably will, where would he actually
rope
sit?
it off or something?
Away from people who are going to
just wait
distract
till
him.
he's the dad in the crowd that's screaming at the ref and ends up getting thrown out. He's like, you can't be here anymore.
So he used to come when I was a player, as a high school player, AU player. He would come and watch games, and he was the quietest guy in that gym.
Does not surprise me.
And I would imagine he'll be even quieter.
Yeah. Well, listen, Matt McKillop,
thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Great seeing you, and looking forward to seeing you this year.
Sounds great.
Safe travels, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
let's get up here. Got coming up next, we have VCU head coach Mike Rhoades.
All right,
Mike, we are live. That mic is hot. You can't shake his hand. You got to be careful.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh boy, how many people got you today?
Well, nobody like Frank Martin.
Did he kill you?
Oh yeah,
he did.
I'm not gonna lie, that one hurt.
He probably knew.
Show the camera what we're even referring to.
Every
hard
time
foul,
I see,
I got a hard foul, so I keep breaking my hand.
How old are you now?
I just turned 15 a couple weeks ago.
And you're still jumping in practice.
I'm 51.
Oh yeah,
still jumping in practice.
Still sweating.
Never gonna stop.
No, not at all. I said if I'm sliding in head first with a worn out body.
What's your favorite injury? Was it the one where you got the tooth knocked out?
Not my favorite, but
Well,
that was my
that's a good
biggest.
one. That was a good one.
So without a doubt,
That was a good one.
that was interesting.
How you doing? Good.
Great. Yeah, great. That time of the year,
Yeah,
a lot
we're
of
getting
fun.
there. We're
I
getting
can't-
there at this
can't
point.
wait. Excited.
How you picked third, right?
Yep.
I
Yep.
have it. I don't have it. Dauster never
even have-
provided me with the full.
I don't have all I have is the almanac.
You were
stuff
supposed to
here,
print
right?
it out.
No.
You missed out.
I have our predictions.
Do you like being third? Do you care at all at this point in your career? Can you use it as motivation for your?
No, I use
your
all
players?
that. I want our guys to know as much as they can get in front of them. So we definitely,
They're gonna know,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they're
You don't
gonna
have to
know.
tell
without
them.
it. Yeah, we're gonna use it. And any coach that said they don't use bulletin board material, they're lying. So I'm all for it. But no, I think St. Louis and Dayton have the most back. They've had great, really good seasons last year. We finished second, one game out of first place. The year before, half game out of first place. We're right there. Now we got to take the next step.
Yeah.
So how do you take that next step? What is it improving offensively? Is
It's
it
got
Baldwin getting better?
It's got to be
Health?
improve. No turnovers. We got to limit our turnovers. We shoot ourselves last year, really the last 2 years, but last year, we didn't have ace the first 8 games of the year. Some guys really stepped up. We got them back. We were rolling, but we gave the ball to the other team too much. We take it from you a lot, but we gave it back to the other team. I think we addressed that in the offseason, and we've addressed shooting. We're a better shooting team, even though we lost Vince to the Grizzlies. I think we have a better shooting team, and we have some pieces that I really like.
Do you think you'll be more balanced this year?
Much more
Yeah, you
balanced.
will.
Yes.
Like
So
you expect
that-
to have more like
Yeah,
five. You might have 5 guys in double
I think we're gonna have
figures.
different guys
Yeah.
leading us in scoring. We're gonna have guys have some big nights. We got 3 transfers that I think are gonna be able to score the ball for us in different ways. We're gonna be able to shoot the ball better. I love playing with a shooting 4-man. We finally have that, and instead of moving Vince there, we have it with size and strength, and so we can play a lot of different ways. This is by far the deepest team that I've had since I've been there in 6 years. Absolutely. Yep.
So you said shooting 4-man. I'm assuming you're referring to Brandon Johns.
Brandon Johns and
coming in
David
from Michigan.
Shriver. Both of those guys were transfers, and they from day one have absolutely fit into our program. Ace loves playing with him because on a pick and pop or a drive and kick, you're throwing it to a guy that can shoot it from behind the line, and that opens the floor up for he and Jaden Nunn, and it gives Jalen Deloach opportunity in the post to not get doubled or not get squeezed. So it's I like where we're going with it, but we got to take care of the ball.
So you have a couple of guys coming in from Michigan, guys coming in from a high major program. When they're, I don't want to say going down a level, but when they're going from the Big Ten, from a program like Michigan to what VCU is, like how is that adjustment for them? How do you kind of integrate them into what you do? Because at VCU, correct me if I'm wrong, at VCU is very much the whole, and then there's the different pieces that make that.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've never looked like you're coming down because VCU wins a lot and we beat a lot of those teams that are Power 5. So they never looked at it that way. They looked for great opportunity and somewhere where they fit. And for Brandon Johns, it was pretty much we want versatile big guys that can do a lot, and he does that. And I said, "Why don't you come here and get your game off?" I mean, that was and we recruited him out of high school. So and Brent Scott, one of our assistants, knew his family, so there was a connection there. And he's been great from day one and happy and excited. He's playing really well. And then David Shriver, of course, he was at Hartford, made 82 threes last year. And we said, look, we have a void here. Yeah. We're looking for a big guy that can step out and shoot, but also be able to get up and down. And you got the green light the way we play, but you're going to play with a point guard and some other guys who can really share the ball. And from day one, he's hit off. And then Zeb Jackson, of course, from Michigan. Zeb went through some battles and sort of felt like the odd man out at Michigan, and he was looking for an opportunity to go somewhere where he can play, and he fits our style. He's a presser. He can guard the ball. Yep. He can play multiple positions, but with the ball in his hands, he can make plays for us. He can finish at the rim. He's super athletic, but away from the basket, he knows how to pass the ball and get guys shots.
You guys press at VCU?
Just once in a while. So
what's it like today? I mean, we've had everybody kind of come through here already. 6 new guys, 6 new head coaches.
Yeah.
Is it and big names?
Well,
that's the great part of it.
It doesn't make me the old guy.
Right. It does not.
Because I've been in the league, but I'm like you got to understand, I grew up outside Philly. Fran Dunphy in the Big Five, Coach Dunphy. The honor for me to be on the same court as him to coach a college basketball game. Are you crazy?
I know.
And he's been a great mentor to me and just somebody I have high respect for. We're going to be on the same court in the A-10.
Pretty cool, right?
Oh, unbelievable.
Cool.
Frank Martin, I've run into him on the road, but never have talked to him as much as I have in the last, few months.
No, you don't wait for the call, wait for the league meetings.
Yeah,
he won't shut up.
Oh, yeah, but the passion that he has and how much he loves coaching and basketball. That's what's great. And the A-10, look, you guys know the A-10. It's a basketball tradition.
Yep.
Then you have guys that, Archie, what he's done in the league at Dayton, now he's back in the league. So going to those places are going to be, they're hard enough. They're going to be even harder, but that's what it's all about. And I love it. I mean, it's given me some great juice all summer long, all off season. And this is what it's all about. And, VCU's been everybody's big game or black and gold game or their T-shirt game or their homecoming and all that stuff. And I hope it continues. But now, even with these coaches, it's turning up even more, a few more notches.
If you look at where this league is right now, right, you already have Dayton and St. Louis are consistently, if not at-large teams, in the mix to be at-large teams. You guys have gotten at-large bids. You have 3 teams that are always going to be in the conversation at minimum to be a tournament team. And now you're adding someone like a Frank Martin at UMass that has pedigree, that has expectations, that wants to be good, right? That is going to invest in the basketball program. We have Archie Miller at URI, who has proven success in the Atlantic 10. You have young, talented guys like Drew at Loyola, like Kimmy at George Mason. Like the way that this program or this conference is going, I think that is it's going to make it more difficult for you to win leagues, right? But I think that at the end of the day, that level of competition is
right.
It's
but when
good
we
for
do
the
win the
conference.
leagues,
It's
look
gonna
out,
matter. Right.
look out.
Right.
And here's the biggest thing. This is the biggest thing. We could talk all we want. We all got to take care of our non-conference.
That's where I was.
Because the way this is now, the way
if you don't do that,
the way the big timers have created this now, and the net is we gotta go out and we gotta take care of non-conference games. We get, and 70% is the number they talk about in the meetings and all that stuff. I'm not afraid to throw that on the table. If we all take care of 70% of our games, play, and the better teams, or you think you're having a really good team that year, you play a really tough schedule and win 70 or darn close to it. Now when we go on the road and we don't win that game on the road, it doesn't kill you as much as it has the last couple of years. That's the key, man. That's the key. We got to go non-conference, and we got to make a huge statement as a league. And we have teams that can do that. We have coaches that can do it and who have already done it where other places they've been. But that's the key for our league. I'm not going to say we've been shut out because nobody wants to play our league. But for us to get shut out, that means we don't take care of non-conference. We got to take care of non-conference.
Yeah, and as you kind of everyone gets better, right? You're not going to be shutting them out because there's going to be no shame in. Like if you lose that VC, you're like whatever.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, like, look, you know how hard it is to go to Fordham and win. I mean, the tradition they have, that's a tough place to win. Or UMass or St. Louis. We're playing for the tie for first place last year. We go to St. Louis and it's sold out. It's senior day.
They're out of their minds.
And there's another 2 minutes left in the game. Maybe we pull it out, but we don't. That's a tough one. There's going to be a lot of other places like that, which is what's supposed to be.
Yes,
the
that's what you
competition
want.
part. And you guys are going to talk about our league late in the year if we take care of non-conference.
That's right.
And then we have some unbelievable battles on national television. That's the key.
Say hello to Fanta coming back from his.
How you doing, man?
Be careful. Be
bathroom break.
It's all good. It's all good. You don't have the Frank Martin squeeze. So
he didn't do something to you,
Fanta
did he?
just took like a
fouled
20
me.
minute.
He always fouls.
He took like a 20-minute bathroom break. Just
Some good sandwiches out there. There's some
Really?
good
You saved me
sandwiches
one?
out there. I don't know if he did, but
Oh, I like it.
Good stuff from Mike Rhoades. I like the Atlantic 10. That's some hard nose.
Mike, I have two questions about two guys that I want to ask you. All right. First and foremost, Jameer Watkins coming off the ACL.
Yep.
How healthy is he?
he's back. He's live. He's at 100. Looked good the last couple practices. So we didn't let him go back to back until this week, and he responded well. He works really. He lives in the gym, so we need him to have a good year for us. Do a little bit of everything, and he definitely could shoot it and score it.
Can he replace the shoes Vince Williams? is
If
gone?
it's similar, I think we'll do that more committee. Vince was a Swiss Army knife. He did everything. What the key with Jameer's going to score. He's a natural scorer. He finds ways to get to the rim. He can make threes. We all need him to really step up and play defense like Vince did. That would be huge. But Brandon Johns at the 4 and some other guys. Jalen DeLoach had a great offseason as well. I'm really excited to see him. I think he's going to have a big year as a sophomore as well.
Jalen is the other guy that I was going to ask you about. I mean, you lose Hassan Ward, who does for what you guys do defensively. Hassan was so important to that.
I'll be honest with you though. Due to the transfer and the 3 freshmen, we've gotten better at the 4 and 5. We got better. We're bigger, longer, more athletic, and more versatile. We did have guys that had made some plays for us, but we have better basketball players now. Jalen's one of them. Christian Furman, 6'10", 225 freshman, high motor, gets in the way, blocks shots, could finish. Got a kid by the name of Toby Lawal from London, England. He spent a year at Lee Academy. Have you ever been to Lee Academy? Exactly. And I'm glad JD Byers took me because this kid is going to play from day one. He's 6'8", 7-foot wingspan, has a 46-inch vertical, and he plays with an unbelievable motor.
Like a young Mike Rhoades in his prime.
No, there's not even a ladder big enough for me to do that. But I'm really excited about him. And then, having David Shriver, an older guy, and Brandon Johns really helping these freshmen. So we
like this team. I mean, you really seem to like the parts, the pieces, getting deeper, more skilled, right?
Yeah, I think we're deeper. We're a better shooting team. This is the best offensive team I think we've had. Now we're going to miss the heck out of Vince,
of course,
because he did it all. But that's what seniors do. That's why he got drafted. But I really like this group. This is the deepest team that I've had in my 6 years.
So you mentioned great sandwiches out there, right? I heard from a little birdie. Sources
get me one?
Sources told us that you're a big Sheets guy. Sheets over Wawa, right?
No, I'm
Sheets
a
over
Wawa guy. I'm a Wawa guy. Don't play that game. Every morning I start my day take my kids to school. I go to Wawa, start my day.
Wawa
with
coffee?
Great
Yeah.
coffee.
It's that good?
20 ounce.
It's better than
I don't
Dunkin'
know.
Donuts?
It's what I
Is it
do.
better than Dunkin'?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
yes. Dunkin'
So-
Donuts doesn't have good coffee.
Those are.
I know.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Hey, it's
You know what
it's
Wawa
where, it's
doesn't
where you're
have, Mike?
from.
It
It's,
is,
it's
it
where you're
is.
from. But
Wawa doesn't have like the iced mochas with the 4 scoops of sugar,
Do I-
and whipped
no,
cream.
they
That's what he does.
Do I look like an ice mocha guy?
No, you
know
don't
what I
look.
mean?
He looks like an ice mocha.
Yeah, no chance.
Ice mocha.
So not me. Not me. I'm straight. I'm simple.
Straight.
Black coffee. Get a couple diet iced teas. I go to work and.
Do you have the reusable Wawa cups that you just go in there and fill up?
A
What are you
coffee
doing?
and
How can you
paper
call yourself a
styrofoam's the
Wawa
best.
fan? You don't have the reusable cup.
Because a coffee and paper or styrofoam, that's the
Yes.
best, man. That's the best. Old school, man.
You don't
Old
want
school
to
coffee.
ketchup on a bagel.
No, that's not.
right.
That is
All right.
fake news. That is fake news.
We're going to
Fake
say
news
goodbye
Fanta
to Mike
strikes again.
Rhoades now.
Yeah.
And
So I just want to
spare
tell you
him.
guys, thank you for what you're doing with
it's
college
great.
basketball, man.
Listen.
And you bring
Great to see
great
you.
energy. And after this pandemic, you guys doing this is what we need. And appreciate you guys a lot.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mike.
so much.
I'm going to
Yeah,
be careful.
yeah.
I don't know how to. Yeah, there we go.
There
There
we
we
that
go.
one right there.
We'll do that.
Thanks. I
How many-
appreciate
how
it.
many-
Who broke your hand and how many
It's
sprints?
the
have you had
third
to
time
run?
I've done it in this spot. So yeah.
Stop playing, man. Stop practicing.
It's just a hack. You know what I mean?
Has there been a good season off of it? Like, is this a sign of what's to come
Oh
here?
yeah, is that good luck?
You know, is
I
this a
don't,
good?
I don't know. I've had so many of them.
You should-
I
you
got to
should-
go
can't
back.
even remember
I got to go
what
look.
years
Go
those were.
look back at my chart.
He's gonna realize like,
One of them was at
his
Randolph.
best seasons. His best seasons are when he breaks his hand. You're gonna start walking in. First thing he does is punch the wall before practice starts.
I'm not gonna lie. The last time I did this was in Franklin Street Gym as an assistant for Shaka. I don't know if it was 2011, but it was one of those years. And turned purple. I taped it, kept it taped for about 3 weeks, kept practicing, and finally I said to the doc, "Hey," he goes, "Well, let's take a quick X-ray," and it was broke. So, and we had a good year that year. So hey,
See,
I'll take it.
come March, because he remembers everything. At Goodman Hoops, knock on wood, Selection Sunday, and to think
I'll
this
be-
VCU run to
I'll
a
have
6 seed
I'll have
started
3
with Mike
casts- I'll
Rose.
have 3 casts on for March or whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Mike.
Appreciate it. Mike Rhodes, head coach at VCU, and with Ace Baldwin and with all the pieces they have back,
Sure. Yeah.
looks like we might be getting
Yep. Let's do it. Want me to?
Coach Mooney and Coach Schmidt
Yeah. Chris
coming
Mooney
in
and
here.
Mark Schmidt coming
Yep.
in and-
St. Bonaventure and Richmond.
No,
Who
he's
would
saying-
like? Okay. You want to take a break?
Here.
I mean, I took a 20-minute break, so it was a
You're
union
saying
break.
they're
Yeah.
paying you a lot of money for this.
Yeah. This is top billing here.
That is getting paid a lot of money.
My
so we're
contract
gonna stick with it.
extension
That's
was
right.
worked out.
Take your pick, either one of you. We're not putting you next to each other.
Let's do it.
Okay, sorry, we're
It's great to see you.
running a little
Mark,
late.
it's good to see you.
How are
It's
you?
great to see you, Mark. It's great to see you too.
You guys good? Yeah.
Ready to go.
Yeah, let's do
Let's
it.
go home. This is
Yeah.
the closer.
Yeah.
Who's the
And a
Phillies
duo.
closer these days? Who was it?
By committee.
Oh, they didn't even have one.
Yeah. They lost
Wow.
yesterday.
They lost yesterday, yeah. The game was delayed like 6 hours.
Was it?
4
I didn't even
hours.
see.
It's an afternoon schedule. game.
Really?
Fighting Phils. Not a chance.
Your
Hey, they
Eagles?
got-
I mean, your Eagles? This is like.
This is as good as it gets.
Did you say the fighting
Is it
Phils?
gonna-
Yeah.
It's pretty-
I actually have a
This is beautiful.
I have
Boston,
a very
Philly.
selfish question
Love
to
it.
start. Okay. After I get done, we're live.
We're
We're live.
live. We're always
I have a
live.
very selfish question to start, and I'll have you two give your opinion after I ask you. So September 1, 2023 are my nuptials. Any thoughts on wedding planning? Because I know, what would you suggest?
Yes, I do have a very,
Anything
very important,
centerpieces?
I have a very important suggestion is to leave it all to your fiance.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
That's
would be
exactly it.
my best.
100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
The flowers, the
All of it.
readings, don't
You
get
could
involved
maybe
because you're
do-
always going to
maybe
be
do the
wrong.
band,
And if there's a
maybe-
problem,
Yeah, if
See the
there's a
band.
special,
you'll
yeah,
be in
exactly.
trouble.
I proposed fully knowing, and it gave me the hope that he has stayed married as long as he has, that she
By-
puts
by
up with him. I
Staying
mean,
out of everything. Yes. I don't get involved in anything.
you don't get involved in anything?
Pretty no.
Allow
no.
her to believe that she's the boss.
That's
the
right.
key.
Exactly. Schmitty knows.
Seeing the Atlantic 10 folks.
How many years?
Basketball
How
and
many
life.
years?
I've been married for
Oh, you
98.
better
Hold on,
answer
98.
quick.
I know.
Girl,
It's 20, coming up on 24.
All right. What do you?
31.
Wow.
Mine's
I'm
easy.
trying to-
55.
I'm
Mine's
trying to
easy. I was
get
married
the
in
husband of the year
2000,
for
so
the
that'll
third
be
straight year.
22. Yeah. It's easy.
Did you just hear this?
22.
Trying to get the husband of the year for the third straight year.
That's not what I heard.
Let's
Oh.
talk about your teams. let's start with the Bonnies.
Sure.
When you look at the trajectory that your program's been on and some of the new faces on this team, what determines if St. Bonaventure is once again a contender?
We have a whole new team. We have 4 points and 2 rebounds back, and that's total. That's not average. So we have a whole new team.
That's insane.
That's insane.
No, that's insane.
Yeah.
Think about that. Has there ever been a team?
It's the portal to NIL. It's just this is how we are. So our trajectory, we're gonna, hopefully get better as the season goes along. That's the key. If we can do that. But we have a young team, and we have a young team. We have a couple of veteran guys, but those veteran guys are young in our system. Yeah. So it's like, we're taking baby steps as we start this season.
Here's my follow-up to that. We talk about this league and its depth, and I sense from the coaches that the coaches have pride for each other, have respect for each other. What were you thinking when this guy is beating Iowa in the NCAA tournament?
Well, I called him. I congratulated him. Chris and I are really good friends, and yeah, it's you want to see good guys have success. And that's the key. And in our business, we got a lot of good guys. We got some questionable guys too. but the good guys, you want to see the good guys do well. And Chris does a great job, does it right, graduates his guys. He's a family man. And you want to see those guys have success.
I was there last year.
That's right.
It was one of the cooler things. And I've been every year, I bounce around. One of the cooler things for me to watch personally, because I know what you've been through. It hasn't been easy over the last 5-6 years. To have, what did it mean to you? How did you process it once you kind of got home? After it was over with your wife and your family.
Well, I would say the hardest part of that stretch is the last time we were here, the A-10 tournament was canceled. Everything was canceled. We had a really good team, and so I can remember when we found out everything was canceled. We went back to Richmond and talking to those guys and saying, usually in sports, if you did something wrong, you can correct it at halftime or your sophomore year or something. This was something that would never have any correction. It would always be a really hard thing. And so for essentially the same guys to have experienced, beating Iowa in the NCAA tournament, it was incredibly special. So,
Did you get emotional? Did you get emotional?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. At first you're just, you're so excited and happy. And, when we got back to the hotel, somebody tried to take out the game film of Providence, our next opponent.
That guy.
I wasn't having that. Not right away. Maybe that showed up. But, Mark had a similar situation where he had a very similar team for a number of years in a row. Yep. And those guys, those teams are special if they're talented, but then they also blend together and play well together. That's a special thing and hard to replicate.
That process too. I mean, I want to hear from both of you. Like, we talked about this in Buffalo last year. You and I were talking about this just out to dinner, like validation and what fans define as success versus like what you build every day with your kids and growing them into men. What's that dynamic of, what you want, you want to see a deep March run, but by the same token, understanding that for both of you and for what this profession's about, it does come down to more than just simply that.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I think, Mark and I are close, and I think his outlook is probably similar. I just try to politely not worry about what anybody thinks. I don't need to say that. I'm very open to people's ideas or criticism. It doesn't really bother me, but at the same time, how much time we put into this in recruiting and spending time with your team and playing, and how difficult the end goal is. We were talking about scheduling earlier, and on Selection Sunday, they'll talk about, well, this team played this schedule, or now leading up to it for weeks and weeks. And I can remember we made the tournament in 2011, and I think we had beaten Purdue during the year. And by February, it was, well, they can't hold on to that Purdue win all year. It's like, well, we only could play them one time.
Exactly. What do you want to say?
But there's no scheduling person in the beginning of the year to say, hey, you have to play these teams. And they're not telling the high major conferences that either. So it's really a bit of a moving target, and it's a hard thing to accomplish. Mark's been there, on Selection Sunday many times. It's a hard thing to really nail unless you win the vast majority of your games.
It's just so hard at our level to have a magical year. And that's, in essence, that's what it takes for us to get to the Atlantic, to the NCAA tournament. Yeah. It's got to be magical. You can't be 21-10 and get there, and it's becoming harder and harder now. My hope is that we add more teams to the NCAA tournament.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. That would. I know you disagree, but that helps us.
Who called me yesterday? Somebody called. Rob Senderoff called me last night, and he actually gave me a pretty good thought. And I'd rather keep it. I would have rather keep it at 64. Mm-hmm. His thought was a play-in tournament to get the final, whatever it is, 4-8 spots. Yeah. Kind of, NBA's doing their play. Everybody's doing play-ins now. Yeah. Maybe
Tell us
do something like that.
Give us your layout of what you would
do. I
do.
don't really have a layout. I haven't really thought it that deeply, but I just think that there's more good teams now than there were 10, 20, 30 years ago. Yeah. And so if there's more good teams, there should be more.
Well, and what's the difference?
I hate rewarding the 10th place team in the ACC. That's my problem.
Yeah, I have a problem with that.
That's that team that had so many opportunities.
Yeah.
No. I'd rather reward the Horizon League winner that in the regular season that lost in their championship game.
Yeah.
I want to see them in.
But
they deserve it.
Come on, Rob. Come over here and tell them. Here's my problem.
In 2016, right?
Yeah.
We tied for the lead.
Yes.
The league. We had an RPI of 30, and we didn't get in.
You deserve to be in.
Yeah. So if you gave more slots to teams like that, I think that's the fairest way.
But here's the thing. What is honestly the difference between the 40th best team in college basketball and the 65th?
There isn't.
None. Minimal.
There isn't.
Minimal.
And there's teams that get in the NIT that could beat those teams. Sure. It's just, there's got to be more. And this is just my opinion. There's got to be more than 68 teams.
Yeah. By the way, not all of us have Boston accents like this. In case you know.
Is he speaking English?
The best was when Jim Calhoun, when Calhoun would do games, and he'd do Gonzaga games. When he first got the job.
Gonzaga?
They couldn't understand a word he said. All the Gonzaga fans were like, what is he speaking?
Let's do some. Go ahead.
Let me hit
Go
him.
ahead.
I want to
hit him.
If there's anybody that can come back from returning 4 points and 2 rebounds, why is it Schmidt?
Well, he's a great coach and he's experienced, and there's he knows exactly who he is and how they are. There's no confusion or there's nothing like they're trying to figure out any identity, and so that's a huge advantage. They recruited well out of the transfer portal, so I think they'll be a little bit. Yep. They're not
better
returning. A little bit better than he's
better
saying.
Than he's
than
trying
he's letting
to sell,
on. Yeah,
a little low here.
And I think that the scary part is that St. Bonaventure, who's I don't know the stats, but they're probably among the top 50 teams in the last 5 years in wins. That they would have a situation like that. I mean, that just goes to show you how delicate this is. And again, at our level, but I mean, for a guy who's won as much as he had, for the program to be as solid, for the fans to be as energized as they are, for that to happen, it just makes you realize how delicate it is.
Yeah, it can.
Well, and on that note, to bring in Daryl Banks, Moses Flowers, what are they going to add to the table here?
A lot. They're the veteran guys. They're the guys that, with Daryl scores 27 against Kentucky. So he's been there, and I always look at it. It's not what we've tried to do is recruit guys at a lower level that have had success, that aren't looking for NIL money, but are looking for the challenge to play at a higher level. That's what and I'm not saying it's going to work, but we don't have that money. So that's what we've done. And those two guys have proven that they can be successful at a Division I level. Now, can they be successful in the Atlantic 10?
I don't believe you. Olean has a money pit somewhere deep down into the depths of campus. I can sense it. You know where it is.
I haven't found it yet.
You gotta look harder.
You got to look a little bit harder. You got, for both of you, what would you say your programs, when you've seen the success that you've had? We talk about some of the atmospheres around the league. I feel like your atmospheres might not get the national credit that they perhaps deserve. So when Richmond Spiders basketball is going, when St. Bonaventure basketball is going, what does it become in what you've seen with your programs, and how much pride do you take in that?
Yeah, well, ours has really dramatically increased while we've been there, because we renovated the arena. We actually took out some of the worst seats. It's much cozier. It's loud. So it's incredible. I mean, I think, really during the COVID year, that was when you realize it the most, because we'd be watching film from the previous year. And I was like, man, that is so exciting. And, people on their feet, and then you go in and the bleachers are pushed in one of the gyms and the benches are spread out. And so I think that, that really does make it exciting. I have two young boys who come to every game, of course. And, it's just awesome when there's, 6,000, 7,000 people there. It's loud. They recognize and become very familiar with the players. It's just that's really the essence of what's so exciting about it.
And we call it O-Town. It's like when people talk about, like, it's like basketball is everything there. So when people say you're going to the game tonight, there's one game. It's Bonaventure basketball. Where if you're in New York City, you say you're going to the game tonight, there's a zillion things going on. And then when we have it going, it's a great environment. Chris has experienced it. Our fans
in O-Town.
Our fans are really humble.
Hey, I can't let you go without talking about my fellow Massachusetts native who's back, flirted with the NBA a little bit, Tyler Burton.
Yeah, Tyler is, he's an exceptional player. He's an unbelievably great kid. And so, with these new rules, he was able to work out for these NBA teams and got a lot of great feedback. I feel like he's that close to being, there's a big difference between being drafted in the first round and the second round and all that goes into that. But he has come back and just been tremendous. The one thing he hasn't done, he hasn't been asked to be a leader, because he's always played with, he's always played with older guys too. Yeah. So I think that's the final thing for him, but he's comfortable with it. I think he'll have a great year.
All right. When's your visit to St. Bonaventure this year?
We play twice. We're going to O-Town, I think late in the.
So wait a minute. You have to now. He has to, from his coach Twitter account. Looking forward to a visit to O-Town ahead of this game. $5.
Well, I'm just going to direct message Jim Kelly, because he's at every Richmond St. Bonaventure game, throwing out a ceremonial ball every time out.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Every time out?
They're honoring him at every time out.
Are you extending media timeouts for Jim Kelly?
Just so he can get on here. Exactly right.
Have you two ever had a real funny exchange from across?
Go ahead.
So we were playing.
This is the greatest story.
We're at St. Bonaventure maybe 7-8 years ago, and it's toward the end of the game, and we're down, say, 8 or 10, and there might be 2.5 minutes left. So Bonnie's is stalling, or they're just taking the shot clock down. So they shoot a shot that misses the rim, and the ball caroms off the backboard and it's tipped out, and the point guard gets the ball. It clearly missed the rim, but the shot clock operator reset the shot clock.
Oh, jeez.
So he shot it with, say, 7 seconds left. Now they have it was 35
Chris
seconds.
lost his mind.
So there's a difficult position to be in, because the action is at the other end of the court. So all three officials are
down the other
end of the court. And so I'm trying to get somebody's attention, but nobody's even looking back. So I'm on the court. So finally, it's tight. It's tight at the Riley Center. It's very tight. You barely have room for your feet at the bench. And I go down and I go to slam to get the shot clock operator's attention. I slam the table, but I'm in a state of
you're not happy.
Yes. So I slam it so hard, and of course he's looking down the other end, so he is just startled. And I said, "Shot," So finally, the officials come over, they review it, and they adjust it. But my relationship with the shot clock operator is not good. So he's now looking down at me, cursing at me. I'm cursing back at him. Mark's totally out of it. He's just getting a deal on ice. They're going to win the game. He's just ready for the post game. And he is just, and so finally, I thought we had moved to a point where cooler heads had prevailed. They got everything struggling. And I looked back up at him to try to give him
Yeah, we're good.
apology.
Yeah.
He did not return that.
So still to this day, is he still the
No,
scoreboard
well, I don't
operator?
know, but so
Or did he
I don't
quit
know.
after that?
I really didn't know this was going on until I don't know. We were down the Atlantic 10 meetings.
Yeah.
And so we started talking, and I said, Chris, the shot clock operator, he's our mailman.
He's what?
Our mailman. And I said, you're cussing young about the school's mailman.
Not my best moment. Not my best moment.
Thought you were always even keel.
He's been working there for like 30, 40 years.
And he rips him a new one.
Yeah, he disrespected him.
He was able to get the final say.
Did you write out?
You could mail it.
I tried to
You could mail it. He would. You could easily. He'd be able to see it.
Initiate the. I'm sorry.
I think he needs a letter.
He might. He might.
I
We've
think
never
that would
gotten
do
a good shot clock since. I can tell you that.
Every year he's been working.
Yeah.
You'll see him this year.
So let me do this. If he's watching, or maybe we can show it to him. I really apologize for my
We'll
actions.
make sure we
Yeah,
get.
he's a good guy.
Maybe he's got a Twitter account. We could
Yeah,
take this
for
clip
sure.
it,
That'd be great.
send it to him.
That would be great.
All right, there you go. All right, listen.
Mark Schmidt,
I know you guys
Mooney,
got to get
thank
out
you
of here.
guys.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Really
Appreciate
appreciate
it.
it. Great
Appreciate
seeing you.
it. Thank you.
Great.
That was
great seeing
the
you
highlight of
guys.
the day.
Terrific.
Mail that guy. Mail the mailman.
You guys
An
need your
apology
own
letter.
pod.
You
guys
do.
need your own
Yeah,
podcast
Schmidt
together.
and Mooney.
Telling you.
That would be
Seriously.
good.
Tremendous.
O-Town.
Tremendous. No,
Yeah, O-Town. I'm gonna remember that. I'm never.
We have a bar that we go when we win. It's called the Steak King. And the motto is, I hate this place. See you tomorrow.
Oh boy! All right, Dauster, come
All
back.
right,
here.
Rob. Let's wrap this baby up.
Let's go. Sign off.
Yes, let's
Right?
do that. Yeah, Jeff. I think
Great
we've seen-
day.
Oh, I mean,
Great
your
day.
thoughts.
No, this was worth it. Honestly, it's a 5-hour drive for me. Last night I was like, this was a blast. I'm glad we're doing the pod for the A-10. The coaches, honestly, every one of them.
Hey,
was
listen, if you
phenomenal.
want to
They're
subscribe to
phenomenal.
that podcast, it's in the description below, where you can also find a link
Yeah.
to buy the almanac for
Yeah.
$19.99. Go ahead, do it. Great information.
But we'll have plenty of A-10 coverage throughout the season. We'll have coaches on again. We'll have players. Who else? We have media people. So
Maybe a
make
lucky
sure-
fan or two. Goodman said
Yeah,
no.
I
but
don't know
said,
about the fan.
I said
I don't
depending
know.
on how
I'm
passionate
not sure.
you guys
Depends who
are.
the fan is. We'll see.
see.
We'll have to clear the fan.
This was fun, and
I
we
gotta get a
appreciate the-
sandwich.
Yeah,
I
you're
am
starving. You have to. We've
Did
been
you
on.
eat when you went?
No.
You sure?
I don't want to talk to you about what happened in the 20 minutes. It wasn't in the restroom.
All right. Aren't
It
you
wasn't in
starving?
it wasn't.
I
You
gotta
must
get
be
a
starving.
I don't think they're left.
All this guy does
All
is
right.
complain. Can you wrap
All
it
right.
up and
Let's
stop
go.
whining?
Let's go.
For Goodman and Dauster, I'm John
Wow.
Fanta, and our producer, Dagan Hughes. Thanks for hanging with us, everybody. Tons more to come in the Atlantic 10 all season long from the field of 68. We sign off for now from the